Chapter 1. John Fenix in the vast and endless expanse of space. Only the distant shimmering stars could be seen, shining intensely throughout the cold and lifeless void. However, within the endless void appeared a streak of immense power, tearing the very fabric of space itself wherever it passed. After an untold amount of years, barreling through the infinite dark of space, the streak descended on a lonely planet at the edge of the universe. At that moment, the dark of night gave way to day as the streak plummeted into the planet, upheaving the nearby land and rendering it asunder. After the dust settled, only ruin and devastation could be seen for tens of thousands of miles in each direction. From all over the continent and beyond, thousands of experts descended upon the ravaged land, looking for whatever caused the immense destruction. However, the search ended up fruitless. From that day on, a legend was born about a heavenly meteor of apocalyptic power descending upon the land, destroying all in its path. Endless eons passed, and legends turned to myth. The Skycleave Forest, at the foothills of the Skycleave mountain range, was a forest expanse that spanned for thousands of miles in each direction. Sitting at the base of Skycleave mountain range, the vast unexplored woodland held secrets only known to experts. Within the forest, beasts are able to cultivate their bodies and become aligned with their surrounding elements, thus a large variety of magical beasts could be found there. Due to the danger associated with magical beasts, most humans avoid the forest out of fear. Deafening howls echoed through the forest as a pack of wolves could be seen running, chasing someone. The midday sun shone through the forest canopy, revealing a young boy that had wounds all over his body. He was breathing heavily as he ran from the wolves. His long black hair, tied behind his head, bounced behind him, while his piercing black eyes focused on the obstacles ahead. His physique was much more refined than expected of one his age, and he had no problem evading the wolves. He reached a clearing in the forest. A single pagoda tree stood above a small body of water, its leaves bright green. It stood 30 yards high with a trunk 10 yards wide. As the boy paused for a moment to take in the poetic scene, a wolf charged from a bush to his left. The boy turned, and in an instant his greatsword slashed overhead down on the wolf. The beast didn't try to dodge the blow and was struck in the shoulder. The sword broke the hide of the wolf, and the blade slammed into the shoulder joint. The impact set the wolf off balance due to the weight of the greatsword. The wolf continued his attack, attempting to claw the boy's arm holding the sword, but was too slow to notice the kick that followed the sword slash. The wolf went flying into the nearby tree only feet away, at which point the boy kicked off the ground and dashed to the wolf, plunging his sword deep into the wolf's neck, killing it. He pulled the sword out of the wolf's neck, blood spilling out and completely covered the wolf's underbelly. He quickly turned around, his long hair whipping behind him. The other wolves spared no time, and in an instant, another wolf lunged at the boy. The boy raised his greatsword in an attempt to block the attack. He successfully parried the massive paw, but was sent flying backwards 30 feet into a boulder. "Gah!" the boy shouted in pain as his ribs nearly broke from the force of crashing into the rock. The boy wiped the blood from his lips and slowly picked himself up. Above him, 7 wolves stood, growling and snarling before simultaneously attacking the boy. Suddenly, the ground was slightly upheaved as another boy crashed down in front of him. The force from his attack caused a small shockwave that knocked all of the wolves back. After slowly getting up, the wolves growled at the newcomer, but decided against attacking the new threat and fled the scene. "John, you really need to think of another way to train. This training method is going to get you killed. Those wolves were equivalent to early body-refining cultivators, while you are just a normal human." The new boy walked over to the boy on the ground and helped him get up. "It's because I'm a normal human that I need to use these extreme methods to get stronger. Every day I watch you and the rest of the clan grow stronger, while I just stagnate. Anyways, thanks for cleaning up this mess, Ryan," retorted John. John Fenix was the son of the Fenix clan leader's third son, Barden, and was 14 years old. Due to circumstances that no one understood, John was unable to cultivate. His clan had hired countless medical doctors to find out what was wrong with him, but none could identify any issues with his body. Ever since then, John tried all sorts of crazy things, even battling with powerful beasts to try to activate his martial potential, but nothing had worked. "Haha, don't mention it. These beasts aren't anything worth fussing over," replied Ryan. Ryan had short brown hair, an average face, and a slender build, with a cultivation level at the early mist creation realm. He was the son of a powerful Fenix clan elder, and had been John's friend since they were toddlers as they were the same age. John smiled, but didn't reply. He looked back at the slightly upheaved ground from Ryan's attack, his gaze lingering for a while before walking off with Ryan. They walked out of the forest and down a massive road before eventually arriving in front of a massive gate, with 20-yard-tall walls stretching for several miles in each direction. As they approached the gate, the two guards stationed were about to stop the two newcomers, but noticed who the two approaching were. "Welcome home, young masters. Was your forest expedition successful?" asked one of the guards. "Very," replied John. Ryan could only give a wry smile at the guard, but didn't say anything. The two of them walked past the gate and into clan grounds. The clan they stepped into was the Fenix clan, one of the most prominent powers in the area. The clan had nearly 10,000 members and controlled an area of several hundred miles in each direction. The clan grounds sprawled along the northern side of the Skycleave Mountains, with grand buildings, majestic waterfalls, and towering mountain peaks visible in the distance. "Where do you want to go next?" asked Ryan. "Let's go to the beast trade hall and sell these pelts. Although we get an allowance every month, extra money never hurts," replied John. They turned onto the main clan road, which was 100 feet wide and several miles long. Many shops, restaurants, and other various buildings could be seen lining both sides of the streets as far as the eye could see. Side roads could be seen every few hundred feet, branching off into the distance. The road was bustling with people as they went about their daily lives. As John and Ryan walked down the street, they were greeted by many people. "Welcome back, young masters. How was your trip into the forest?" asked a middle-aged man. "It was good. I got exactly what I wanted from it," replied John. "If what you wanted was almost getting killed, sure," scoffed Ryan. "Is he still going out and fighting beasts in the forest? John, you're going to get yourself killed." "The clan leader won't be happy at all if that happens," said a middle-aged woman. "Don't worry, Auntie May. I'm always careful when I go out into the woods," John said back with a smile. Ryan could only roll his eyes as the two continued on down the road. They eventually came before a 3-story building, with various beast pelts decorating the outside entrance of the building. Walking up the stairs and into the building, they were greeted by the lady in charge of the beast trade hall. She looked to be around 25 years old and was quite good-looking, with long black hair and large hazel eyes. "Oh, if it isn't the young masters. What have you brought for me this time?" asked the lady. "One earth wolf pelt. What can we get for this, Anne?" John asked as he took the beast out of his storage ring. Storage rings were quite amazing creations. One only had to think about opening the space of the ring, and the user would find their conscience inside the dimensional area. With another quick thought, the desired item would appear out in the real world. Only through skilled artificing and knowledge of the heavenly spatial Taos could one make a storage ring. The storage ring sat on his left pointer finger and allowed for easy travel without having to carry items everywhere. Storage rings were fairly rare in the mortal world, but the Fenix clan had the means to provide them to all their young masters. The storage ring John had was quite a low-level one, with an interior space of around 10 feet on each side. "One earth wolf is worth 50 copper coins. Unfortunately, you brought me a fairly low-level one, so I can only offer this much," said Anne. 50 copper coins works for me," John replied as he gave over the pelt and collected the copper coins. After trading in the pelt, John and Ryan left the trade hall and continued towards the main clan living grounds, which was situated higher into the mountainside. Turning around a building corner, John bumped into another boy and fell down. "Watch where you're going, trash," sneered the boy before continuing on his path. The boy was Parker Fenix. He had short black hair and a face that looked perpetually arrogant. He was 15 years old and was John's older cousin. Parker's father, Orrin, was the first son of the clan leader, and Parker carried a haughty attitude due to his status and talent of a late mist creation realm cultivator. After helping John to stand up, Ryan turned to look at Parker and muttered, "Man, Parker is just becoming more and more of an asshole every time we run into him." "Well, he is the strongest junior of our clan. I suppose that can go to your head eventually," replied John while looking at Parker before turning back to Ryan. "Anyways, I'm going to go home and wash up. I'll be going to the Marshall Library tomorrow. You want to come to the library with me?" asked John. "You know I have no interest in studying weapon theory. All I need to do is be stronger than the enemy," replied Ryan. John looked at Ryan for a bit before smiling and saying, "All right, well, if you change your mind, you know where to find me. Later." John brushed the dust off his black robe before walking in the direction of his mansion, which he arrived at a few minutes later. The mansion was quite large, with a dozen rooms of various purposes, and a sprawling courtyard which housed both a large garden and a small private martial training area. Walking past the gardens, he entered his mansion and was greeted by a delicious smell. He followed the smell to the kitchen, where he noticed a woman cooking his favorite meal. She looked to be in her 30s despite being older, a youthful benefit provided from cultivating. Her name was Rachel Fenix, and she had long black hair, dark brown eyes, and a smile that would warm the hearts of any who saw it. "I'm back, Mom," John called out. Rachel turned around with a smile on her face before jumping slightly in shock. "You're wounded everywhere. Did you go out into the forest again? I told you that it's dangerous. There are beasts out there that even I would fear," his mother exclaimed while tending to his wounds. "It's all right, they're just scrapes and bruises. They'll heal in a few days. Besides, you're making me my favorite golden ox stew, so how could I let a few cuts ruin my day?" replied John. He walked over to the pot and took a ladle of stew, blowing on it to cool it before tasting it. "Delicious as always. When's Dad getting home so we can enjoy dinner?" John asked just as the front door opened again and a man walked in. He had short brown hair with a full beard and a slight scar on the right side of his face. The man was John Fenix, the clan leader's third son, and also John's father. He was a powerful core formation expert and one of the most prominent figures in the clan. He sniffed the air before turning happily towards the kitchen. "Welcome back, Dad," John said as John Fenix walked into the room. Barden looked at John's condition for a second before laughing happily. He walked to John and slapped him on the back, saying, "I see you've been out fighting beasts again, huh? Well, that's good. A man should be daring regardless of the circumstances. Did you manage to take one down at least?" asked Barden with a smile on his face. "Yep, managed to kill one earth wolf today. Ryan took out the rest, though. Anyways, now that we're all here, let's eat," John replied while slightly wincing in pain from his dad patting the wounds on his back. The family sat down at the dinner table and discussed the day's events. Barden detailed some of the issues the clan was dealing with, including the ongoing skirmishes with the Crimson Valley sect. "They keep getting more daring, although they don't dare start a war outright yet. Guess it's to be expected, but at least it's nothing too serious right now," Barden stated while chowing down some of the golden ox stew. After finishing his meal, John thanked his mother for the meal and went upstairs to wash up. He washed all his wounds clean, put on a fresh black robe, and went to bed after an exhausting day. Chapter 2, Varus Clan. The next morning after getting up from bed, John walked to his wardrobe. There was an assortment of various luxurious robes with multitudes of patterns and designs. He decided to wear a black robe with a phoenix embroidered on the back of it, the symbol of the Fenix clan. Ever since he was young, John enjoyed wearing black and was rarely seen not wearing that color. After getting himself ready for the day, John walked out his mansion and headed towards the Marshall Library. The Marshall Library was located towards the center of the Fenix clan grounds, near the Marshall training area. Ever since he found out he was unable to cultivate, he decided to make up for this by expanding his expertise in other fields, including academics, military strategy, weapon theory, and more. He would often spend entire days inside the Marshall Library, reading the countless books that lay within. After walking for a few minutes, John arrived in front of the Marshall Library. The Marshall Library was named the White Feather Library, and had served as the Fenix clan's library for hundreds of years. It stood 7 stories tall with 6 towering brownish-red walls and 8 black flying eaves, and was made of smooth stone and wood. The interior was lightly decorated with carved beams and statues of past elders and leaders. Each floor contained interior balconies that overlooked the entrance hall to the library, as well as exterior balconies overlooking the clan grounds. He stepped through the main door and walked straight to the stairs. As he began ascending the stairs, he stared towards the center of the library and thought to himself, "Damn, I'll be out of reading material before long." John had already read all the books on the first 2 floors and was working on completing the 3rd floor. Arriving at the 3rd floor, he passed by a few aisles before deciding on where to start. Each aisle was lined with dark wooden bookshelves, filled with neatly packed books and scrolls. He turned down the 3rd aisle and grabbed a book regarding cultivation theory. Though John could not cultivate, he enjoyed learning everything he could, and cultivation theory was no different. The book had a dark leather cover over the bamboo panels, its pages sandy white with a texture like sanded wood. After examining the cover, John walked over to one of the outside balconies overlooking the martial training grounds. Below the library, dozens of children between the ages of 8 and 18 could be seen training and sparring. Sighing, he opened the book and turned to the first page. To cultivate is to challenge the heavens themselves. Only those with unbreakable wills should tread the cultivation pathway, as doing so, reading the opening page of the book, John felt the words stir an intense desire within him, but also a deep bitterness as well. "I don't care how, but one day I will find a way to get this damn body of mine to start cultivating," John thought to himself. He turned his eyes back to the page and kept reading, eventually coming across the section he was looking for. Cultivation starts with the body. In order to cultivate and utilize qi, one's body should be strong enough to handle the berserk energy that rampages within. Starting with the organs, the 5 stages of body refinement are organ refinement, bone refinement, tendon refinement, muscle refinement, and finally blood refinement. Once one's body has been completely refined, it is able to handle the qi provided by the danshin. After body refinement comes the mist creation realm. To step into this realm, one must absorb qi from the surrounding air and guide it through the body and into the location of the danshin, 3 fingers below and 2 fingers back of the navel. Successfully cultivating to this stage will result in the formation of a danshin of misty qi. Mist creation has 3 stages: early mist creation, middle mist creation, and late mist creation. Each minor realm will further condense the mist danshin until it is unable to be condensed anymore in its mist state. Each major realm after body refinement all have the 3 stages of early, middle, and late. At the peak of mist creation, the danshin will condense into a liquid danshin, known as the qi condensation realm. After condensing the liquid danshin to its peak, a cultivator will solidify their danshin into a solid core. This realm is known as the core formation realm. Beyond the core formation realm is the meridian forging realm. John read through the pages describing the cultivation stages, but it appeared to stop at the meridian forging realm. No information was provided other than its name. Too bad it didn't include more information on meridian forging and the realms after that. I suppose books with that information are stored in a more secure area, thought John. John stopped reading and watched the children below him train, various thoughts swirling through his mind. After a few hours of watching the sparring, John decided to grab a few more books to read. The moon was high in the sky before John snapped out of reading and realized what time it was. Stretching his aching legs, he stood up and left the martial library and headed back home and fell asleep. The next morning, John woke up and walked back to his wardrobe. He was debating on whether to wear his favorite black robe or something more luxurious. After all, today was the day that the nearby Varus clan was paying the Fenix clan a visit, and a celebratory feast was planned for the evening. He decided against the luxurious robes and donned his favorite black robe with the embroidered phoenix. "Guess I'll go read some more today before I head over to the festive hall," thought John as he walked out of his mansion. He walked to the Marshall Library and up the stairs to the same book aisle as he visited yesterday. Grabbing the next few books to read, John sat back down on the balcony and opened the first book, perusing through the contents. "John, the Varus clan is already here. Come down already." A yell suddenly interrupted John and snapped him out of his reading. John looked over the balcony edge and noticed Ryan at the base of the building, waiting for him. "Oh, I guess I lost track of time. I'll be right down," replied John. After putting the book back in place, John walked down the steps of the Marshall Library and met Ryan outside. "How long has the Varus clan been here already?" asked John. "About 30 minutes. Your father sent me to find you since you were late. Also, Miko has been asking nonstop about where you are," replied Ryan. "Huh?" John rubbed his head. He felt a headache coming along whenever Miko was mentioned. John and Ryan walked through the clan grounds before they came to a massive, sprawling building. The building was 100 feet tall and almost 1,000 feet long, with lavish adornments and lifelike statues all along the outside and on top of the building. John noticed that there were many carriages parked outside. In front of the carriages were Chi Condensation Realm armored rhinos. The armored rhinos stood 9 feet tall and 15 feet long, and had gray armored plates all along the back of their bodies. They weren't very fast, but they were quite powerful and served as the perfect beast for pulling heavy carriages. The armored rhinos signaled the power that the Varus clan had to be able to have Chi Condensation beasts serve as mere carriage mules. Walking past the carriages and up the front stairs, John and Ryan entered the Great Hall. The hall was large enough to hold thousands of people, with hundreds of tables scattered throughout. The walls and ceiling had detailed designs painted on them, and large lifelike statues of previous clan leaders and patriarchs lined the edges of the hall. "John, you're finally here. Come say hello to our guests," boomed a powerful voice at the center table. The voice belonged to Cade Fenix, the clan leader of the Fenix clan. He was quite tall and had an intimidating face and short black hair with graying tints. Next to Cade was a contingent of people, with the front led by a middle-aged man in a luxurious white robe. He had long brown hair, a full beard, and a friendly face. This man was Yuan Varus, the clan leader of the Varus clan. "John, good to see you again. It's been a while. How have you been?" asked Yuan. "I've been doing well, Uncle Yuan. I hope the journey wasn't too rough," replied John. "Not at all," replied Yuan. John smiled and turned his eyes behind Yuan. Within the crowd behind Yuan, John noticed 2 girls talking to each other, both 14 years old. One of the girls had long black hair, a pretty face, and wore a luxurious golden robe embroidered with a phoenix. She was Raylia Fenix, the daughter of the sect leader's second son, Rhodey. Next to Raylia was Ella Varus, the only daughter of clan leader Yuan Varus. She had long brown hair tied into a ponytail, with slender eyebrows, large hazel eyes, and a radiant smile. Noticing Ella, John looked at Ryan and said, "I see you're still infatuated as ever with Ella. Why don't you go over and talk to her?" Snapping out of his stupor, Ryan looked towards John and replied, "Easier said than done. Why don't you go talk to her instead?" "I'm not the one who's in love with her now, am I? All you have to do is..." John's voice trailed off as he felt something was off. He quickly looked towards the rest of the Varus clan group, his eyes darting back and forth trying to find someone. Failing to find the person of interest, John had a bad feeling and quickly turned around. "Eat this," a voice shouted as a foot came crashing towards John. John was a step too late to block it, and the foot landed square on his face, sending him crashing backwards into and over one of the tables, food and drink flying everywhere. Slowly standing up while clutching his face in pain, John looked up to see a child standing there with his arms crossed and a satisfied look on his face. Chapter 3, Miko Varus Miko, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" yelled John, rubbing his nose. Tears were streaming down his face from the force of the kick. John looked up at Miko and noticed he had grown since he last saw him. He was 11 years old and had short and spiky brown hair, with an average build for his age. His childish face contrasted with the refined and luxurious white robe he was wearing. Miko was the only son of clan leader Yuan Varus, and was considered by many to be a 1 in 10,000 years cultivation prodigy. He was the pride of the Varus clan, and as such, they had pampered him his entire life, leading to his unbridled attitude. "I'm just getting back at you for when you sneak attacked me last time," exclaimed Miko. John was about to argue back, but suddenly remembered that it was in fact him that landed a sneak attack on Miko the last time they met at the Varus clan. "Well, whatever. That was a pretty good attack. At least now you're waiting until the attack strikes before you yell out loud," said John. John walked up to Miko and heavily patted him on the back, causing Miko to stumble forward a few feet. Miko stabilized himself and turned to John, laughing. "Let's go spar. We haven't sparred in almost a year," replied Miko. "We can't just leave this clan gathering to go spar, Miko," John responded. As a downtrodden look appeared on Miko's face, a voice from behind them caused Miko's face to brighten once again. "Of course you can. We're just socializing right now. Lunch doesn't start for another hour. Just be back by then," said Cade, with Waylon nodding in agreement beside him. "Let's go, let's go, let's go," exclaimed Miko happily. John held his hand to his face before agreeing to spar. John, Ryan, and Miko then left the clan hall and walked towards the martial training arena, with Miko happily jumping up and down in excitement. Watching them leave, Waylon smiled and said ever since John saved Miko from that stray dog as a child, Miko has become John's biggest fan and supporter, although he has a weird way of showing that support. Speaking of John, his senses are getting sharper as well. He almost managed to dodge Miko's kick in time. Laughing, Cade replied, "John has been almost killing himself trying to get stronger, so it's only natural his senses have improved. Miko, on the other hand, gets more and more impressive every time I see him. Middle Mist creation at only 11 years old, and a special variant soul type. He's probably the most promising cultivator our continent has produced in the last 10,000 years. I can't help but be envious of his talent. By the way, have you figured out what type of variant his soul is?" "Not yet. We've checked every source of knowledge we have, and even had some terrifying experts check his soul, but none of them could identify what variant type it is. Several of those experts wanted to take him as a disciple, but it's not the time for that yet," replied Waylon. John, Ryan, and Miko walked for a few minutes before they arrived at the martial training arena. It had several sections dedicated to various aspects of martial training, such as practice dummies, weight training, and fighting arenas. There were several fighting arenas, each with dedicated stands for spectators to watch the sparring should they desire to do so. The group walked to one of the arenas that was empty and entered through the lower entrance. The sandy arena was circular, with a diameter of 100 yards and stands dozens of rows high. John walked to one side of the arena and turned to face Miko. He pulled out his greatsword and held it by his side. The iron sword blade was 4 feet long, weighed 30 pounds, and had a dark gray luster to it. Although John was not a body refinement cultivator, he had an unusually powerful body and was able to wield the greatsword without much problem. "All right, same rules as last time. No using your cultivation or profound strength. This is purely a weapon skills spar," John said to Miko. Miko stopped at the other side of the arena and turned towards John. He too took out a greatsword and held it in front of him. The hiltless sword had a blade that was 4 feet long and 4 inches wide at the base, with a golden sheen and a checkered pattern etched into the blade. Being made out of profound gold ore, it was much heavier than John's sword, weighing 100 pounds. I know, but this time you're not going to win. I've been training my sword techniques almost every day since you beat me last time. Get ready," Miko bellowed as he rushed towards John. John stood there, his stance wide and firm, sword ready at his side, waiting for Miko to reach him. Miko appeared in front of John and raised the sword high above his head with both hands and cleaved down towards John. Based on the difference in sword qualities and weight, John knew he couldn't block this attack head-on. As the sword slashed down towards John's head, John gracefully twisted his body to the side and watched the sword narrowly scrape past his chest. "Oh no, you don't. Don't think I didn't remember this move from last time," yelled Miko as he turned his shoulders and arms, redirecting the sword towards John's waist. It was at that moment that John realized Miko had actually feigned the first attack, putting barely any power into it, all for the opportunity to redirect mid-swing when John least expected it. Bang! John was barely able to raise his sword in time to parry the attack, but his hasty defense allowed Miko to send John stumbling back 10 feet. Not wasting the opportunity he created, Miko pounced forward towards John, swinging his sword towards John's waist again. John steadied himself quickly and watched the blade approaching him. A slight smile flashed across his face, and he raised his blade in a show to block the incoming sword. Just before the sword reached John's waist, John crouched and spun down below the swing, his own sword arcing towards Miko's waist. Not expecting the fast response from John, Miko had already put his power into the attack and was unable to stop his swing. Miko suddenly found a sword whirling towards his chest, with no way to block it. Bang! John felt like his arms were about to break, as he was suddenly sent flying across the martial arena, tumbling violently a few times before he finally came to a stop. Cough! John coughed up some blood, the blood trickling from his lips. "Ah, sorry," Miko yelled as he and Ryan rushed over to John. "I instinctively used my full power at the last moment there to block your attack. Are you all right?" asked Miko as he helped John stand up. "Cough, don't worry, I'll be all right. I'll just need a few minutes to catch my breath." John brushed the dirt off his robe and took a small green pill out of his storage ring and popped it into his mouth. Although the pill was a fairly low-level healing pill, it was enough to suppress the minor internal wounds that he had just suffered. "Let's head back to the gathering. We'll just call this duel a tie," said John as he smiled at Miko. Ryan and Miko supported John as they helped him walk back to the clan gathering. Arriving back at the gathering hall, John noticed the boisterous atmosphere as both clans drank and ate together, a sign of the two clans' close relationship. John's mother and father were at the head table as well, talking to the elders of the Varus clan. John, Ryan, and Miko each took their seats at one of the tables close to the clan leaders. Once the clan leaders noticed the three of them had returned, they finished their discussion. John Fenix stood up and addressed the crowd. "Attention, everyone. As some of you may know, there is an important matter involving the Fenix and Varus clans coming up in the near future." Cade paused briefly before continuing, the ancient pocket realm. Excited murmurs echoed throughout the hall at the mention of the pocket realm. The pocket realm was an ancient and mysterious realm. No one knew what the origins of the realm were or who created it, but they did know that wonderful opportunities awaited inside for those able to grasp them. After quieting everyone down, Cade Fenix continued, "The realm opens every 20 years, and the next opening will be in less than a year. Anyone 16 years of age and under can enter. As such, each of our clans will select the most promising young cultivators to enter the realm. Unfortunately, due to the agreement in place with all the participating clans and sects, we cannot directly hand out entry. Instead, the top 100 cultivators, decided by strength, will be permitted entry. A tournament will be held between all the participating clans and sects several weeks before the pocket realm opens to determine who will enter. Do your utmost to grasp this opportunity. We will be giving out more information on this matter at a later time." Cade returned to his seat and started discussing matters with Waylon, while excited discussions filled the hall. "I can't wait to enter the pocket realm," one clan junior enthusiastically exclaimed. "I've heard that previous generations received all sorts of amazing items and opportunities inside," replied another. "HMPH, look at all these frogs thinking they'll achieve anything of merit. Anything of importance in the pocket realm will be yours for the taking, senior brother Parker," said one boy. Right. With Parker here, no one else has any hope of getting anything good," another replied. At one of the central tables, a group of youths surrounded Parker Fenix, showering him with praise in an attempt to get into his good graces. While he said nothing, the haughty look on his face betrayed his otherwise calm demeanor. "Look at them sucking up to Parker, it's pathetic," said Ryan. "It's not like they'll get anything out of pleasing him anyways." John looked over to the table of youths but said nothing. As far as he was concerned, anything to do with Parker and his lackeys had nothing to do with him. The sun was setting by the time the festivities wrapped up, at which point the Varus clan got up, ready to head back home. "Goodbye, old friend. It was great catching up with you after all this time. I'll see you in a few weeks in the Dreadle Kingdom," said Waylon to Cade as he stood up before leaving. The clan followed suit, with Miko in tow. He turned around and waved goodbye to John and Ryan before leaving with the clan. After the festivities ended, John bid Ryan and everyone else a good night and headed back to his mansion with his mother and father. As they walked inside, John was about to go upstairs to his room when his mother called out to him. "John, could you please take these gifts from the party today and put them in the cellar?" Rachel. "Sure," John replied. He took the several jars of wine that his mother gave him and walked to the back of the mansion towards the cellar door. After passing through several rooms, John arrived at the cellar door and opened it, looking down the staircase into the cellar. "Now that I think about it, I guess I've never actually been down in the cellar. I wonder what it looks like," John thought to himself as he descended down the stairs. As he reached the bottom of the staircase, John took a look around at the large cellar and the contents within. He could see various things stored down there, including wine caskets, weapons, books, medicinal ingredients, and more. Walking past the weapons racks and bookshelves, John arrived at the section of the cellar for wine storage. He placed the wine jars on top of one of the shelves and turned around to leave. Just as John was about to head up the stairs, he felt something stir inside him, urging him to turn back. Chapter 4, Mysterious Sphere. John turned back and stared back into the cellar. For some reason he couldn't explain, John felt that there was something down here, calling out to him. The feeling was so fleeting that John couldn't decide if it was an actual feeling or just his imagination. He decided to follow his gut feeling and turned back into the cellar, walking around to see if he could find the source of the feeling. "Weird," John thought. "I clearly feel as if there's something down here, but I can't find anything." John kept walking around the cellar for several minutes until he found himself at the far corner of the cellar, facing towards the wall. He felt as if this was where the lingering feeling was coming from. "I don't see anything out of the ordinary. It's just a brick wall," thought John. "Maybe there's something on the wall or hidden slightly behind it." John started feeling each brick on the wall, seeing if any brick would fall loose and reveal whatever called out to him behind it. John searched for several minutes until... thunk! The brick John touched was pressed slightly inwards. As John backed away, he could hear some machinations working behind the wall before the wall slowly parted, revealing a dark corridor and a narrow staircase leading downwards. John peered into the dark stairway, but couldn't see what was at the bottom, or how far the staircase descended. Why is there such a thing down here? What are Mother and Father trying to hide? Thought John. He thought about returning upstairs to ask them about it, but decided against it. Whatever was down there, his parents had obviously wanted to hide it from him and others. John walked back to the main area of the cellar and found a torch and flint. He lit the torch and walked back towards the staircase, where he stood for several minutes. Well, standing here won't solve anything. I've always been daring, so why should this be any different? Besides, I doubt Mom and Dad would store anything life-threatening in our own house, John thought. He took his first step onto the staircase, pausing briefly before continuing down. Carefully, step after step, John descended down the staircase. I've been walking for a minute already. How far down does this staircase go? And why would it need to be so deep? John wondered. After another 30 seconds of walking, John eventually saw the narrow staircase open up. Stepping off the stairs, John peered into the dark ahead of him. The torchlight barely revealed a large cavernous area in front of him, but it was not bright enough to light up the entire room. Looking around at the entrance of the room, John noticed a formation disc and pressed his hand against it. Light suddenly illuminated the room in front of him. Shock flitted across John's face as the room was revealed to him. Dazzlingly bright spirit crystals embedded across the ceiling that were lit by the formation disc, he pushed revealed a room 50 feet across and 30 feet high, with a single large marble white altar in the very middle. The altar stood on top of a small platform, with white stairs on each side leading up to the platform. John stared at the scene in front of him for a few minutes before walking towards the altar in the middle. As he approached, the feeling he had before began to intensify. Obviously, whatever was calling out to me, it's on top of this altar, John thought to himself. John arrived at the base of the staircase and composed himself before taking step after step up the staircase. He arrived on top of the platform and walked over to the altar, the feeling growing ever more intense. John stopped when he was 3 feet from the altar, staring at the object resting on top of it. On top of the chest-high altar rested a small round sphere, about the size of a large grape. It was as black as the void of space, and emitted a wispy red and black aura so sinister John thought he had plunged into hell for a second. Coming back to his senses after a few seconds, John quickly backed away, his heartbeat racing. "Why would my parents have something like this?" John exclaimed. This sphere was nothing like John had ever seen before or even read about. It was something completely outside his realm of understanding. John stood there for a few minutes staring at the sphere, scared to approach but reluctant to walk away. Although he felt no danger from the sphere, the lingering aura was enough to scare anyone away. Before he noticed it himself, his hand was reaching towards the sphere, about to pick it up. Coming to his senses, he stopped himself at the last moment but didn't pull back his hand. His hand hovered there for some time. "Fuck it, whatever it is, I was drawn to it for some reason. I'll trust my instincts this once and hope it really doesn't kill me," John thought as he continued reaching for the sphere. The moment his fingers touched the sphere, an intense pain washed over his entire body. John gasped for air but found no relief. The air was hot, like it was filled with ash and smoke. John's legs collapsed, his knees slamming into the ground as he wrapped his arms around his chest and tightened every muscle in his body. His vision went white. The sensation quickly spread throughout his entire body and quickly began to increase in intensity. There seemed to be no end to this torture. After what felt like an eternity, John felt as if a chain of some kind inside him snapped. John's eyes opened as wide as they could, his mouth following suit. The pain had increased tenfold. John felt like his insides were being torn apart, his muscles stripped from his bones and organs violently exploding. He thought he was going to die, but suddenly the pain subsided and he collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Darkness washed over John. He felt like he was floating in a void, with no sense of time. He felt like he had been floating for an eternity and also just an instant. John managed to slowly open his eyes, taking in the scene in front of him. The air was filled with a hazy gray mist, like an early morning after fresh dewfall, only thicker. There appeared to be no source of light, and yet, the world was illuminated enough to see. The world in front of him seemed endless. Each direction John looked was filled with gray mist, and in the distance, he only saw an endless blackness. John slowly turned around and took a breath, his lungs filling with cold air. He took a step forward and looked down at what he was standing on, flawless white marble. John was standing on a pathway of perfectly sculpted white marble slate. He followed the marble pathway for about a minute before the mist slightly dissipated. "What is this place?" exclaimed John in pure shock. In front of John stood a massive white palace, so grand that John could not believe his eyes. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined a place as majestic and real as this palace could exist. The palace stretched as far as the eye could see and rose tens of thousands of feet high into the sky. Endless grand spires, thousands of feet tall, made of flawless white stone, marble, and gold lined the palace. Each spire was surrounded by hundreds of wondrous statues of grand beasts and imposing humans. The statues were so lifelike that John initially thought they were guards. After staring at the palace for what felt like an eternity, John started walking towards it, eventually finding himself in front of a massive white gate, thousands of feet tall. To each side of the gate, large white ivory dragons could be seen, their scales outlined in gold, eyes glowing green like enchanted jade. The bars of the gate were thick, about 20 feet thick in diameter. They were pearly white and covered in very thin golden flowers. Suddenly, the massive gates before him slowly started to open. As the gates fully opened, a pathway illuminated itself before John, as if asking him to walk through the gates. John hesitated for a moment before striding forward, walking by the massive gates and into the palace. As John stepped through the palace doors, a holy aura washed over him. A feeling of pure serenity and peace encapsulated John. He felt as if his entire being was cleansed and born anew. He closed his eyes and bathed in the feeling for a few minutes before opening his eyes again. The palace entry room was incredible. The walls stood thousands of feet tall and were made of solid white marble. The ceiling was arched and was littered with small golden stars that radiated light and mirrored the night sky. To the left and right of the entry room were large hallways. Long spiral staircases followed the walls upwards towards massive arched doors made of solid white stone. The staircases were lined with golden railings and had intricate patterns of beasts and flora carved along the sides. Beneath the staircases were 5 doors dozens of yards tall and wide. John stood on immaculate white marble flooring with a large circular flower medallion inlay in the center of the room. It was made with at least 10 different kinds of stone and was perfectly symmetrical. In front of John was a massive hallway lined with colossal statues made of flawless stone. On the right side, statues of a man were seen striking different heroic poses. The man seemed to be middle-aged. He had a full head of long, flowing hair, a chiseled face, a set of piercing eyes that seemed as if they could see through all of creation. He held a majestic sword in his hand and seemed as if he could cleave through the heavens itself. On the opposite side, the statues depicted a woman. She had luxurious robes, long flowing hair, and a face that would topple kingdoms and ruin empires. Similar to the man, she too had an aura of grandness surrounding her. John made his way through the room towards the statues in front of him. As he walked, additional stars on the ceiling above lit up, illuminating the entire hallway before him and revealing endless statues down the hall and a grand white door at the end. He studied each statue as he continued down the hallway, and after some time he finally reached the end and stood in front of the white door which stood hundreds of feet tall and wide. He examined the majestic golden adornments embedded in the door and wondered to himself, "How am I supposed to open a door this large?" Curiously, he moved to place his hands on the door in front of him. As if aware of his touch, the door started to slowly part, revealing the room behind it. The room was larger than the previous hallway and entry room. Throughout the room, countless white pillars dotted the floor. Each pillar was large enough to need several men to wrap their arms around it. John's eyes followed the pillars upwards to the ceiling. To his surprise, the ceiling was not visible. A light gray mist filled the upper regions of the room. As John stepped into the room, rays of light pierced the mist and illuminated a pathway before him. John continued forward, following the illuminated path for thousands of feet. At the end of the room stood another massive marble white gate. The gate was different from the one before it. It stood upon a platform that had gray oval-shaped stairs leading up to it. Standing thousands of feet tall wide, the gate had 9 chains securing it in place. Each chain was tens of feet thick and spanned the entire gate, seemingly locking something inside. Far to each side of the gate stood large doors at the end of each side of the room, but John did not notice them due to the imposing presence of what stood before him. Floating high above the ground in front of the gate was a translucent orb several feet across. Within the orb, 10 spheres of viscous red blood could be seen revolving around each other, seemingly in an endless celestial dance. John stepped up the oval stairs towards the gate. As he stepped below the translucent orb, one of the blood drops slowly started to descend. As soon as it left the protection of the translucent orb, the humming stopped. The silence surprised John. He felt an incredibly powerful and holy aura wash over him. He tried to back away from the orb but found that he could no longer move. "Why can't I move?" John yelled as he struggled to break free of his restraints. Despite using all his power, John couldn't budge a single inch and could only watch helplessly as the blood drop descended until it was right in front of him. John stared at the blood drop, at which point it slowly began to move towards the center of his chest. John wasn't sure what this blood was, but after his experience with the black sphere, he didn't want to touch anything he didn't understand. "Get away from me," John yelled, but no matter what he tried, he could not budge. The blood drop approached John before slowly merging into his chest. Another intense wave of pain washed over John, and he felt as if he was about to explode. Immense energy was rippling throughout his entire body, threatening to destroy him. "So this is how I die, huh?" thought John while trying to withstand the pain. Light. John slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself lying in his bed back home in his mansion. Confused, he looked around expecting to see the majestic palace he was just in, but could only see his mother sitting on the side of his bed, staring at him worryingly. Chapter 5, Body Refinement. "John, you're awake. Thank God," his mother Rachel exclaimed, crying while hugging him. John looked around the room, still confused as to what just happened. Was that all just a dream? John thought to himself. The grandness of the palace, the power of the blood drop, all of it seemed so real. John's thoughts trailed off as he still tried to remember everything that happened in the palace. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't wrap his mind around it. One minute I was in the palace, and now I'm back here in my room. Was that just a dream after all? Wondered John. He looked up at his crying mother and realized he had been sitting there in silence for quite some time. He reached out and hugged her as well, comforting her as best he could. "Don't worry, Mom, I'm fine. There's nothing to cry about," John said to his mother. Her tears eventually stopped falling as she composed herself, wiping the remaining teardrops from her face. John then thought about the situation that led up to all of this. He last remembered walking down the stairs and to the altar, at which point he reached out and touched the ominous sphere. All he could remember was the intense pain that racked his body, the feeling of something snapping inside of him, and the strange place he dreamed about before waking up in his room. John looked at his mother and asked, "What happened? Why am I in my bedroom now?" After a few seconds of silence, a serious expression appeared on Rachel Fenix's face as she looked at John. She took a few seconds to gather her thoughts, before saying, "You had been down in the cellar for quite some time, so your father and I went down there to check what was going on. We then heard your screams echoing from the room below and rushed down there as fast as possible, where we found you unconscious in the middle of the room. We then brought you back to your room and have been watching over you ever since." That was 3 days ago. 3 days, John thought to himself. Rachel paused for a few seconds before continuing, "John, how did you end up down there?" Gathering his thoughts, John started to explain to his mother what happened. He detailed how he felt an instinctual attraction that led him to the wall, at which point he found the lever to open it. He explained the rest of the events to his mother, detailing everything he could remember, up to touching the sphere, at which point his memories ended. John decided to keep the portion of the palace secret, as he had no idea if it was a dream or not. His mother looked at him while he detailed his events, her face becoming ever more complicated as the story progressed. She sighed deeply at the end of John's story, not knowing what to say. "Mom, what was that place? And what was that sphere? Why was it hidden down there, and why are we in possession of something so terrifying?" John asked his mother. As John was asking his questions, his father Barden walked into the room. A relieved look washed across his face as he noticed that John appeared to be all right, but his expression immediately became complicated as he heard John's question. Rachel noticed her husband walk into the room and looked at him, unsure of how to reply to John. Barden opened and closed his mouth a few times, trying to find the right words to say, before answering John. "It involves a family secret that only your mother and I, as well as the clan leader, knows about," Barden answered. He continued, "We will explain to you everything you want to know when you're older, but now is not the time." Sitting to the side, Rachel Fenix had a downcast expression as she listened to her husband talk. "What do you mean now is not the time? If not now, then when? And what does my age have to do with it?" John asked, both perplexed and angry. The terrifying sphere had almost killed him, but his parents still refused to say why they had it in the first place, or what it even was. "In due time, my son, but not now. Now we have a question to ask you. What did you do with the sphere?" his father asked. John didn't understand the question. As far as he could remember, as soon as his fingers touched the sphere, immense pain radiated throughout his entire body before he passed out. He didn't even pick up the sphere, let alone take it. "I didn't do anything. Like I explained to Mother, I touched the sphere and then passed out from the pain it caused. I didn't even pick it up, let alone take it. It should still be down in that room, John replied. Rachel and Barden Fenix looked at each other, a range of emotions passing across their faces before letting out long sighs. Well, if that's the case, then it's all right. How are you feeling? Asked Barden. John slowly got out of bed and stretched his stiff body. He was expecting to feel pain after the damage his body received from picking up the sphere, but much to his surprise, he felt completely fine. I'm feeling great. In fact, I'm feeling better than ever. The 3 days of rest must have helped a lot, replied John while testing his body's condition. He threw out a few kicks and punches, the power of which completely stunned him. Raising his hands in front of him, John was at a loss for words. Barden squinted, noticing that something about John was off. A second later, a slight expression of excitement flashed across his face before returning back to normal. He walked over to John and raised his right palm in front of John, saying, "John, I want you to punch my hand with all your might." John was confused by the request, but agreed and squared himself towards his father's hand. He took a wide and powerful stance before striking towards his father's hand with all his might. Boom! A loud sound echoed around the room as John's fist collided with his father's palm, and a shocked expression evident on John's face. John raised his fist in front of him, curious as to how he had put that much power into the punch. That punch was much stronger than anything I've ever thrown in my life. When did I become this strong? Wondered John to himself. After looking at his fist for a few seconds, John looked up to see an absolutely ecstatic look on his father's face. Barden raced over to John and grabbed his arms. He started poking and prodding John all over, before eventually letting out an excited shout of joy. After taking a few seconds to calm down, Barden excitedly exclaimed, "I thought my divine sense was lying to me, so I had to personally check to be sure. John, I don't know how it happened, but you are now a body refinement cultivator. And not only an early-stage body refinement cultivator, you're already at the muscle refinement realm." John could hardly believe the words he was hearing. In fact, for a few moments he thought his father was playing a cruel joke on him. But as he started analyzing his body, he realized that his father was telling the truth. Once he looked closely, he could clearly see the massive difference in his body. His organs were sturdier, his bones harder, his tendons more flexible, and his muscles brimming with power. How did this happen? Wondered John with a shocked expression. He had never been able to cultivate, and even if he had been able to start cultivating, he would have needed to go step by step starting at the organ refinement realm. He had never heard of anyone going all the way to the muscle refinement realm in a single leap. John, do you know how this happened? When did you become able to cultivate? Asked Barden. John was about to say he didn't know, but suddenly thought about the events that happened with the sphere, as well as the strange realm thereafter. When he touched the sphere, he remembered the feeling of something snapping inside of him, like a chain breaking that was shackling his body. He also thought about the palace realm thereafter, and the blood drop of terrifying power that entered his body. Was that actually all real and not a dream? I wasn't able to cultivate before I touched the sphere, but now I'm already a body refinement cultivator. There's nothing else that explains this situation, John thought to himself. Although it was hard to believe, John could only come to the conclusion that everything that had occurred after he touched the sphere really happened. If everything from before really happened, then what exactly was that palace? And how did I get there? John wondered, but no matter how he thought about it, he had no idea how any of that happened. All he could surmise is that everything was related to that mysterious sphere. Noticing John's silence, Barden didn't ask again. Well, regardless of the reason, my son is now a cultivator, and I couldn't be happier. This calls for a celebration. I'll immediately alert my father. We must throw a grand celebration for this occasion, exclaimed Barden happily as he strode out of the room. Rachel Fenix could only smile at her husband's newfound happiness as she watched him leave. She turned to John and said, "Well, regardless of all that happened, you're safe and sound, and that's all that matters. You must be starving. I'll go make some of your favorite stew." John watched his mother leave the room as he stood there speechless, still coming to terms with everything that just happened. A large smile eventually appeared on John's face as he came to terms with his newfound ability to cultivate. Regardless of the reasons, I can finally start cultivating. The feeling of being powerless while watching others soar to heights I could never reach was unbearable. Never again. Now that I can cultivate, I will ascend as high as I can reach on the martial path, so I never feel like that again, exclaimed John. John walked over to the washroom and cleaned himself, before walking to his wardrobe and donning his favorite black robe. A thought crept across John's mind as he started walking towards his balcony door. Opening the door and striding through, John took a large breath of fresh air and walked to the balcony's edge. The sun hung high in the sky as John gazed at the scenery below him. His mansion's sprawling garden stretched out in front of him, with flowers of various kinds dotting the landscape. Multiple fountains were arranged in a circle around the garden, their runoff causing rivulets leading to a small pond in the middle of the garden, which shimmered wonderfully under the bright sun. After taking in the scenery for some time, John climbed up on the balcony railing and looked towards the ground 30 feet below. Taking another deep breath, John stepped off the railing's edge and plummeted to the surface below. Chapter 6, Martial Arena Boom. The ground shook slightly as John crashed into it violently, his knees almost buckling under the force of the landing. A satisfied smile crept across John's face as he looked back up towards the balcony, admiring the distance he had just fallen. Ha ha ha, a fall like that would have killed me before. I guess I really am in the body refinement realm, John exclaimed happily. What should I do next? Normally I would go to the martial library to read around this time, but I can't sit still after a situation like this has developed, John thought. I should go to the martial training area and test out my new strength. Most of the other kids should be training weapon skills right about now. Brushing off the dust that had kicked up from the landing, John started walking towards the martial training area, arriving there a few minutes later. He looked towards the training grounds and noticed all the other kids were sparring with weapons, with several elders instructing them on how to improve. "Ah, John, have you decided to join us for today's weapon training?" asked Elder Huron. Elder Huron was one of the older and more powerful elders, and was the lead elder in charge of training the children. He had a bald head and a full white beard, with a slightly large belly protruding out. His powerful arms looked as if they could tear apart boulders with ease. "Yep," replied John. He walked over to the elder and said his greetings. "All right, Ethan over there needs a sparring partner," stated Elder Huron. Elder Huron then shouted out, "Ethan, John will be your sparring partner. Remember, this is a weapon training spar only. Do not use your cultivation base." Ethan was 13 years old and had a cultivation at the blood refinement realm. He was the son of one of the elders of the clan and was decently talented for his age. Ethan turned towards the elder as he heard his name called out before looking at John, who was approaching him. "All right," replied Ethan with a slightly annoyed face. For the weapon sparring training, using one's cultivation base was not allowed, as the purpose of the training was to improve on weapon skills, not overwhelm the opponent with power. Ever since John realized he couldn't cultivate, he had focused on all the areas that he could improve on with intensely. These areas included academics, martial theory, and also weapon skills. Out of all the children in the clan, John was the most skilled at almost every type of weapon. As a result, most of the children felt stifled when sparring against John, as none of the children could beat John during spars, despite knowing they were much stronger than him. John walked towards the sparring circle Ethan was standing at. On his way, he picked up a dull sword from the nearby weapons rack. The weapons available during weapon training were dulled to make sure that no serious injuries were inflicted on the participants. John stepped into the sparring circle and stood 10 feet away from Ethan and raised his sword. Both participants held their swords in their right hands. John quickly took 2 steps forward, raised his sword, and slashed down at his opponent's head. Ethan raised his sword and met John's, successfully parrying the attack. Peng! While John's sword was still above his head from the parry, Ethan extended his arm in a counterattack and stabbed towards John's head. Turning his body, John easily dodged the oncoming sword, and with the handle of his sword struck Ethan's hand, causing him to drop his sword. John had won this set. The two stepped back 10 feet once more. Ethan charged forward, slightly angry at his loss just now. He raised his sword above his head with both hands and sliced downwards. John lazily stepped to the right and watched Ethan's sword strike the dirt. Ethan's head followed John as he moved to the side. He scrambled to regain balance and quickly followed up with a slash sideways, taking a step forward, following the momentum from his initial attack. John stepped back with one foot to widen his stance and raised his sword and successfully parried the attack. John noticed that Ethan's stance was narrow and unbalanced. John stepped forward and slashed towards Ethan's neck. Ethan turned to the right and awkwardly blocked the powerful attack. He was completely off balance. John followed up with a simple kick to the knee and Ethan collapsed. Ethan stood up, visibly angry at his continued losses. John and Ethan once more stood 10 feet apart and stared at each other for a few seconds. Suddenly, John dashed forward, swinging his sword from an awkward angle towards Ethan's head. Peng! Ethan raised his sword and met John's sword, successfully parrying the attack. John struck out again with his sword at a lower angle, causing Ethan to awkwardly parry his attack. Expecting this, John's right leg was already kicking forward at a low angle, targeting Ethan's legs. Not expecting the sudden follow-up from John, Ethan lost his balance as John's kick caused him to stumble slightly. This opening was all John needed, as he rushed forward to deliver the finishing blow. The flat of John's sword struck Ethan on the side of his head, sending him flying a few feet back and tumbling to the ground. "Og, bastard," yelled Ethan. Ethan stood up and stared at John, an enraged look on his face. All of a sudden, Ethan dashed towards John and punched at him with all his power. While Ethan didn't dare kill John, he felt like breaking a few bones wouldn't be too big of a problem. Gah! John and Ethan's fists collided, and Ethan was sent flying backwards, rolling head over heels a few times before finally coming to a stop 20 feet away. Everyone in the area immediately stopped their sparring and looked towards the scene that had just unfolded, a dumbstruck look on all their faces. Ethan struggled to stand up, but was unable to muster the strength to do so. A shocked elder Huron stood there for a few seconds before running over towards Ethan, popping a small green pill in his mouth after he arrived. "John, what just happened?" Ryan called out as he ran over towards John. John smiled wryly and replied, "Ethan suddenly attacked me at full power, so I had no choice but to respond in kind." "That's not what I'm talking about. Did you achieve body refinement?" asked Ryan, flabbergasted at John's reply. "Oh, yeah, I suddenly woke up this morning and found out that I was able to cultivate," John replied. He figured keeping the truth of what really happened was a smart idea, since his parents obviously didn't want the clan knowing about the sphere. "Wah, what, you woke up and could cultivate? How does that even make sense?" asked a stunned Ryan. "Your guess is as good as mine. I just woke up and was a body refinement cultivator," John replied. "How did you knock Ethan back, though? He's at the blood refinement stage already," Ryan followed up, the shocked look on his face still present. "Oh, I'm at the muscle refinement stage. I guess all those precious pills the clan has been feeding me over the past few years finally worked. That's the only thing I can think of as to why I went straight to muscle refinement," John replied sheepishly. Ryan looked at John as if he was a complete anomaly. Although John was now a muscle refinement cultivator, Ethan was one level higher at blood refinement. Normally, hopping levels was nearly impossible, and was something reserved only for the most gifted of geniuses. Ryan had no idea how to follow up on what John just said, so he stood there in silence for a few seconds. Gathering his composure, Ryan started laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha ha, well, whatever the reason, you're finally a cultivator. I knew the heavens wouldn't stay blind forever," Ryan exclaimed happily while slapping John on the back. He continued, "Come, John, let's spar. Let me test this new power of yours." "All right," replied John. The two of them started walking over to an empty section of the martial arena, when from behind them Elder Huron called out, "John, you're a cultivator now." "Yep," responded John. not providing any further clarification. Elder Huron was at a loss for words, before he eventually said, "Anyways, you didn't have to use so much power for that attack just now. I saw everything, so I know you're not the one at fault, but do remember to control your power in the future. These are your own clan members after all." "I understand, Elder Huron," replied John. John and Ryan then continued walking over to an empty section of the martial arena. Over to the side of the martial arena, Parker Fenix and a few of his friends watched the events unfold in front of them. "John can cultivate now," exclaimed one of the boys. "Even if he can, he's only a body refinement cultivator. He's already so far behind from all those missed years of cultivating. Trash will forever stay trash," another stated, looking towards Parker. Parker had an indifferent look on his face, as if everything that happened was of no concern to him, before turning back to his sparring partner and continuing his training. "Show me what you got," shouted Ryan, an excited look present on his face. John smiled at Ryan before dashing towards him. The sun was starting to set, casting brilliant orange hues over the martial arena as the two of them sparred intensely for several hours before collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. "Huff, huff. Although I limited my cultivation base to the blood refinement level, I still couldn't beat you," stated Ryan, gasping while catching his breath. "Huff, well, it's not like I won either. Don't worry, though, it won't be long until I catch up to your cultivation level, so you won't have to limit your power then," replied John with a grin on his face. "As if," retorted Ryan. They both caught their breaths before getting up from the ground and brushing the dust off their dirty robes. "Man, I'm famished," exclaimed John. He hadn't eaten in days, and his stomach was growling out in protest. "I'm going to go home to eat and wash up. I'll catch up with you tomorrow. Thanks for the spars," John said to Ryan. He said his goodbyes to Ryan and Elder Huron before heading back home. John arrived home and sat down to eat dinner with his family. Barden Fenix downed another glass of wine, swaying slightly as he turned to John. "I talked to my father about you. He agrees that this is a wondrous occasion worthy of a celebration. We will host a party in your honor soon and invite some nearby clans to join in on the festivities." John smiled happily as he downed another mouthful of golden ox stew. He chatted with his parents for some time before retiring to his bedroom. John washed up and put on a fresh robe before falling onto his bed, a smile lingering on his face as he fell asleep. Later that night, in another part of the clan leader Cade Fenix could be seen kneeling in front of a shadowed figure. "Barden informed me today that John is now able to cultivate. He apparently found the item a few days ago as well, and it's currently missing. What should we do?" asked Cade Fenix. "Nothing, for now. Let's observe John and see what happens. I hope that this turns out to be a great fortune for the clan, but if not, I'll handle it myself," responded the shadowed figure. "As you wish," responded Cade before quietly leaving the room. Chapter 7. Blood Refinement. The next morning, John woke up and stared at the ceiling, thinking about the previous day's events. Although he knew it was the truth, he still found it hard to believe that he could cultivate. John got up from his bed and walked over to his wardrobe, donning his favorite black robe. He then walked downstairs and found his mother in the kitchen making breakfast. "Oh, you're awake. I've made some breakfast, John. Sit and eat," his mother said as she saw John walk into the kitchen. John sat down at the kitchen table and started eating the eggs and bacon his mother had cooked for him. "I guess I'll head over to the medicinal pavilion today and get some blood refinement pills," thought John while eating his breakfast. The blood refinement realm required one to consume various medicinal pills used to stimulate the blood's potential. By drawing in the natural energy of the pills, the blood could be refined and purified, increasing its quality and potency. It was the last step in the body refinement realm, at which point one could tackle the mist creation realm. After finishing his breakfast, John bid his mother goodbye before heading out the door and towards the medicinal pavilion. He walked for 10 minutes before arriving in front of a grand building. The 6-sided medical pavilion stood 7 stories tall with dark red walls and gray eaves. The interior was decorated with carved beams and statues of various pill elders of the past. Each floor contained various medicinal pills and ingredients, with the rarity and price of the items increasing with each floor. John walked into the pavilion and looked around for a bit, before he was greeted by a middle-aged man with a friendly face. "Hello, young master. It's been a long time since I've seen you in here. What brings you here this time?" asked the man with a smile on his face. "Elder Barris, it's been a while. I'm here to get some blood invigoration pills," replied John. "Blood invigoration pills?" questioned Elder Barris. "Those are for muscle refinement cultivators looking to break through to blood refinement. What do you need these pills for?" "I broke through to muscle refinement recently, and I want to attack blood refinement," replied John. Although the elder didn't need to know the use for his pills, John felt no need to hide it from him. "You can cultivate now. When did that happen?" asked the shocked elder. "Recently," replied John with a slight smile on his face, but he elaborated no further. "See more. See more. See more. See more." The shocked look on Elder Barris' face slowly faded as he replied, "Well, that's fantastic news for the clan. I'll go gather the standard amount of pills each member uses to break through to blood refinement. Be right back," replied the elder before heading through a doorway in the back of the building. John started to wander around the first floor, looking at the various items available for purchase. Before long, John heard footsteps behind him and turned around. He saw Elder Barris return carrying a jar. Elder Barris handed the jar to John before saying, "5 blood refinement pills are inside. This should help you break through to the blood refinement realm." John thanked the elder as he took the jar, browsing the items around the pavilion a bit more before heading outside. John walked straight back home and into his bedroom before he sat down in a meditative position. John placed the jar in front of him and calmed his mind. After sitting these for a few minutes, John took out the first red pill and popped it into his mouth. As the pill dissolved in his stomach, John could feel his body heating up. His blood started rushing, and he felt the energy in his body start to increase. John quietly observed the changes in his body, and after a few minutes, the effect of the pill died down. Although it's the last stage in the body refinement realm, going from muscle refinement to blood refinement is the quickest of the body refinement realms. All I have to do is eat these 5 pills and stimulate my blood's potential, at which point I'll have reached blood refinement. John thought excitedly to himself as he grabbed the next pill and popped it into his mouth. Body refinement was split up into 5 stages: organ refinement, bone refinement, tendon refinement, muscle refinement, and finally blood refinement. From organ refinement to muscle refinement, one had to ingest medicinal pills and slowly infuse their essence into their body, a process which normally took months for each realm. Only blood refinement was able to be tacked in such a direct manner. John continued the same process for the remaining pills, and after all 5 pills were consumed, John expected to feel an increase of power as his blood was refined and purified. But after consuming the 5th pill, John felt no different than before, just slightly hotter from the pill's effects. "What the hell? Why didn't that work?" John thought as he tried to figure out how he had failed to advance. It was quite common logic that cultivators only needed 5 blood invigoration pills to advance to the blood refinement realm. There were some cases where cultivators needed more, but those were all cases where the cultivator had rare variant body types or powerful ancient bloodlines. John thought about the situation for some time, but couldn't seem to figure anything out. "Well, I guess I'll just go grab some more pills and hopefully that will solve it," John thought while getting up and leaving his bedroom. He walked back to the medicinal pavilion and found Elder Barris. "Elder Barris, can I have some more blood invigoration pills, please?" asked John. Elder Barris turned around and was surprised to see John back so soon. "What do you need more pills for, John?" asked Elder Barris. "I failed to advance to the blood refinement realm, and so I came back to get some more," responded John with a sheepish look on his face. "You failed? That's odd. Maybe the batch was defective. Anyways, give me 1 minute and I'll be back with another batch." replied Elder Barris as he walked towards the back of the building. Elder Barris returned a few minutes later with a new jar of pills and handed them to John. This jar has 10 pills, just in case. Once you're done, please come back and return any unused pills, Elder Barris said to John. John thanked the elder before walking back to his room. He closed the door and sat back down in his meditative position. After a few minutes of gathering himself, John popped a pill in his mouth. He felt his blood start rushing faster as his body heated up again. After a few minutes, the effect wore off and John returned back to normal. What the hell? Still nothing. I refuse to believe I can't break through, John thought to himself as he popped another pill in his mouth. An hour later, John looked helplessly at the empty jar in front of him, his cultivation still stuck in the muscle refinement realm. I refuse to believe this. I need more pills, John said as he stormed out of his bedroom, before running back towards the medicinal pavilion. Arriving in front of the building, John stormed inside and found Elder Barris cataloging some medicinal ingredients. I need more pills, John exclaimed to the elder as he walked closer. The surprised Elder Barris looked up to see John storming towards him, a look of displeasure all over his face. John, what's the meaning of this? Are you taking these pills and selling them? There's no way you took them all yourself and still haven't broken through, replied Elder Barris angrily. Why would I sell the pills? I already can buy whatever I want in the clan as long as I ask my father. I have no need to get money from the pills. I took all 15 pills you gave me and I'm still in the muscle refinement realm, John replied furiously. Elder Barris stared at John, at a loss for words. He was about to open his mouth when John spoke up. Just give me all the blood refinement pills you have. I'll return any of the unneeded ones. Do you have any idea how valuable these pills are? Although they're not that expensive, they're used to raise all the youths of our clan, replied Elder Barris, some visible anger on his face. Whatever the cost of the pills, my father will cover them. Please, just give me all the pills you have. I'll return any pills I don't end up using, John replied in an exasperated tone. Elder Barris stared at John for a few moments before sighing deeply. He turned around without a word and walked to the back of the building. A few minutes later, the elder returned with a large barrel and placed it in front of John. There are over 100 pills in this barrel. These are all the blood invigoration pills we have. Please just return whatever you don't use back to me as soon as possible, said Elder Barris with a defeated look on his face. John took a look at the barrel before saying, "Thank you, Elder. I promise to return the unused pills as soon as I'm finished." He excitedly collected the barrel before rushing off back to his room. Once more, John found himself in his room, a barrel of pills in front of him. It's got to work this time. I refuse to believe I'm stuck at muscle refinement, John thought to himself as he popped a pill in his mouth. Time ticked away as John popped pill after pill, the barrel getting emptier and emptier while John grew more and more frustrated. About to lose his wits, John popped the 60th pill into his mouth, when all of a sudden, boom! The sound of a muffled explosion escaped John's body as he suddenly coughed up mouthful after mouthful of black blood. The smell of the black blood assaulted John's nose, smelling like a rotting carcass. After a minute of throwing up black blood, John finally managed to stop and catch his breath. I finally succeeded. I finally broke through to the blood refinement realm, John said to himself, his face full of excitement. Chapter 8 Weapons Hall. The black blood in front of John was proof of his breakthrough into the blood refinement realm. When one successfully refined all their blood and stepped into the blood refinement realm, the impurities of the blood would be expelled, which was the black blood that John had just thrown up. John was now at the peak of the body refinement realm. He felt as if all this was too good to be true. Just a week ago, John was still unable to cultivate, but now he was ready to tackle the mist creation realm. John sat there for a few moments before picking up the barrel containing the remaining pills. I did promise Elder Barris that I would return the remaining pills once I'm done. I hope he doesn't get too mad at me for using so many pills, John thought as he strode out of his room with the barrel in his arms. Arriving back at the medicinal pavilion, John walked in and found Elder Barris still cataloging his medicinal ingredients. John walked over to the elder, but was unsure of what to say. Elder Barris looked up from his work and noticed John standing there, barrel in hand. He scanned John with his divine sense before smiling slightly. "Ah, I see you finally broke through to the blood refinement realm. I guess you really were using the pills after all. Tell me, how many did you use to break through?" asked the elder as he stood up and strode over to John. John didn't answer the elder, and instead just handed the barrel over to the elder, a wry smile on his face the entire time. Elder Barris received the barrel and looked inside. A shocked expression flashed across his face until it turned into slight anger. "John, what did you do with the other pills? Don't tell me you ate over 50 pills from this barrel. No one would believe such nonsense," said the elder with a raised voice. "I really did eat all those pills, Elder Barris. I don't know what else to tell you," John replied back, a sheepish look on his face. The elder carefully studied John, but saw no expressions from him that led the elder to believe John was lying. Elder Barris sighed before saying, "Maybe it was a defective batch, and so the potency was diminished. I'll just have to make another batch of pills for now." John thanked the elder for not getting too angry before he bid farewell and left the building. After exiting the medicinal pavilion, John noticed that it was pretty late and headed back towards his mansion. After greeting his parents and having dinner, John walked up the stairs to his bedroom and fell on his bed before falling asleep. The next morning, John went about his normal morning routine before heading out his front door. "What should I do today?" thought John. "I guess I'll go to the weapons hall and get another weapon. The sword I have now still works fine, but it will become too light and weak before long." John turned down the road to his right and walked towards the 1,000 Weapons Hall. The Weapons Hall was located across the street of the White Feather Martial Library, both in close proximity to the martial training ground. After walking for a few minutes, John arrived in front of the 1,000 Weapons Hall. The hall was named as such because there were approximately 1,000 different weapons that one could choose from. The weapons hall stood 5 stories tall and was made out of pure black stone, giving it quite an imposing feeling. 4K Waifu Madness Smiling Face with Horns. Fafos, Come Crown. Jerk Off With Me. Strip Chat. 4K Waifu Madness Smiling Face with Horns. Fafos, Come Crown. 4K Waifu Madness Smiling Face with Horns. Fafos, Come Crown. Each floor housed weapons for different cultivation levels, with body refinement grade weapons existing on the first floor, mist creation grade weapons on the second floor, chi condensation grade weapons on the third floor, and finally core formation grade weapons on the fourth floor. As for the fifth floor, only the clan leader and important elders knew what was up there. John observed the building for a few seconds before walking up the front stairs and entering the building. Looking around, John saw that the front entrance area was quite small, with only a desk in the middle and a doorway behind it. At the desk sat the elder of the clan that was in charge of the weapons hall. John walked forward towards the elder and called out, "Greetings, Elder Lawson." The elder looked up at John, slightly surprised to see him. "Greetings, John. This is the first time I've seen you in here, if I'm not mistaken," replied the elder. "Yep, this is my first time here. I'm here to get a weapon," replied John. He took out his sword from his storage ring and showed it to Elder Lawson. "This is the sword I've been using, but I need to upgrade as it'll soon become obsolete." The elder observed the sword for a few seconds before replying, "I heard today that you broke through and are now able to cultivate. Seems like the rumors are true." He grabbed the sword and quietly observed it before continuing, "I do suppose you'll be needing a more powerful weapon now that you can cultivate. Come with me. I'll take you to the body refinement weapons section. I can point out some good swords for you that are similar to this one in size and shape." The elder handed back the sword to John before turning around and heading to the lone door behind the desk, John following behind. Elder Lawson took out a set of keys before putting one into the door lock, turning the key it sideways to unlock it. Following the elder through the doorway, John observed the room in front of him with awe. The room in front of him was 100 feet long and 100 feet wide, and had hundreds of weapons of various types lining racks placed all around the room. The weapons were sorted by type, with each rack holding dozens of weapons. There was a staircase on the right side of the room, leading up to the floors above. "Here are all the weapons suitable for body refinement cultivators," Elder Lawson stated before continuing. "Swords of comparable size and shape to your current one are over there in the right corner of the room, although they're made of much better quality metals, providing more weight and power." John walked all around the room, perusing the different kinds of weapons that were available. Spears, halberds, maces, swords, greatswords, bows. Every type of weapon that John was familiar with was available to choose from. Due to his intense weapon skills training, John was proficient at almost all these weapon types. After glancing over the other weapons, John figured that none of them were as suitable for him as his greatsword, and walked over to the section that the elder pointed out. Arriving in front of the rack, John could see dozens of greatswords of all different shapes and colors. After observing the various swords for some time, John reached out to pick up one greatsword that he liked the most. It was dark blue, and the blade was almost 5 feet long and 6 inches wide at the hilt, eventually narrowing to a point at the tip of the blade. Grabbing the handle of the sword, John tried to casually pick it up to inspect it, but was surprised to find it a lot heavier than he was used to. This sword must weigh almost 100 pounds, thought John as he put his strength into picking up the sword. After struggling for a second, John steadied the sword in front of him. He started swinging the sword around, trying out the various movesets he had trained for greatswords, albeit with some difficulty. This sword is made from azurite iron ore, much heavier and stronger than regular iron ore. This is one of the best weapons on this floor in terms of quality, said Elder Lawson as he watched John swing it about. "I like it," replied John. "I think I'll go with this one." John studied the blade for a few more seconds, admiring its craftsmanship before storing it away in his spatial ring. John and the elder started walking back towards the front door, at which point a bashful look appeared on John's face. "Elder Lawson, do you think I could go up to the next floor and take a look at the Mist Creation grade weapons?" asked John. Elder Lawson turned around and looked at John's bashful expression before replying, "That's against the rules." A dejected look appeared on John's face before it was quickly replaced with delight. "But I've never been one to follow rules anyways," replied Elder Lawson before turning around and walking towards the staircase. John followed the elder up the staircase before eventually arriving at the second floor. The second floor was quite similar to the first, with dozens of weapon racks housing weapons of all kinds. John walked forward and started inspecting each weapon rack. The quality and aura of these weapons are much more profound than the weapons on the first floor, thought John. John eventually came to the greatsword section and started looking at all the swords present. Like before, there were swords of all sizes and shapes, with various colors present as well. John reached out and grabbed one of the swords, putting his might into picking it up after his lesson on the first floor. "Gah, this is heavy," John struggled to say through gritted teeth as he picked the sword up, managing to raise it to waist level. "Well, of course it is," stated Elder Lawson. "This greatsword is 200 pounds and is meant for cultivators in the Mist Creation realm. You're still only in the body refinement realm. The fact that you can pick it up at all is already astonishing." John struggled for a few more seconds before running out of energy and dropping the sword. Thud. The sword collided with the black stone floor, sparks flying everywhere. "Ah, sorry," John exclaimed as he reached out to pick up the sword and put it back in place. As he was reaching out, John yelled out slightly in shock as the sword started floating in front of him before gently settling down on the weapons rack. He turned around to see Elder Lawson moving his hands slightly while smiling. "Don't worry about it. Both the sword and the floor are sturdy enough to not get damaged from that," replied the elder. John looked towards the elder but said nothing. According to what he knew about cultivation, cultivators at the chi condensation realm and above were able to use their control over chi to move items without touching them. In the Fenix clan, in order to become an elder, one had to have a cultivation level of at least the early core formation realm. "Thank you for showing me the second weapons floor," said John. He started following the elder back towards the staircase, his eyes still lingering on the weapons in the room. All of a sudden, John stopped, staring at a section of the weapons floor that he hadn't noticed before. John turned around and started walking, before eventually arriving in front of a lone weapon rack in the far corner of the room. Elder Lawson was surprised at John's sudden actions, before he too turned around and walked to where John was standing. John stood there for quite some time before he reached out towards the weapon. Chapter 9, Scythe. This weapon is quite special. Although it's made from the highest quality material when compared to any other weapon on this floor, it's been sitting here for several hundred years without anyone choosing it. John reached out to the lone weapon, his fingers grazing across the pitch-black handle. His fingers traced upwards to the sharp, curving blade, which cut him upon contact. "Ouch!" exclaimed John. He hadn't expected the weapon to be so sharp. Just slightly running his fingers across the blade drew blood. He could only imagine what would happen when someone was struck by this weapon at full force. It truly was a waste for this weapon to be made. Profound dark crimsonite ore is actually quite rare and is normally used to make core formation grade weapons. I have never understood why someone made this weapon using this rare material at only this level. "This material is suitable for core formation level weapons," exclaimed Elder Lawson. The weapon in front of John and the elder was a black scythe with red hues scattered throughout the weapon. The slender handle of the scythe stretched 6 feet, with a 3-foot curving blade at the end. A sharp 3-pronged backside on the opposite side of the scythe blade, as well as a sharp spear-like protrusion at the top of the blade stuck out, making the weapon look quite formidable. "Why has no one selected this weapon before?" asked John. Based on what he could see before him, the weapon was quite remarkable for a mist creation grade weapon. "It's pretty simple. The first issue with the weapon is that it's a scythe. As I'm sure you know, almost no one uses a scythe, as it's quite an awkward weapon to use. Becoming proficient with a scythe is much harder than becoming proficient with, say, a sword or a spear. The second point is related to the material used to make the weapon. Scythe's wielders are known for their speed and nimbleness on the battlefield. While this weapon is too heavy for any mist creation realm cultivator to use properly, Elder Lawson explained. After staring at the weapon for a few seconds, Elder Lawson continued, "That's why I mentioned the waste of good materials on this weapon." The elder shook his head and sighed at the thought of wasted materials. John studied the weapon for a bit before grabbing the handle. Breathing in deeply, John put all his might into picking up the weapon. 4K Waifu Madness Smiling Face with Horns. Fathos, come crown. 4K Waifu Madness Smiling Face with Horns. Fathos, come crown. 4K Waifu Madness Smiling Face with Horns. Fathos, come crown. 4K Waifu Madness Smiling Face with Horns. Fathos, come crown. Slowly, inch by inch, the weapon rose off the weapon's rack. "I don't believe I can't pick you up," grunted John through gritted teeth. After 15 seconds of struggling to raise the weapon, John finally managed to get it to waist height before losing his grip on the weapon. Peng! The weapon made a deafening sound as it collided with the dark stone floor. Elder Lawson sighed as he gestured to the scythe, making it float back into its original position. "As I was saying, the weapon really doesn't make any sense, and therefore no one has selected it as long as I can remember. It's already incredibly impressive that you can lift this weapon at all in the blood refinement realm." John stared at the weapon for quite some time. For some inexplicable reason, from the second he laid eyes on the scythe, he was drawn over to it. It wasn't this scythe in particular, but more of a general sense of familiarity when he saw the scythe. Although John had trained scythe arts during his weapons training programs, he had never felt any affinity towards the weapon, finding it quite cumbersome instead. Now, however, John felt a peculiar familiarity that he couldn't describe. "Elder Lawson, is it okay if I take this weapon?" asked John. He didn't know why, but John wanted this weapon. "Well, normally body refiners are not allowed to select mist creation grade weapons. But since this weapon hasn't been selected for hundreds of years, I suppose I can make an exception," replied the elder. Thank you, John graciously thanked the elder before turning back towards the weapon. He brushed his fingers along the handle and blade a few more times before storing the weapon in his storage ring. I now have 2 weapons that I can use. The greatsword should be useful in the near term, while the scythe should become useful once I break through to mist creation. John followed the elder back downstairs, thanking the elder once more before leaving the building. I've trained scythe techniques in the past, but I'm not as proficient at scythes as I am most other weapons. I wonder if the White Feather Martial Library has any more books on fundamental scythe techniques. I've already browsed through the first 2.5 floors, but I don't remember seeing much on scythes there, thought John while he walked towards the Martial Library. Arriving at the library a few minutes later, John entered the building and walked to the main receptionist. Excuse me, do you know if this library has any book regarding scythe techniques and fundamentals? Asked John as he approached the main lobby receptionist. The man looked up from his desk and responded on the 4th floor in the weapons section. There is one book regarding scythe fundamentals. Thank you, replied John as he strode towards the staircase leading to the higher floors. After climbing the stairs, John arrived on the 4th floor and walked to the weapons section. Finding the right aisle, John perused the books for several minutes before finding what he wanted. Ah, here it is, John said as he read the cover, Fundamental Scythe Techniques and Stances. Taking the book off the shelf, John proceeded to the 4th floor balcony overlooking the martial training area and sat down. Opening the book to the first page, John started to read the contents contained inside. The fundamentals of the scythe are simple yet complex. The essence of scythe combat is sharpness and fluidity, agility and power, speed and decisiveness. While other weapons rely on powerful arts and grand inheritances, the scythe focuses on one thing, reaping lives. John raised his eyebrows at the initial description of scythe combat before continuing to read the rest of the book. The book covered everything from basic stances to complex attack trajectories. Engrossed in the content before him, John once again lost track of time. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a light glow on the surroundings before John came to his wits and realized the time. Stretching his aching legs, John stood up and strode back into the library, returning the book to its original location. After arriving home, John ate some dinner with his family before going to his room and climbing into bed. Tomorrow, I'll go back into the forest to truly test out my new strength, thought John as he slowly fell asleep. John found himself once again floating out in the void, but unlike the void at the palace, there was no mist to block his vision. In every direction, John could see stars shimmering in the endless distance. In the void thousands of miles away, John could barely make out 2 figures floating there, staring at each other. Although no features of either of them were discernible, John was sure that there were 2 figures floating there in the blackness. All of a sudden, an explosion beyond description filled the void, radiating outwards from where the 2 figures were floating. John watched as space collapsed and disintegrated as the explosion annihilated all in its path, including John himself. Chapter 10. Wolf Hunt. Ah, John screamed out as he woke up, hastily sitting up in his bed while panting. John took a few seconds to analyze his surroundings before he realized he was still in his bed at home. That was just a dream. It felt so lifelike, though, like what I was dreaming about was actually happening. John sat there for a few minutes replaying the dream he just had. Well, it must have been a dream. There's no way an explosion like that could ever exist. It seemed as if the entire universe would be destroyed by something like that, thought John as he climbed out of bed. John went and washed himself clean before walking to his wardrobe, donning his favorite black robe. Good thing I had Mother get me a bunch of these black robes. Otherwise, I would run out pretty quickly, thought John as he put the robe on. After getting ready to tackle the day, John walked downstairs and had breakfast with his family. What are you going to do today, John? Asked Rachel Fenix while looking at her son devouring his food, a slight smile on her face. John swallowed the food that was in his mouth before replying, I'll probably just go to the library again today and maybe the training area. I just got some new weapons, so I need to go test them out. Oh, is that so? Well, do be careful while sparing. Also remember that tonight is the night the clan is throwing your celebration party. Do be home before dark so you can freshen up and make it to the party on time," replied Rachel Fenix before taking a sip of water. John had completely forgotten about it with all that was going on, but he did now remember that tonight was the night of the celebration. John finished his breakfast and thanked his mother before heading out the front door. After walking for a few minutes towards the martial training area, John looked over his shoulder for a few seconds. Seeing that no one was following him, John turned around and headed towards the clan gate. After walking for some time, John arrived at the Fenix clan front gate. He greeted the 2 guards that were stationed at the gate before walking through. "More forest hunting today, John?" asked one of the guards. "Yep, don't tell anyone though," replied John with a coy smile, before passing through the clan gate and walking down the wide road leading away from it. The Skycleave mountain range spanned for thousands of miles, with the Skycleave forest at the base of the mountain range spanning for thousands of miles in each direction itself. The Fenix clan was situated at the base of one of the Skycleave mountains and had cleared out quite an expanse around the clan grounds. The road leading out from the Fenix clan eventually branched off in multiple directions, leading to different clans and kingdoms. However, each road cut through the Skycleave forest, making it quite a dangerous journey to undertake without appropriate protection. John kept walking for about an hour before he came to a branch in the road. By this point, John was quite deep in the Skycleave forest, with body refinement level beasts visible everywhere. "This is around the same spot as last time," John thought to himself as he turned off the road and started to walk deeper into the forest on the side of the road. John walked for several minutes before hearing a loud howl. 4K Waifu Madness Smiling Face with Horns. Pfaffhaus, come crown. 4K Waifu Madness Smiling Face with Horns. Pfaffhaus, come crown. 4K Waifu Madness Smiling Face with Horns. Pfaffhaus, come crown. 4K Waifu Madness Smiling Face with Horns. Pfaffhaus, come crown. Awu. A mighty wolf's howl echoed throughout the forest, at which point many similar howls were heard responding to the first howl. A smile crept upon John's face as he started walking towards the source of the howls. A few minutes later, John walked through the tree line and into an open clearing in the forest, at which point he saw around a dozen earth wolves laying around lazily in the hot sun. "I hope you guys haven't missed me too much. Our meeting last time got interrupted, but this time it'll be just you and me," John called out as he started walking towards the pack. Surprised by the sudden intruder, the wolves hastily stood up before growling at the newcomer. Although the wolves recognized the boy as the one they were hunting not long ago, there was a different air about him that made them feel danger. John took out his body refinement grade greatsword from his storage ring and held it at his side. He stared at the wolves for a few seconds before pushing off the ground and dashing forward as fast as he could. Before the wolves could react, John was in front of one of them, his greatsword slashing down. The wolf raised its giant paw to parry the sword, but was unable to stop the sword as it cut directly through the paw before continuing down towards the wolf's head. Bang! The sound of metal meeting bone rang out as John's sword passed straight through the skull of the wolf. John quickly steadied himself and spun around, his sword whistling sideways as he struck out with all his power to the 3 wolves attacking him from behind. The sound of metal cutting through flesh and bone continuously rang out as John bisected all 3 wolves with a single attack. The wolves could hardly believe what happened before they collapsed to the ground, dead. The other 8 wolves had been getting into position to follow up on the attacks of the previous 3, but completely abandoned the thought as they saw their 3 members felled with 1 attack. The wolves hesitated for only an instant before turning around and fleeing as fast as they could. "Oh no, you don't," John shouted out loud as he started to give chase. It took quite some time before John caught up to the first one, bringing his sword down on the wolf and piercing its skull. This momentary attack was all the other wolves needed to put some distance between John and themselves. John hastily removed his sword from the dead wolf before continuing his chase. Weaving between trees and jumping over boulders, John chased after the remaining wolves, traveling deeper and deeper into the skycleaf forest. Despite running with all his might, John was only able to slightly close the gap after several minutes of running. After John kept up his chase for almost 15 minutes, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and watched the wolves run off into the distance. In front of him, John could see dozens of trees to either side of him painted with red markings. These markings were painted by the Fenix clan elders and signified that beyond this point was the area that mist creation level beasts started to appear. Although John might manage to avoid running into mist creation level beasts, he knew the risk was not worth it. Well, I guess that's where today's hunt of the Earth Wolves ends. I did manage to bring down 5 of the wolves, so it wasn't a complete waste of time. I should look around the area for more powerful body refinement level beasts to fully test my strength, as those wolves were only comparable to tendon refinement cultivators at best. John stored his sword in his storage ring and turned around. He walked away for a few minutes from the red-painted trees before stopping and looking around the area. Not seeing any beasts in the area, John turned to his side and started walking in parallel with the red-lined trees, although quite a distance away from them. After walking for several minutes, John came to a halt as he squinted his eyes. 100 feet before him, on top of a massive felled tree, slept a large lizard. An ironhide lizard, John quietly muttered as he observed the beast. The lizard was 8 feet from head to tail and stood about 4 feet tall. It had a dark brown hide with small spikes jutting out of its spine. As their name might suggest, ironhide lizards were known for their strong hides. Among all body refinement level beasts, ironhide lizards boasted one of the strongest defenses, while having powerful attacks comparable to that of a blood refinement cultivator. They were a beast that almost all body refinement cultivators avoided. John took out his greatsword from his storage ring and observed the lizard for some time, before quietly moving closer to the lizard. When John was about 15 feet away from the ironhide lizard, the beast slowly opened its eyes and spotted John. Hiss! The lizard screeched out as it saw John rapidly approaching it. John swung his greatsword out with all his might before the lizard could fully react, leaving a deep but non-fatal wound on its back. Wow, its hide is even stronger than I expected. No wonder most body refinement cultivators avoid fighting this beast, thought John as he quickly dashed backwards, narrowly avoiding the lizard's tail as it whipped it towards him. John dashed back towards the lizard, slashing out with his sword when he could find openings and blocking the fast tail attacks of the lizard. The speed of the lizard's tail surprised John. He made a mental note of the speed and trajectory of the tail before his next attack. The two faced each other for a brief moment before either of them moved. John moved towards the beast with his sword at a low, ready position in front of him, prepared to block any tail or claw attacks. Knowing that he would need to create an opening to deal a fatal blow to the creature, John planned to evade or parry the next attack from the beast in order to find an opportunity to strike where the defenses of the lizard were the weakest. The lizard shifted to the left away from the fallen tree and slammed its tail on the ground, throwing up the dirt and grass. John's visibility was cut in half. He could clearly see the lizard in front of him, but could no longer see its tail. He knew this was when the creature would strike. John immediately swung his sword overhead towards the lizard's eyes. The lizard reacted exactly how John intended. The beast raised its left claw in an attempt to block the overhead attack. At the same time, it whipped its tail around towards John. John's attack was a feint, however. Once he saw the lizard react, he let the handle of the sword go for half a second so that the blade would continue its arc and be facing downwards with the handle upwards. He grasped the handle and quickly plunged his sword into the ground beneath him, with the edge facing the direction of the tail. The tail came flying towards John from beyond his vision and struck the sword that John had placed in the ground, cutting off part of the tail. The lizard shrieked in pain, pulling its tail back behind its body, leaving a trail of thick blood behind it. The fight kept on going for a while before both John and the lizard separated. John was breathing heavily as he tried to catch his breath, but other than fatigue, John was unscathed. The lizard, on the other hand, was covered with dozens of deep wounds, blood dyeing its brown scales red. "Time to finish this," said John as he quickly dashed towards the ironhide lizard. Although wounded, the lizard turned around and whipped its tail towards John. However, the lizard had clearly forgotten that half its tail was missing. Its attack fell short of John, at which point he dashed forward and plunged his sword straight into the eye of the lizard. Spurt! John's greatsword plunged deeply into the eye of the lizard, before eventually coming to a stop when all but the hilt and handle of the sword was visible. The lizard twitched for a few moments before lifelessly slumping to the ground. "Phew," John exhaled as he struggled to catch his breath. That was quite a fight. This beast definitely deserved its reputation. I can see why most blood refinement cultivators would avoid fighting it. Without my weapon skills, that would have been quite a hard fight. Smiling happily at the scene of his victory, John placed the lizard carcass in his storage ring before muttering, "This lizard just barely fits in this ring's spatial dimension. I'll need to get a better ring if I'm to start doing this more often." John looked up at the sky before noticing it was starting to get darker, at which point he turned around and walked back towards the main road. "I should head home since it's going to be dark soon. Don't want to be caught out in this forest at night." After walking for a few minutes, an uneasy feeling assaulted John's senses. At first he thought it was his imagination, but as he kept walking, the feeling of unease grew stronger and stronger. Trusting his instincts, John stopped and quickly turned around, his face turning white as he stared ahead. Chapter 11, dark-spotted panther about 100 yards back and perched up high on a tree branch. John could see a beast staring straight at him. John started breathing heavily as he thought, a dark-spotted panther. What the fuck is a mist creation level beast doing this far past the red-marked tree line? John stared at the beast, quickly trying to think of what he could do in this situation. Whatever the reason, I can't fight that thing, even if it is only at the early mist creation level. Dark-spotted panthers were one of the numerous beasts that inhabited Skycleave Forest. Their power usually peaked at the early mist creation level, and were known for their great speed and sharp, deadly attacks. The panther was 7 feet long and 4 feet tall, with dark spots all over its otherwise white fur. John immediately turned and began to run as fast as he could, trying to get back to the road before the beast could catch him. Although the road was not a safe haven, there were often carriages traveling back and forth, and were usually escorted by powerful cultivators. As long as he could get back to the road, John figured he would have a chance at survival. The panther realized that it had been spotted and quickly gave chase after its prey, darting from tree branch to tree branch as it closed the distance between itself and John. After running through the dense forest for a few minutes, John looked over his shoulder and realized that the panther was almost upon him, about to attack. "Fuck, how is it so fast?" yelled John as he took out his greatsword and twisted his body, his sword barely being raised in time. Peng! The panther's claw collided with John's hastily raised sword. 4K waifu madness smiling face with horns. Pfaffhaus, cum crown. 4K waifu madness smiling face with horns. Pfaffhaus, cum crown. 4K waifu madness smiling face with horns. Pfaffhaus, cum crown. 4K waifu madness smiling face with horns. Pfaffhaus, cum crown. Gah! John yelled out in pain as he was sent flying backwards like a broken kite. John crashed into the ground and tumbled a few times before coming to a stop. He felt like his body was on the verge of collapse after taking that attack head-on. After struggling to stand up for a second, John realized that this was no time for complaining and quickly turned around again to flee. The panther had expected that attack to kill John, and so had been in no rush to follow up with another attack. Seeing its prey stand and flee, the panther became enraged as it started its pursuit again. After a few more minutes of chasing, the panther once again caught up to John and lashed out, this time using even more power. John looked over his shoulder and saw the panther rapidly approaching, its claws swinging forward about to strike him. With his previous defeat still fresh in his mind, John knew that he was no match for this dark-spotted panther and could not block its attack head-on. Right as the panther's claw was about to hit his shoulder, John twisted his upper body and watched the panther's attack barely miss his chest by an inch. Seizing the only opportunity that he just created, John was already swinging his sword as hard as he could at the ribs of the beast. Clang! A loud sound rang out as the panther was sent flying into a nearby tree. The tree broke at the point of impact and slowly tipped over as the panther was knocked straight through the tree. John knew that this victory was only temporary as he turned around once again and kept running. The panther slowly appeared on the other side of the broken tree stump, its rage completely evident. A small inch-deep cut was now visible on its hide where John had struck it, but other than that, there was no significant damage. What should have been an easy hunt had turned into one filled with non-stop frustrations for the panther. The panther spotted John running off in the distance before it too once again chased after John. John was panting heavily as he mustered all his energy into his legs, running as fast as his body would allow. Although he had struck the beast head-on, he knew that a mist creation-level beast would not be too troubled by the attack he had just made. Looking back over to confirm his suspicions, John saw the panther darting back and forth from tree branch to tree branch still in pursuit. I need to think of something. I can't outrun this thing and I can't keep running forever, John thought as he desperately tried to think of something to get out of this lethal situation. As John was desperately trying to come up with something, the panther had once again caught up with him. Deep in thought from trying to think of a plan, John was a step late to notice that the panther had fully caught up and its attack was about to reach him. With no time to dodge this time, John hastily raised his sword and put all his power into blocking the attack. Pang! The sound of claw on steel rang out as John was sent flying backwards, rolling over and over until finally coming to rest in a clearing. Cough, cough. John continuously coughed out blood as the force of that attack had nearly taken his life. He felt as if his arms were about to break and had almost no strength left in his body. John raised his head with difficulty to see the panther rushing towards him from a distance. So this is how I die, thought John as he struggled to stand up. He figured if he was going to die, he might as well die on his feet fighting, even if the fight was futile. Despite his heroic intentions, John barely managed to get to his feet, his body propped up against his sword. John stared at the approaching beast and did his best to raise his sword once more. Just as the dark-spotted panther was about to reach him, John felt his blood begin to rush and his body begin to heat up. Although John had no idea what was happening, a surge of energy, beyond anything he had felt before, rushed through his body. He gripped his sword tightly and was prepared to swing it down with all his strength as soon as the panther came into range. Chi! A sharp sword light appeared from behind John and flew towards the dark-spotted panther. The panther noticed the light and moved to block it with its claw, but was immediately bisected into two parts as the sword light cut clean through the panther. The two halves of the panther fell lifelessly to the ground, tumbling over a few times from the remaining momentum it had. Wah! What just happened, thought John as he watched the panther die right in front of him. Just now, he had been prepared to make his last stand against the panther, when all of a sudden it was cleaved in half. John turned around to find himself in the middle of the road he had been on earlier in the day. When he was struck by the panther, John remembered being knocked out of the forest and into a clearing, but during the high-pressure situation, he hadn't been able to take a good look at his surroundings. He looked up towards where the sword light came from and was shocked to find a group of people he was quite familiar with. In front of John was the Varus clan, which were on their way towards the Fenix clan for the party. Miko was at the front of the group with his sword raised, looking around for any more would-be attackers. There were several carriages behind Miko, all being pulled by powerful chi condensation beasts, and dozens of guards surrounding the carriage perimeter. John, asked Miko in confusion as he put away his sword and ran towards John. John felt a wave of numbness and fatigue wash over him as he collapsed, falling to the floor unconscious. Chapter 12. Desire to leave the slight shaking of the carriage stirred John from his deep slumber. Slowly opening his eyes, John looked around his enclosed scenery in confusion. Where am I? Wasn't I just out in the forest? The dark spotted panther. Wait, I remember it dying before me. John's thoughts were a mess as he tried to remember what exactly happened before he passed out. Ah, John, you're awake. A voice beside John stirred him out of his thoughts. John looked to his side to see various people inside the carriage with him, namely Waylon Varus, Miko Varus, and Ella Varus. Uncle Waylon, what happened? Why am I here? Asked John. We were on the way to the Fenix clan's celebrations. Celebrations in your honor, I might add, when we saw you flying out of the forest half dead. Luckily, Miko managed to kill the beast before it landed its final blow on you, replied Waylon Varus, pausing briefly before continuing. John, what exactly happened? Why were you out alone in the forest, and why were you fighting a dark spotted panther? Ah, now I remember. Right before I passed out, I felt that surge of energy before that sword light from behind me killed the panther, thought John as the final scenes before he passed out became clear to him. Thinking of Waylon's question, John replied, I was out in the forest hunting earth wolves. For some reason, the dark spotted panther was near the road and started hunting me. I fled as fast as I could, just barely managing to make it back to the road. Thankfully, you were there. John thought about it for a second, but decided to keep the part about the surging energy a secret. For some reason, he believed that in that final moment against that panther, he would have been fine. We're all relieved that you are safe. Thankfully, I had a few extra life spirit healing pills on me, otherwise you would have had half a foot in the grave, said Waylon Varus. John quickly analyzed his body and realized it was in much better condition than when he had fainted. Otherwise, he would have needed to rest and recuperate for weeks at the minimum. Thank you, Uncle Waylon, John responded. Of course. However, I'm sure this venture of yours was not approved by your parents, otherwise you would have had some guards to protect you. Am I wrong? Asked Waylon with a questioning tone. John could only wryly smile at the question. His expression revealed the answer to Waylon, at which point Waylon Varus continued, I'll cover for you this once, but don't go out and try something like this again. Understand? Thank you, Uncle Waylon. I understand, replied John. Keeping this a secret from his mother would definitely save him a big headache of having to deal with that fallout. The Varus entourage continued on towards the Fenix clan, before eventually arriving before the Fenix clan gate. The Varus clan has arrived, shouted one of the Varus clan guards. Several Fenix clan guards came out to greet the Varus clan, before escorting them to the Fenix clan festive hall. The entire ride back, Miko was asking John various questions, including what John was doing in the forest and how he had survived the attacks of the panther. John gave short one-sentence answers while his mind was elsewhere. That panther almost killed me several times today, and were it not for the Varus clan coincidentally being there at the right time, I might have died. Even if that surge of power I felt saved me, I was still half dead at that moment, thought John. 4K waifu madness smiling face with horns. Fafos, come crown. 4K waifu madness smiling face with horns. Fafos, come crown. 4K waifu madness smiling face with horns. Fafos, come crown. 4K waifu madness smiling face with horns. Fafos, come crown. That panther that I struggled so hard against, the one I could barely scratch with my full power, was effortlessly killed by Miko in a single stroke of his sword. I'm weak. Far too weak. He kept thinking about that sword light that killed the panther so easily. Despite Miko being only 11 years old, he was far stronger than John at the moment. John didn't even know Miko was capable of such an attack, but the attack truly showed him the difference between body refinement cultivators and mist creation cultivators. After traveling a bit towards the festivity hall, John thought for a moment before saying, Uncle Waylon, I'll get out here and head home to wash and put on a new robe. This one is quite torn up. Yes, you're right. We'll see you at the celebration. Don't be late again, responded Waylon before opening the carriage door. John walked for several minutes before arriving in front of his house. He quietly checked the interior before proceeding. Noticing that both his parents were not home, John scurried up to his room to wash himself clean and put on a fresh robe. "Ah, much better," said John as he put on the new robe. After looking at himself for a few seconds in the mirror, John strode out of his bedroom and down the main staircase, before leaving his mansion through the front door. Turning down the road in front of his mansion, John walked towards the celebration hall, arriving a few minutes later. He stopped for a few seconds to take in the sight of the majestic hall, before proceeding through the front door. "Ah, John, you're finally here," called out John Fenix as he saw his son enter the building. He continued, "Now that you're here, we can start the festivities." Cade Fenix, standing a few feet to Barden's side, nodded his head before loudly calling out, "Friends, family. We are all here to celebrate John's newfound ability to start his cultivation journey. Many of us thought this day would never come, but I suppose the heavens really aren't blind after all." To John. To John, everyone in the hall shouted out happily before downing the drink in their hands. John sheepishly rubbed the back of his head before walking towards the table his family was located at. The celebrations continued late into the night as wine was drank, food was eaten, and good times were had. The attending clan members and invited guests partied for some time before eventually retiring for the night and heading back to their respective clans. John and his parents eventually decided to call it a night as well and retired back to their mansion. After several minutes of walking, they all arrived at their house and walked through the front door. John bid his parents good night before retiring to bed. He crashed on his bed and thought about the harrowing events of the day. "I have to get stronger," thought John as he quietly drifted to sleep. The next morning, John washed up and put on a fresh robe before heading out. With his newfound passion for getting stronger, John visited the martial training arena from sunup to sundown. Every night he would come home battered and bruised, but content that he had done all he could to raise his combat power as fast as possible. Every night after arriving home, John would meditate for hours on end, trying to feel the chi in the air and direct it into his body. For most, this was a long and arduous journey, with most cultivators taking half a year or more to be able to fully condense their mist creation danshin. Laying in bed a few nights after the events with the dark-spotted panther, John stared at the ceiling. "I'm still not strong enough, and my strength is rising too slowly right now. Although I am getting stronger, I'll still be far too weak to participate in the pocket realm by the time it comes around." While cultivating and sparring within the clan grounds was helping John steadily improve, he knew it was still quite some time before he broke through to mist creation, let alone get strong enough to participate in the pocket realm. "When I was fighting with the ironhide lizard and even the dark-spotted panther, I could feel my comprehension and abilities rising at a pace I haven't felt since. Perhaps putting my life on the line is much more beneficial when it comes to cultivation and grasping the essence of the techniques I've learned," thought John while staring blankly into his bedroom ceiling. "Also, I still don't know what that strange energy that welled up inside me was. It seemed to surge when I was on the cusp of death, although I can't be too certain if that's what caused it. Regardless of the reasons, I must find out more about it." John thought about everything that had happened for quite some time, before a determined look flashed across his face as he fell asleep. The next morning, after getting prepared for the day, John strode out of his room and went to go find his parents. Finding them both in the living room, John paused for a few seconds before walking in and saying, "Mom, Dad, I have something I want to talk to both of you about." His parents turned to look at him, at which point they noticed the serious expression on his face. "Let me go grab some tea. I'll be right back," said Rachel Fenix as she got up off the couch and walked towards the kitchen. John walked over and sat on the couch opposite his father. Rachel Fenix returned a few minutes later with the hot tea, pouring tea for everyone before sitting down herself. Sitting there in silence for quite some time, John was thinking about how he wanted to word his next statement. "Mom, Dad, I think I'm going to leave the clan for a while and explore the surrounding world on my own," stated John, as he stared deeply into the living room fireplace in front of him, the fire crackling energetically. What are you talking about, John? Why would you need to leave the clan? Responded his mother, perplexed at what he was saying. Barden Fenix looked at John with a straight face, not saying anything. For my entire life, I haven't been able to cultivate. The feeling of watching everyone around me soar to heights I can only dream of while I stay powerlessly grounded is a feeling I never want to experience again. And now, with the pocket realm opening in less than a year, everyone is doing their best to be prepared for it, and I'm still stuck in the body refinement realm. John breathed deeply before continuing. While I am immensely thankful that I am now able to cultivate, that feeling of powerlessness hasn't left me. In fact, it's growing even stronger. I don't want to be a disappointment to myself, and I don't want to be a disappointment to both of you. John, never once have we considered you a disappointment. You are the greatest blessing in both of our lives, responded Rachel Fenix. She was about to stand up and hug John before Barden Fenix put a hand on her shoulder, gesturing to let John finish talking. He took another deep breath before continuing. I know that, and I know I can never repay what both of you have done for me. Still, this gnawing feeling inside of me won't stop. My greatest desire right now is to advance my strength as much as possible, even if it means putting my life on the line. While staying in the clan is a surefire way of raising my strength, it won't be enough by the time the pocket realm comes around. Only through drastic measures will I be able to improve to a sufficient level within a year. While John mentioned the pocket realm as a reason for his desire to increase his strength, he decided to keep the secret about that energy that he felt inside of him to himself. He surmised that most likely, only through extreme measures would he come to learn the truth about that power. Rachel Fenix was at a loss for words, while she tried to think of something to say to John to persuade him off this path. Sigh. A deep sigh filled the room as Barden Fenix looked towards his son, a complicated look of both pride and sadness filling his eyes. Rachel, there's no reason to try to convince John otherwise. I can see that he's made up his mind on this matter, stated Barden. Despite Rachel's protests, Barden managed to convince her that there was no changing John's mind. Barden looked at his son for a few seconds before saying, Son, if this is the path you want to take, then I support it. Barden Fenix then stood up and gestured towards John to follow him. But before you head out, I want to teach you a few things regarding cultivation. John nodded his head resolutely before hugging his mother one more time, at which point he turned and followed his father, a determined look visible on his face. Chapter 13. Essence of Cultivation. John followed his father out the backyard and to the small martial training area that his house had there. It was quite smaller than the main training areas of the clan, but was quite suitable for 2 people to train. The training area was a round raised platform that was 40 feet in diameter. A small walkway circled around the training platform. A small stream surrounded the walkway, with flowers and medical plants of all sorts growing on the banks of the stream. Barden walked up onto the raised platform and walked to the center, before calmly sitting down in a meditative position. John followed his father's lead and sat opposite him, mimicking his seated posture. Breathing in and out deeply a few times, Barden sat there for quite some time before speaking out to John. Have you been successful in feeling the chi in the air during your meditations? John, who was breathing in and out deeply in a similar manner as his father, stopped for a second before responding. I don't know. I've only been in the blood refinement realm for a week or so now. When I sit down to cultivate, I think I feel something, but I can't be sure. Sometimes I'll fall into a trance and realize my skin will start to tingle, like something is crawling over it, but other than that I haven't really felt anything. Barden looked at his son, a slight smile on his face as he responded. That tingle you're feeling is the surrounding chi responding to you, almost like a summoning. Although you yourself weren't aware of it, that's the first sign that you've begun to feel the chi in the air. Most people take a few months to get to that stage, so you feeling the chi only a week in is a very good thing. Barden paused for a while before continuing. Your summoning of chi draws it to you, but you were unsure of what to do next, and that's why it felt like a tingle. You brought the chi to your body, but then it just danced along your skin as it had nowhere else to go. The next step once you learn to summon the surrounding natural qi is to draw it into your body, through your meridians, and into the area that your danshin will form. This step will also take a bit of time as you learn which parts of your body allow for this transfer of qi from your skin to your danshin. But if you keep trying at it, you'll get the hang of it before long. Once you learn to draw qi into your body, you must guide it to the exact location your danshin will form. This location is 3 fingers below your navel and 2 fingers back. After repeating this process continuously, the qi you have collected there will start to coalesce, and once you have stored enough qi in this location, a point will naturally come when it condenses and converts into a danshin. Barden paused a while, letting his son soak in the information he had just imparted before continuing. When you suddenly feel a surge of power flowing into your body from your danshin, that is the point that you will know you have successfully stepped into the mist creation realm. A resolute look flashed across John's face at the mention of the mist creation realm. Barden noticed this, but didn't say anything as he let John continue to digest the information he had given. After processing everything his father had said, John calmed down and started to focus on his surroundings. Breathing out calmly, John focused his mind and slowly forgot about his surroundings, his father, and even himself. Emptiness filled John's mind as he instinctively started to guide the surrounding qi to his body. A shocked look appeared on Barden's face as he watched John in front of him. "Is this a joke? He went into a fully meditative state just like that." Barden said nothing as he watched John cultivate. With his cultivation realm of core formation, Barden could see the surrounding qi slowly drift towards John, eventually stopping at this skin and swirling all around. Before long, however, the qi started to disappear. The shock on Barden's face grew even more apparent as he muttered, "He's absorbing qi already. How heaven-defying is my son." First, he falls into a full meditative state, which is something a cultivator can only pray for, and will be lucky to achieve a few times in their life. And then he starts absorbing qi the same day as learning how to do so. 4K Waifu Madness Smiling Face with Horns. Pfaffos, come crown. 4K Waifu Madness Smiling Face with Horns. Pfaffos, come crown. 4K Waifu Madness Smiling Face with Horns. Pfaffos, come crown. 4K Waifu Madness. Pfaffos, come crown. John sat in that state for several hours before slowly opening his tranquil eyes. He took a few seconds to come to his senses before analyzing his body. "Dad, I feel it. I finally feel some qi where my danshin will form," John called out to his father ecstatically. "That you did, my son. You have crossed the second to last barrier to become a mist creation realm. Now all you need to do is keep this up until enough qi collects to form a danshin. Here." A book appeared in Barden's hand, at which point he handed it over to John. "What's this?" asked John. "Our clan's cultivation technique," replied Barden with a serious expression. "This is one of the clan's most guarded secrets, and is one of the reasons for our regional supremacy. You can cultivate this, but you must make sure it never falls into enemy hands." John grabbed the book with a serious expression. He opened it to the first page and began reading. The book detailed how to absorb qi from the air, which acupoints to absorb the qi through, and which meridians to guide the qi to the danshin. It also contained a few other methods of improving cultivation speed. John couldn't help but smile enthusiastically as he tried to go back to cultivating. "Hold on, son. There's plenty of time in the future for cultivation. My teachings aren't done yet," said Barden as he halted his son from cultivating again. Sorry, Dad. I just got so caught up in the feeling of cultivating. I've never felt so alive," responded John with a smile on his face. "I know. It truly is one of the greatest feelings a man can experience. Now, before long, you'll become a mist creation cultivator, and once you become one, you'll need to know how to keep advancing your cultivation steadily," replied Barden. He waited a few seconds for his son to calm down and focus before continuing. Mist creation is broken down into 3 minor realms: early mist creation, middle mist creation, and late mist creation. There is also peak mist creation, but that is not a realm of its own, and just refers to someone who is at the cusp of breaking through to chi condensation. John intently listened to his father, as Barden explained everything he could to John. At the early mist creation stage, your body is strong enough to accept the natural chi that flows around us. As chi flows around and through us, our danshan begins to form and fill with light amounts of chi. The initial condensation of chi is extremely light and almost unnoticeable. To increase the density of your chi and advance to middle mist creation, you must continue to naturally and actively absorb chi through training and meditation. There are also things called spirit crystals that one can absorb, but those are only used for higher cultivation levels due to the chaotic energy they possess. Anyways, like I was saying, absorbing more and more chi will thicken the mist danshan until it is quite thicker and much more noticeable. At this stage, you will be ready to break through to the middle mist creation realm. It will be at this point that your first bottleneck will occur. Bottlenecks occur at each major and minor realm increase. The reason for this is that each realm uses a slightly different chi essence to cultivate. Although the chi itself is the same chi you were absorbing before, you must have a higher comprehension and grasp of the nature of the chi before you are able to start using it for cultivation. Barden paused for a second, noticing that John was looking quite confused. He cleared his throat before continuing. Think of it this way: when you first began training your sword arts, you started with the fundamentals: breathing, stance, grip, and posture. Only after mastering the fundamentals were you then able to confidently hold a sword and begin learning basic forms. Once again, only after you mastered the basic forms were you then able to comprehend the next set of forms. This is exactly how chi cultivation works. You must fully understand the essence of chi in your current realm before you are able to advance to the next realm. A flash of comprehension appeared in John's mind as it all started making sense to him. "I think I understand," responded John as he continued to echo the words of his father in his mind. "Good, good," responded Barden with a laugh before once again continuing. "Once you are ready to break through to late mist creation, the same bottleneck will occur again, and then again at the cusp of chi condensation. Each realm advancement will come with a bottleneck you need to break through. Another thing to keep in mind is that major realm advancements come with a much harder bottleneck to break through, but we'll cover that at a later time. Another thing I want to mention is that to comprehend the essence of your chi, there are two ways to go about it. One is through meditation, as you had just done, and the other is to actively use your chi from your danshan. Using chi from your danshan will help you understand quicker, and the best way to do so is to fight." Barden paused for a while before looking at his son seriously and continuing. "This brings me to why I am allowing you to go out into the world. I understand your reasonings, and I don't disagree with them. The fastest and most natural way for you to raise your strength is to fight. I know your mother doesn't want me telling you this, but the more intense a fight, the more your life is on the line during the fight, the faster your cultivation speed will be." A confused look once again appeared on John's face, but as he thought about his encounter with the dark-spotted panther, John started to understand what his father was trying to say. When fighting with your life on the line, your body will instinctively use the chi from your danshan in the most efficient and optimal way in order to increase your odds of survival. Even if you are not consciously aware of it at the time you are fighting, being in this state of optimal chi usage will subconsciously allow you to understand the nature of chi faster than if you were just to meditate instead. Also, sometimes a bottleneck will never break loose no matter how much you meditate on it, and the only way to advance is to use your chi in fights and become accustomed to using it. All the teachings that John had been listening to were slowly starting to come together, allowing John to understand the big picture of the essence of cultivation. "I think I understand. Thank you so much, Father," John replied with a face full of gratitude. His cultivation before today could be described as stumbling through the dark trying to find what he was looking for, whereas now he was on an illuminated path walking straight towards his goal. Now, one last thing I want to mention is in regards to your soul. When you break through to the mist creation realm, your nascent soul will form naturally. The heavenly laws themselves are responsible for forming your nascent soul. Every major realm you break through as well, your soul power will strengthen. Your soul exists now, but is in too weak a state to interact with. Your soul is useful for many things, but most let it strengthen naturally and don't focus on improving their soul power. This is mainly due to the potency of soul attacks. Attacking with the soul is much harder than defending with it. Unless you have some extremely lucky circumstances, your soul is very hard to improve on other than passively growing stronger as your cultivation grows stronger. Only those with variant souls focus on soul power, as they have a natural birth advantage that makes it worthwhile to do so. That's everything I want to say on that. Barden let his son contemplate everything that he talked about for quite some time before speaking up once more. Now that you know all this, I will allow you to set out, on one condition. Chapter 14. Preparation. John looked up at his father before asking, "What condition?" Suddenly, a small and thin disc-like object appeared in Barden's hand. "What's that?" asked John as he saw his father take something out of his storage ring. It was a small disc about 3 inches in diameter and quite thin. It seemed to be some kind of carved stone and had fantastic patterns etched all over the surface. This is a spatial talisman. When broken, it teleports the user anywhere in a 30-mile radius. They are quite rare and our Fenix clan only has a few, but my condition is that you take one of these with you, no exceptions. If you ever run into a situation that you cannot handle, crush this talisman and you'll be able to escape from it. If you do end up crushing one, immediately return back to the clan. John reached out and took the talisman from his father, his fingers tracing the wonderful patterns on the surface. Although he had no idea what the lines meant, he was sure that they were the core that allowed the spatial talisman to work. After inspecting it for a while, he stored it in his storage ring. "I have no problem with that. If I ever run into trouble that I can't handle, I promise I'll crush this and come back to the clan as fast as possible," responded John. "Good. There's only one thing you must be aware of. Any cultivator at the Meridian Forging Realm or above can use their power to suppress the space around you, making you unable to teleport even if you crush the talisman. I don't expect you to run into any Meridian Forging experts as they are very rare on this continent, but you should still know this piece of information nonetheless," said Barden. "Anyways, the day is getting pretty late. We should end things here for now and head back. Dinner should be ready pretty soon," said Barden as he stood up and stretched his legs. John stood up as well and followed his father as they walked back into their mansion. John had dinner with his parents, with his mother making his favorite golden ox stew. Rachel Fenix tried a few more times to convince John to stay before she realized the effort was futile. "Just make sure to keep yourself safe. That's all that matters," said Rachel as she looked at John, concern clearly on her face. "I will, Mom. Dad even gave me a spatial talisman just in case, so I'll be fine," responded John before he ate another mouthful of stew. After dinner was done, John decided to head out and prepare for his journey. "I'll head out tomorrow, so I should go and get all the items I'll need for this journey." John decided to visit the medicinal pavilion first. After walking for a few minutes, John arrived in front of the building and walked in. He looked around for a few seconds but couldn't find Elder Barris anywhere. "Can I help you?" a voice asked from behind John. He turned around to see a young girl around 20 years old. She had long black hair and a fairly attractive face. I'm looking for Elder Barris. I want to get some pills," responded John. Being a young master of the clan, John was afforded free access to medicinal pills as long as the requests were not too excessive or expensive. "Oh, Elder Barris is out for today. I can help you with that, though. What type of pills were you looking for?" responded the girl. 4K Waifu Madness Smiling Face with Horns. Pfaffhaus, Cum Crown. 4K Waifu Madness. Pfaffhaus, Cum Crown. 4K Waifu Madness Smiling Face with Horns. Pfaffhaus, Cum Crown. 4K Waifu Madness Smiling Face with Horns. Pfaffhaus, Cum Crown. Some healing pills, suitable for mist creation cultivators. I guess around 20 will do, John stated. The girl nodded her head before turning around and walking to the back of the building. She returned a few minutes later with a small jar and handed it to John. Here you go, 20 life mist healing pills. They're quite effective for mist creation cultivators, although if you are fatally wounded, they won't be of much help. Thank you, said John, as he accepted the jar before putting it in his storage ring. John then walked out of the building, wondering where he should go next. Now that I think of it, my storage ring's spatial area is quite small. I should at least upgrade to a better one, thought John. Although his storage ring was good for his day-to-day uses, he had no idea how long he was going to be away from the clan. It was better to be prepared and bring a ring that was large enough to carry everything he needed. John turned down the street and walked for a little while before arriving in front of a large, ornate building, the clan's trade hall. The trade hall was 7 floors tall and appeared quite similar to the medicinal pavilion, the only difference being that the trade hall was solid white with black eaves. After stepping inside, John found the attendant in charge and walked up to him. "Excuse me, I'm looking to buy a storage ring," John said as he approached the attendant. The attendant was a middle-aged man who had short black hair and a thin black mustache. "What type of storage ring? How large should the interior be?" asked the attendant. "My current ring is 10 feet on each side, so I would like one at least double or triple that," replied John. "We have quite a few good rings with that storage capacity. One moment, please," responded the attendant before walking to the back storage area. He returned a few minutes later, carrying a few rings on his palm. "Here are our best rings with that storage capacity. Might I suggest this one?" said the attendant as he handed one to John before continuing. "This one has an interior space of 30 feet on each side, and the ring itself is made from ultrious ore, which is a very sturdy material. Even during intense battles, your ring will be safe and won't be at risk of breaking." John took the ring and inspected the interior space with his mind. The interior of the space was indeed 30 feet on each side and was much larger than his current ring. "I like it. How much for the ring?" asked John. 10 gold pieces, replied the middle-aged attendant. John winced as he heard the price. Although he had several dozen gold coins that he had saved up through his clan allowance, it was still a decent chunk of his overall wealth. "Oh well, it's still worth it," thought John before saying to the attendant, "I'll take it. Here's 10 gold coins." John gave the attendant the gold as he kept the storage ring. He transferred all his items from his old storage ring to his new one before asking the attendant, "How much for this storage ring of mine?" The attendant took the ring and inspected it before replying, 2 gold coins. John agreed to the price and received 2 gold coins, becoming slightly less unhappy about spending 10 gold coins. He walked out of the building and onto the main street, stopping to think if he needed anything else. After a few seconds of thinking, John muttered, "How could I be so stupid? I'm almost at mist creation, and I still don't have a proper technique or attack suitable for that level. I can't believe I forgot that all my attacks are based off of weapon fundamentals that don't use chi." John shook his head at his own stupidity before heading down the street towards the White Feather Martial Library. He arrived a few minutes later and walked inside, immediately heading up the stairs due to his familiarity with the library. "I've read most of the books on the first 3 floors, but I've never been to the 4th floors and above. From what I know, the 4th floor has the clan's mist creation techniques, with higher floors having higher cultivation level techniques." John walked up the 4th floor, at which point he was greeted by an elder standing guard. "John, what are you doing here?" asked the elder. "I'm here to browse the clan's mist creation techniques. Although I'm not quite a mist creation cultivator yet, I've started to absorb chi into my body, so it's only a matter of time," responded John. Normally, one had to be the appropriate cultivation level to get access to the floor, but John decided to try his luck anyways. The elder thought about it for a moment before nodding his head and saying, "Well, I suppose that does make sense. All right then, you can head on inside. Do you have any ideas of what you're looking for?" asked the elder. "Well, I suppose some techniques for a greatsword. Oh, and also a scythe if we have any. Also some movement techniques would be nice," replied John. "Scythe, huh? Well, we do have multiple greatsword techniques, but I think we only have one scythe technique. Unfortunately, it's in a language that no one in the clan recognizes. It's been in the clan for a few hundred years, but since no one can read it, no one has bothered learning it. We only know it's a scythe technique since there's a small scythe drawn at the top of the page, responded the elder. John talked to the elder a bit more to find out the locations of those techniques before heading inside. As he stepped inside the fourth floor, John could see dozens of bookshelves, each holding dozens of books and scrolls. There must be over 300 books here, thought John in amazement as he started walking towards the greatsword techniques. Arriving there a few seconds later, John started reading the names on the spine of the books. Mountain-crushing sword, ferocious cleaving technique, flowing sword art. Wow, these are some impressive sounding techniques, thought John as he took a few books off the shelf and started reading the summary on the first page. After finishing those books, John went back and grabbed more of the greatsword techniques and read their summaries. After reading all the books, John decided to go with the mountain-crushing sword. This technique utilizes the cultivator's pure power to unleash devastating attacks, and even has a powerful ranged sword light attack. My body has always been much stronger than normal, so this technique suits me perfectly, thought John as he stored the technique in his storage ring. John then walked over to the location that the elder pointed out had the scythe technique. After a few seconds of searching, he saw it. It wasn't even a book and instead was just a single page sitting alone on the shelf. The page looked quite old and appeared to be made out of some kind of hide. John looked at the page for a bit before slowly reaching out to pick it up. As he picked it up and started reading it, a disappointed look flashed across his face. Chapter 15, heading out, as the elder said, it's a language that I don't recognize. It's pretty much useless to me, John thought as he reached out to put the page back. His hand stopped halfway to the shelf before returning to his side. Well, if no one has used it for hundreds of years, it's uselessly sitting here collecting dust. I'll keep it for now. Who knows, maybe I'll get lucky enough to run into someone who can read this language. John put both techniques in his storage ring before walking over to the section that contained movement techniques. Ever since his fight with the panther, John had come to realize the importance of having a good movement technique. John spent the next hour reading all the different movement technique descriptions before deciding to pick the 5-step movement technique. As the name suggested, the technique revolved around taking 5 steps, with each step building off the previous, resulting in ever-increasing speed. It was effective for both fighting and running. These techniques should last me through the mist creation realm. I think I'm pretty much ready to head out, thought John as he put back the remaining books before walking over the elder. Which techniques did you choose? Asked the elder curiously. Mountain-crushing sword and the 5-step movement technique, replied John. Both very good choices. Among mist creation realm techniques, they are both top-tier techniques, replied the elder. John talked with the elder a bit more before thanking him and walking back downstairs. On the first floor of the library, John grabbed a map of the surrounding area before leaving. After leaving the library, John walked back to his mansion as it was already nighttime. He greeted his parents when he returned home before heading up to his room and falling into bed. Early the next morning, John woke up and got prepared for the day. I should wash up before I head out. Who knows how long it's going to be before I have another chance to clean up, thought John as he walked over to his washroom. After cleaning himself up, John walked over to his wardrobe. He donned his black robe and stored the rest of his black robes in his storage ring. Good thing I have a lot of these robes. I'll be able to change them out quite often, thought John as he turned around and left his room. Arriving at the kitchen a minute later, John was greeted by a full meal sitting on the kitchen table. What's all this? Asked John as he saw his mother standing there with a smile. Well, it's the last meal I'll be able to cook for you for a while, so I decided to make sure to go all out. That, and you'll need the extra energy on your journey ahead, replied Rachel Fenix. 4K waifu madness smiling face with horns. Fafos, come crown. 4K waifu madness smiling face with horns. Fafos, come crown. 4K waifu madness smiling face with horns. Fafos, come crown. 4K waifu madness. Pfaffhaus, cum crown. Oh, thanks, Mom, John replied with a smile as he sat down and started to eat. Barden walked in a few minutes later and sat down as well, joining John in scarfing down the meal in front of them. The three of them ate for quite some time before finishing the meal. Man, I'm stuffed. That was delicious, said John out loud as he proudly patted his bulging belly. Rachel smiled at her son's content expression before a serious look appeared on her face. John, you must be careful. If any trouble arises, use the talisman right away and come back home immediately, said Rachel with a concerned expression. I will. Don't worry, I'll be extremely careful on this journey, so you don't have to worry too much, replied John. John stood up from his seat and walked over to his parents, hugging them both tightly before parting. I'll be back before the pocket realm opens, said John. Good. I expect nothing less than you coming back and surprising us both, replied Barden with a proud look on his face. After hugging his parents once more, John turned around and left his house. I hope he'll be all right, said Rachel as she watched her son walk out of the house. He'll be fine. He has the spatial talisman. Besides, someone with his destiny won't die easily, replied Barden as he held his wife's hand. John left the mansion and walked onto the main road of the clan. He passed by hundreds of other people before eventually arriving at the front clan gates. Leaving to hunt beasts again, young master? Asked one of the guards as John approached. Something like that, responded John with a smile as he continued to walk through the clan gates. After walking through the clan gates, John stepped to the side of the busy road and took out the map he had collected earlier. Let's see what we have here. The Skycleave mountain range was an expansive mountain range that spanned for thousands of miles from east to west. The Fenix clan was situated about the halfway point of the mountain range, on the north side. At the far east side of the mountain range, the Skycleave Mountains eventually branched off and traveled north to south for thousands of miles as well. The Varus clan is a few hundred miles to the west of here, while the Flowing River sect and Crimson Valley sect are opposite us on the south of the mountain range. I don't want to venture towards the Crimson Valley sect, and I've already been to the Varus clan, so I suppose I'll follow the mountain range east, thought John as he studied the map. To the east of the Fenix clan were various other smaller sects, clans, and kingdoms. The Dreadle Kingdom is about 1,000 miles to the northeast of here, it seems. I've heard quite a bit about it, and I believe it's on the same status level as our clan. I guess I'll start my journey by heading there, thought John as he put away the map. To get to the Dreadle Kingdom from here, I could take the main road that leads all the way there, but that will be too safe. No beasts dare stray onto the main road, so I suppose I'll travel through the Skycleave forest to the south of the main road. Although I shouldn't stray too far away from the road, or I'll run into stronger beasts than I can handle. John shuddered a little bit as he recounted his experience with the dark-spotted panther. On both sides of the Skycleave mountain range, the Skycleave forest stretched for thousands of miles as well. Every sect and clan in the surrounding area was technically located within the Skycleave forest. Putting away the map, John stepped back onto the main road and started walking north. About an hour later, John came to the same bend in the road as last time. Instead of stepping off into the woods on the west, John followed the road branch that led northeast away from the Skycleave Mountains. This road heading east eventually leads to the Dreadle Kingdom. I'll follow it for a bit before stepping into the woods. The journey should take me about a month on foot, thought John as he took the road to the east. John followed the road heading northeast for a full day before coming to a town as the sun was setting. The town had several dozen large buildings and hundreds of houses dotting the open landscape on both sides of the road. A large wall surrounded the perimeter of the town. I'll stay here for the night and then head into the woods tomorrow, thought John as he walked into the small town. After paying the 2 copper entrance fee to the guards at the front gate, John found one of the town inns and walked inside. The main floor of the inn was bustling with activity, as dozens of people could be seen eating, drinking, and laughing. "Excuse me, how much for one room for the night?" asked John as he approached the innkeeper. The innkeeper looked up and was slightly surprised to see a lone boy. 25 copper for one night, replied the innkeeper. John took out 25 copper and gave it to the innkeeper. The innkeeper took the money before leading John to his room on the second floor. The room was quite small with only a single bed and wardrobe closet inside. John looked around the room a bit before sitting down on the ground. Gathering his focus on feeling the surrounding chi in the air, John slipped into a meditative trance. Having studied the clan's cultivation technique earlier, John started cultivating according to its principles. Feel the chi, draw it to my body, draw it into my body, thought John as he repeated the steps his father had taught him. Several hours later, John slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 16. Into the forest, how long was I cultivating for? Thought John as he stood up and looked out the window. The moon was high in the sky, indicating that at least several hours had passed since he started cultivating. Weird, it felt like no time at all, thought John. Well, time for bed, I guess. Tomorrow is when the true journey begins. The next morning, John sat up in his bed for a few minutes before getting up and walking out into the hallway. Downstairs, John noticed several men passed out at their tables in drunken stupor. After ordering some breakfast from the innkeeper, John sat down at a table and ate his breakfast. This might be the last good meal I have for a while, thought John as he scarfed down his meal. After finishing his meal, John walked out of the inn and explored the town for a bit. The town had many different buildings, ranging from trade halls to brothels, but nothing of interest grabbed his attention. Guess I'll head out, thought John as he turned south of the town and headed towards the nearby tree line. The Skycleave mountain range was visible in the far distance, its peaks jutting high into the sky. After walking for a few minutes, John arrived in front of the forest and paused for a moment before heading in. The bright sunshine was immediately replaced with a darker atmosphere as the dense tree cover stopped much of the sunlight. Large trees several feet wide and hundreds of feet high could be seen everywhere. Taking care of his surroundings, John ventured deeper into the forest. Unlike the forest surrounding the Fenix clan, the trees here were not marked at all, so John had to rely on his intuition on where to journey. From what I know, this part of the forest should still be a relatively low beast-level area. As the road strays further northeast away from the Skycleave Mountains, the beast level will steadily rise. It should be a few days before I need to really worry about my surroundings, thought John as he ventured through the forest. After walking for a full day, John still hadn't found any sign of a beast worth fighting. Although I saw some low-level beasts earlier, those wouldn't have been much of a challenge. Oh well, I'll set up camp for today and keep heading deeper into the forest tomorrow. John quickly made a rudimentary campsite before sitting down and cultivating some more. Several hours later, John emerged from his meditative trance. It happened again, it seems. I'm not sure what the reason is, but I can tell my cultivation is progressing quite rapidly lately. I should be able to reach the mist creation realm soon, John thought with an excited look on his face. 4K Waifu Madness. Pfaffos, come crown. 4K Waifu Madness smiling face with horns. Pfaffos, come crown. 4K Waifu Madness smiling face with horns. Pfaffos, come crown. 4K Waifu Madness smiling face with horns. Pfaffos, come crown. After standing up, John took out one of the items his father had given him and set it up. It was a small formation disc, and when activated set up an invisible perimeter around the disc. If anything moved within the 100-yard radius perimeter, John would be alerted. Having set the perimeter up, John fell asleep deeply. The next morning, John woke up to the calls of various animals and insects echoing throughout the forest. After packing up the formation disc, John once again started walking deeper into the forest. Unlike the day before, instead of staying parallel with the road, John decided to stray a little bit farther from it, heading deeper towards the Skycleave Mountains. Half a day later, John entered a large clearing in the forest and suddenly stopped, silently taking out his greatsword. That should be a gray-scaled crocodile. It seems as if it's equivalent to a peak body refinement cultivator, thought John as he stared at the animal. About 100 yards from John, the gray-scaled crocodile was basking in the sunlight next to a large, crystal-clear pond. The beast was 10 feet long and had razor-sharp teeth. It was known for its powerful tail attacks, as well as its deadly strong bites. It should be a bit stronger than ironhide lizard I fought a while back, thought John as he slowly approached the crocodile. After creeping up to the animal slowly, John stopped for a few seconds before laughing out loud in self-shame. Ha ha ha, why am I being so careful? I'm using this journey to strengthen myself. Even if I sneak up on this beast and successfully kill it, I will gain no battle experience. Every fight of mine must be on the edge in order for me to advance the fastest that I can. The sudden laughter and monologue afterwards alerted the crocodile. The crocodile roared in rage as it saw John walk towards it. It quickly dashed towards John, arriving just a second later. Its head violently snapped towards John's waist. "Let's play," shouted John as he dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding being bitten in two by the beast. John punched the snout of the beast with his full strength, which pushed the crocodile backwards a few feet while it howled in pain. Enraged by the sudden attack, the gray-scaled crocodile twisted its large body sideways and sent its massive tail whipping towards John. Boom! The tail crashed violently into the ground where John had just been standing, leaving a small hole in the ground and sending dirt flying in every direction. Wow, that tail has some serious power. I should try my best to avoid it, thought John as he dodged the tail attack. Using the opportunity that had just opened, John dashed forward and swung his greatsword down with all his might. Roar! The crocodile howled in pain as the sword sliced deeply into its back. Its defense is pretty tough. This attack would have sliced an earth wolf clean in half, thought John as he quickly backed up, narrowly avoiding yet another tail attack. After dodging the attack, John once again dashed forward, his sword piercing towards the beast this time. Although it tried to avoid the attack, the crocodile was a hair too late as the sword plunged into it all the way to the hilt. Quickly pulling his sword out, John once again dashed backwards quickly as the crocodile tried to bite him in half. It's moving a lot slower now. The two blows so far have dealt critical damage, it seems. Time to end this, said John as he once again dashed towards the beast. Right as he was about to land the final blow, the crocodile quickly whipped around, sending its tail crashing towards John. Gah! John barely raised his sword in time before he was sent flying backwards by the tail attack. The crocodile dashed towards John, hopping to land a fatal blow after its successful attack. John sluggishly stood up as he tried to stabilize himself, blood flowing slightly from his lips. John looked up and saw the crocodile dashing violently towards him. He quickly steadied his sword and prepared to take its attack. Just as the crocodile was about to reach John, it collapsed, eventually coming to a stop directly in front of John. Is it dead? John quickly backed away from the beast and observed it for a bit before realizing that it was in fact dead. I guess my second attack must have hit its heart, thought John. I got extremely lucky. Had I not hit his heart, I would have been in serious danger. John slowly approached the crocodile before stabbing his sword directly into its head, confirming the kill. He stored the body in his storage ring, at which point he sat on the ground in pain. I got too overconfident at the end of the battle. Even a wounded beast is still deadly. I need to keep that in mind for future battles and never underestimate my enemy, no matter how grave the situation looks for them. John took out one of the life mist healing pills he had brought along and popped it into his mouth. He sat on the ground and focused on recovering, only standing up several hours later. Let's continue on. My first battle has already given me an incredible lesson. I knew coming out here was the right call, thought John as he continued to venture deeper into the forest. Chapter 17. Cave. In another part of the Skycleaf forest, a boy and a girl could be seen walking through the forest. Both of them appeared to be around 14 years old, and both wore pure white robes with a dazzlingly blue lighting bolt embroidered on the back of the robe. This part of the forest doesn't seem to have what we're looking for. Maybe we should head to one of the more powerful clans in the area and ask around, said the girl. We would have done that already if that was a solution. Do you really think if the clans knew of something like this, they would freely tell us about it? The only way we're going to find out if it exists or not is to find it ourselves, replied the boy. A small item suddenly appeared in his hands. It was shaped like a small disc, and it had many complex-looking runes carved into its surface. Sending his chi into the item, the runes on the disc started glowing, before it eventually dimmed and returned to normal. There's nothing here as expected. Let's keep looking around. We only have to be within 30 miles for this disc to detect it, said the boy as he put away the disc. As the two of them talked, a pair of eyes stared at the two of them from above. Wrestle. The boy and girl turned around to see the beast rapidly lunging towards them from the tree canopy above. The beast had 4 muscular limbs, a thick tail, and was dark green and covered in thick scales. Dozens of massive spikes could be seen jutting out of its back and head. Just as the powerful beast was about to reach them, a light suddenly appeared, splitting the beast in two. Its 2 halves flew past both of them, crashing violently into the ground behind them. These pests are everywhere in this forest, exclaimed the boy disdainfully as he put away his sword and started walking away, not giving the beast a second glance. The girl nodded her head as she followed the boy deeper into the forest. Had John been here, he would have been extremely shocked. The beast that had just been killed with absolute ease was a tree baloth and was equivalent to a late mist creation cultivator. A week later, the moon hung high in the dark sky. Light from the fire John had created flickered, illuminating his meditating figure. After meditating for a few hours, John slowly opened his eyes and breathed out heavily. I can feel myself getting closer and closer to the mist creation realm, thought John as he took out a piece of meat from his storage right and placed it over the fire. 4K waifu madness smiling face with horns. Pfaffhaus, come crown. 4K waifu madness. Pfaffhaus, come crown. 4K waifu madness smiling face with horns. Pfaffhaus, come crown. 4K waifu madness smiling face with horns. Pfaffhaus, come crown. As he watched the leg of meat roast over the fire, John thought about his journey over the past week. He had fought and killed over a dozen body refinement level beasts, with each battle helping him advance in both cultivation and battle experience. It should be a few more weeks until I advance to the mist creation realm. After I do, I can start venturing deeper into the forest, thought John as he took the leg of meat off the fire and bit into it. Juices ran down John's chin as he devoured the meat. After finishing his meal, John set up his formation disc and fell asleep. The next morning, John woke up early and took out leftovers from last night. After having a small breakfast, John got up and started venturing further into the forest. Let's be a little more adventurous today, said John, as he turned a bit more to his right than normal, heading farther away from the road and civilization as he had the previous week. Several hours of walking later, John spotted an iron-tusked boar. Although iron-tusked boars were not particularly strong, they were still equivalent to blood refinement cultivators. This boar is pretty weak, but I've heard that the meat of an iron-tusked boar is quite delicious. Time to go hunting, thought John as he started walking his way over to the boar. Although John could sneak up to the boar and kill it before it would notice him, John preferred letting his prey spot him. If it wanted to fight, John would be treated to a fight. If it wanted to run, John could work on his movements and footwork while he chased the beast. Snap. The sound of a twig snapping underneath John's foot alerted the boar. The boar looked up and spotted John, at which point it screeched and charged towards him. A smile crept up on John's face as he watched the boar approach. Boom! John's fist collided with the tusk of the boar, sending the boar flying backwards. He immediately dashed forward and followed up with another punch, which landed on the still tumbling boar. Another boom echoed out as the boar was once more sent flying backwards. After tumbling backwards for dozens of yards, the boar eventually came to a stop and sluggishly got back on its feet. Looking at John with fear in its eyes, the boar immediately turned and fled. John started chasing the boar, all the while working on the fundamental teachings of the 5-step movement technique. Although the technique required chi in order to function properly, John still emulated the technique, learning the fundamentals as best he could. This way, once John stepped into the mist creation realm, he would already have the fundamentals of the technique mastered and could learn the rest of it faster. After a few minutes of chasing the boar through the dense forest, John watched the boar come to a sudden stop. Startled by the boar's strange behavior, John stopped as well. The boar looked back at John and again in front of it, before taking off to the side. What's it doing? By running to the side instead of straight away from me, I'll be able to catch up much easier, thought John as he watched the boar run away. John thought about giving chase, but the strange actions of the boar alerted John into acting more cautious. John walked over to where the boar had stopped, at which point a small clearing in the forest came into view. In the middle of the clearing was a large cave. It seems like there's something in the cave that caused the boar to decide to take his chance with me instead of whatever is in there. John climbed one of the trees nearby and sat down on a branch. He observed the cave for several hours but saw no activity at all. No activity has happened so far, said John as he climbed down the tree and started walking towards the mouth of the cave. John reached the mouth of the cave before coming to a stop. He peered into the cave, but only saw a long, straight cave that eventually blended into darkness. After peering into the cave for a while, John took out his greatsword and proceeded inside. Maybe there's a strong body refinement level beast inside. If I do end up running into something I can't handle, I can just use my talisman. After a few minutes of walking, the cave became so dark that John could hardly see in front of him. Just as he was about to bring out a torch to light the way, he spotted a small light further into the cave. What's that light? Thought John as he started walking towards it. After carefully walking forward for another minute, the cave passage opened up to reveal a large, expansive cavern. The cave was several hundred yards wide and deep, and had a ceiling dozens of yards high. As his eyes scanned over the cavern, John suddenly paused, his eyes wide open in shock. In the middle of the cave, a dazzlingly beautiful flower could be seen. The flower looked like a sunflower, but emitted a beautiful white glow that illuminated the cave. A mist essence sunflower, John exclaimed in shock as he stared at the flower. Mist essence sunflowers were rather rare flowers that only grew in dark and damp places. The flower naturally absorbed the most elementary form of chi, resulting in the radiating white glow it gave off. Because the mist essence sunflower absorbed the most basic essence of chi, it was an extremely beneficial item for body refinement cultivators. Cultivating at the blood refinement realm in front of the flower would allow the cultivator to feel the surrounding chi more profoundly, as well as absorb it easier. However, because the flower absorbed only the most basic levels of chi, it was only useful for body refinement cultivators. Due to its difficulty to grow, as well as its limited use, most clans and sects did not have access to this flower. John stared intently at the flower. If I can cultivate in front of this flower, I should be able to advance to mist creation within a few days. Not only that, but cultivating in front of the flower will also help stabilize my cultivation base, resulting in a much more sturdy foundation. John started to walk over the flower when he quickly froze, his breath caught in his throat. Because of his excitement over the flower, John had failed to notice that just 10 yards from the flower slept a powerful mist creation realm beast. Chapter 18 Night Wolf. Near the flower slept a night wolf. Night wolves were pitch black in color and hunted mostly during the night. They ranged anywhere from early mist creation to late mist creation, depending on their age. The wolf in front of John was at the early mist creation level. Although beasts didn't cultivate the way humans did, they emanated a natural aura that made it easy to judge what level their strength was at. John stood as still as possible, fearing that any sound would alert the beast. He stood there for several minutes, neither moving forward nor retreating. The beast, unaware of his presence, slept soundly. Although I'm much stronger than when I fought the dark spotted panther, there's still no way I can beat this beast, thought John. A conflicted look appeared on his face as he debated about what to do. I can't beat the night wolf, but on the other hand, that mist essence sunflower is extremely important to me. John stared at the wolf for quite some time before clenching his fists tightly. I need this flower, if I end up in danger. I'll just teleport away, thought John as he started to slowly sneak towards the flower. After sneaking forward slowly for several minutes, John started to approach the flower from the side opposite the wolf. I'm almost there, just a few more yards. Each second was agonizingly stressful as John slowly approached the flower. Just as he was about to reach out and store away the flower, the night wolf quickly opened its eyes. Roar! An extremely loud and furious roar echoed throughout the entire cavern. The night wolf had felt John's presence right as he was about to take the flower, and as such had woken up in a furious rage. Shit! Yelled John as he hastily retreated and dashed towards the cave exit with all his speed, abandoning all thought of obtaining the flower. John came to a sudden halt as he was 10 yards from the cavern exit. The night wolf had obviously sensed his intention of retreat and had ran to the only exit to block his path. John stared at the night wolf in front of him as he thought about what to do. Should I crush the talisman now? He pulled out the talisman and held it in his hand for a moment before storing it once again. No, I can only use this as a last resort. Once I crush it, my adventure is over and I have to go home. I'll see if I can fight my way out of here. Maybe the wolf won't want to leave the cave if I reach the exit. John hastily took out his blue greatsword and steadied it in front of his body. Breathing in deeply, John took the most defensive stance he knew and prepared for the wolf's attack. Noticing that John was daring to challenge it, the wolf howled in rage once again before dashing rapidly towards him. John barely had time to react before the wolf was right in front of him, its massive paw swinging powerfully towards him. Based on his fight with the dark-spotted panther, John knew that he couldn't block this attack head-on without taking serious damage. Right as the giant paw was about to smash into his body, John twisted his shoulders to the side and brought up his greatsword. The paw made a glancing strike against John's sword as it barely missed, gravely injuring him. As the wolf lunged past him, John raised his other hand and punched out with all his strength. The wolf was knocked back slightly, but other than that had taken no damage. John felt his hand trembling slightly in pain from the punch. 4K Waifu Madness Smiling Face with Horns. Fafos, come crown. 4K Waifu Madness Smiling Face with Horns. Fafos, come crown. 4K Waifu Madness Smiling Face with Horns. Fafos, come crown. 4K Waifu Madness Smiling Face with Horns. Fafos, come crown. How tough, John cursed as he rapidly dashed backwards, narrowly avoiding the follow-up strike from the wolf. After narrowly dodging the strike, John used the slight opening and dashed forward and swung his sword down with all his might. Peng! A metallic sound rang out as the wolf's paw blocked John's sword with ease. John was sent flying backwards, eventually crashing into the cavern wall. He sluggishly stood up and wiped the blood off his lips. He quickly looked up, saw the night wolf rapidly approaching him, trying to deliver the finishing blow. Boom! A loud boom echoed through the cavern as the wolf's paw slammed against the cavern wall. John had just narrowly dodged the wolf's powerful attack at the last possible moment. After dodging the wolf's paw attack, John lunged forward and slashed his sword towards the wolf with all his might. Roar! The wolf roared in anger as a slightly deep cut was opened up on its side. It had never regarded the human in front of it as a threat, and in its carelessness had been wounded. Shit, John exclaimed as he hastily backed up, narrowly dodging the wolf's paw swipe. That was the best opportunity I'm going to get, and all I could do was slightly injure the wolf, thought John as he hastily swung his sword out again, blocking the follow-up attack from the wolf. Gah! John screamed out in pain as he was flung back dozens of yards, tumbling head over heels multiple times. He eventually came to a stop and rose to his feet as fast as he could, his legs shaking and blood covering his entire body. All his bones felt like they had almost shattered, but he knew that the wolf wouldn't give him time to recover. Panting in pain, John stared at the rapidly approaching wolf. I guess it really is too much to expect that I can fight this wolf. After all, jumping realms is basically impossible, thought John as he took out a small disc from his storage ring. Gritting his teeth in frustration at having to use his spatial talisman this early, John was about to crush the talisman when he suddenly stopped. This is just like before, thought John as he examined what was going on inside of him. John felt his blood boiling and his energy rising, just like it had when he was about to clash with the dark-spotted panther one final time. A wild thought appeared in John's mind as he stowed away the disc and raised his sword in front of him. Gripping his sword as tightly as possible, John slashed down with all his might as the wolf's paw swiped towards him. Peng! Another loud metallic sound rang out as the sword and paw collided. Unlike last time, however, John was not sent flying back hopelessly. John excitedly stared at his sword, which had successfully blocked the wolf's paw. Pushing out with all his strength, John managed to force the wolf back a dozen yards. Surprised by the sudden increase in strength, the wolf stared at John with more caution than before, not daring to attack right away. "Ha-ha, come," shouted John as he quickly dashed towards the wolf. "I need to do something different this time, however." As he neared the wolf, John once again swung his sword down. The wolf raised its paw to block the sword, and having faced this attack before, put even more power in the counter-attack. Just as sword and paw were about to collide, John hastily changed the trajectory of his sword attack, narrowly missing the paw. The wolf had expected a full power attack from John, and as such had not considered that John would throw in a feint attack. Since John had not put much power into his initial swing, he was able to change the trajectory at the last moment, causing the wolf's paw to hit nothing but air. Boom! John's sword struck the side of the wolf, carving a large wound across its side. The wolf howled in pain as it quickly turned around, sending a massive paw towards John. John hastily blocked the paw and was thrown backwards dozens of yards, his blood tumbling inside his body. Although John had managed to maintain his balance, he was still shaken from blocking that attack. Coughing out a small amount of blood, John wiped the blood of his chin as he stared at the wolf. "That was my strongest attack, and all I managed to do was wound it. I won't be able to kill it at this rate." John stared at the wolf as he considered his options before his eyes widened in shock and fear. "What's happening?" said John. He suddenly felt like all the energy in his body was rapidly leaving. A huge wave of weariness started washing over him as John felt the energy surge slowly start to leave his body. John was worrying about his sudden predicament when all of a sudden he looked up to see a massive paw swiping towards his head. "Gah!" John cried out in pain as he was sent flying backwards by the attack. Although he had managed to block the attack at the last possible moment, his hasty defense was not enough to prevent any damage. John tumbled over a few times before coming to a stop. After struggling for a few seconds, John stood up as fast as he could. He looked up to see the wolf once again dashing towards him, looking to end the fight. "What can I do? I feel as if I only have enough energy for one more attack before I collapse. Either I crush the talisman or I attack, but my last full power attack wasn't powerful enough to kill it." John's mind was racing as he desperately thought of something to turn the tide of this battle. His eyes suddenly brightened as he thought of something. Watching the wolf approach, John feigned weakness, acting as if he could barely stand up. Seeing its prey was on its last legs, the wolf prepared to put all its power into its final blow. Boom! The large cavern shook as the wolf's paw violently slammed into the ground, upheaving earth and creating a small crater. The wolf had not expected its prey to be able to move quickly, and as such had attacked with all its might to deliver a finishing blow. The night wolf looked to its side but saw nothing. It suddenly looked upwards, at which point it saw the human above it, lunging downwards with a pitch-black weapon in hand. After dodging to the side at the last possible moment, John jumped high into the air above the wolf. Putting his greatsword away, John took out his scythe from his storage ring as he fell towards the beast. His arm muscles strained with all their might as John was just barely able to control the trajectory of the scythe. He swung the scythe with every last shred of energy he had. If this attack failed, he didn't know if he would have enough energy to take out his spatial talisman and crush it. Roar! The wolf howled in anger as it raised its paw to block the attack, but having put all its power into its previous attack, it was just a moment too slow to recover in time. Slice! John violently crashed into the ground and tumbled over a few times. With his last remaining strength, John slightly lifted his head to look behind him. John stared at the beast for a second before darkness washed over him. A pair of eyes slowly opened. Chapter 19. Advancement. John slowly opened his eyes, unaware of his surroundings. After a few moments of recalling the prior events, John quickly came to his wits and tried to stand up as fast as possible. "Gah!" John cried out in pain. His bones felt as if they were shattered, and his muscles felt as if they were on fire. Had John not experienced the pain that came from the mysterious sphere, he undoubtedly would have passed out from this pain. How long was I out for? Realizing he could barely move, John carefully spent the next few minutes struggling to sit up. After managing to get into a seated position, John breathed out heavily and turned his head over to the side. 10 yards in front of him was the night wolf, its head separated from the rest of his body. John stared at the wolf for a long time, his thoughts reliving the battle he had with the wolf over and over. I got extremely lucky this time, thought John as he continued to think about the battle. Had I not had that surge of energy, I would have had no choice but to flee. And if the wolf hadn't underestimated me at the final moment, at best my scythe attack would have gravely injured it but not killed it. John kept thinking about the battle, where he could have improved and where he faltered. After realizing the energy surge within me was leaving my body, I got distracted and almost died to the wolf's attack. I suppose getting distracted in battle, no matter the reason, is a sure way to die. I still have much to learn, thought John as a smile slowly crept on his face. Although he had almost died, John was able to kill a mist creation level beast while at the body refinement realm. As far as John was aware, this feat was unheard of. Not only did I manage to kill the wolf, I also learned yet another valuable lesson regarding battle. This journey was definitely the right decision, thought John. Just what is that energy, though? I felt it when I almost died to the dark spotted panther, and I felt it again during this fight. I've never heard of anything like this happening to any of the other clan members. Every time his life was on the line, John felt a surge of energy overcome him, granting him with power beyond his current level. John continued to try to think of what the energy was, but was unable to come to a definite conclusion. John took a life mist healing pill out of his storage ring and popped one into his mouth. He spent a full day focusing on healing his body before he fell asleep. Waking up the next morning, John once again popped another healing pill into his mouth and focused on recovering. After another half-day of healing, John was finally able to stand up. John walked over to the night wolf, admiring his foe before storing it in his storage ring, at which point he walked over to the Mist Essence sunflower and sat in front of it. Interact with Cam girls. Find Cam's live. 4K waifu madness smiling face with horns. Fafos, calm crown. See her doing yoga. Find Cam's live. Watch the best dancers. Find Cam's live. Breathing in and out deeply, John could feel a stronger resonance with the surrounding chi than he had ever felt before. Amazing, John exclaimed as he focused on drawing the surrounding chi into his body. This process was at least several times faster than before. Not only that, the quality of chi being drawn into his body was higher than before. John slowly slipped into a meditative trance as he focused on cultivating. 2 days passed by before. Boom! A slight muffled boom emanated from within John's body. John slowly opened his eyes, a look of pure excitement contained within them. Mist creation, exclaimed John in pure excitement. Ha ha ha, I'm finally a mist creation realm cultivator. John couldn't stop shouting out in joy. He had finally stepped into the true realm of cultivators. While body refinement was considered a realm, one was only considered a true cultivator once they could control chi. Just as John was about to get up, he felt a surge of energy wash over him. This energy was unlike anything he had felt before. John felt as if the energy was from the heavens themselves, a holy energy that could not be defied or profaned. The energy eventually coalesced in his brain, at which point it started to condense. Gah! John let out a muffled grunt. He felt as if his head was splitting in half. Just as he thought he would pass out from the pain vanished, and the energy left him as if it was never there. After a few seconds of confusion at what just happened, John thought back to what his father Barden had told him. Father said that when I break through to mist creation, the heavens will naturally form my nascent soul. I suppose that energy I felt just now was the heavens acknowledging me as a cultivator and creating my nascent soul. John quickly sent his conscience inwards towards his brain, at which point he found himself in a wide open void. The void was pure white in every direction, and in the very center of the void floated a small figure. The figure looked just like John, only it was ethereal and white. "This is my nascent soul," exclaimed John in excitement. All living creatures had souls, but only upon getting approval from the heavens would the soul turn into something corporeal and real. As cultivators grew stronger, so would their soul. The soul was used for many things. Improving soul power would lead to increased comprehension speeds, stronger soul attacks, and farther divine sense ranges. Thinking of his newfound soul powers, John sent out his divine sense as naturally as if he was extending his own arm. Within 10 yards in every direction, John could see every detail through his divine sense. From the smallest ant crawling on the ground to the mist essence sunflower, John was aware of everything in the 10-yard radius around him. "Amazing," exclaimed John. He had never thought that divine sense would be so useful. Standing up in excitement, John threw out a punch. The air rippled outwards from the force of the punch. "My attacks are at least several times stronger than before. If I fought the night wolf like this from the start, I would have been completely fine," thought John as he continued to throw out attacks. After throwing out dozens of punches and kicks, John took out his blue greatsword. Swish! John swung the sword around freely as if it weighed nothing. After executing a few sword moves, John put away the greatsword and took a deep breath. A black scythe suddenly appeared in his hands, at which point it started to sink downwards. Gah! After a second of struggling, John managed to stop the descent of the scythe and steady it in front of himself. His muscles were bulging as he struggled to wield the scythe. Gathering all his power, John swung the scythe out in front of him, the power of the attack shocking him. "Wow, the power I can unleash with this weapon is unreal. It's at least twice as strong as the attacks with the Mist Creation Greatsword, but it takes too much effort to wield this scythe right now. At most, I can unleash 1 or 2 attacks before my arms can bear the weight no more," thought John as he put away the scythe. For some reason, swinging the scythe made him feel content, as if it was a natural extension of himself. John sat back down and digested everything that had just happened. "All the struggling so far has been worth it," said John with an excited expression. Growl. A growl escaped from John's stomach as he realized he was starving. "Man, I'm hungry. Who knows how many days I was out for, and then on top of that, I didn't eat at all while cultivating. I am completely famished." John took out a piece of cooked meat from his storage ring and bit out a large chunk. After eating for several minutes, John pulled out another piece of meat and devoured that as well. Only after eating enough for an entire family did John stop eating with a satisfied look on his face. "Oh yeah, I forgot to take a look at my Danshin. Now that I have divine sense, I can look internally into my body and inspect it with utmost clarity," thought John as he sent his divine sense towards his Danshin. Just as his divine sense washed over his Danshin, a completely shocked expression appeared on John's face. Before he could react, John found himself floating in the misty void once more, a familiar, majestic palace in front of him. Chapter 20. palace once more. John found himself standing in front of the same majestic palace from when he touched the mysterious sphere. "What? Why am I here again?" shouted John in confusion. Once more he found himself in this completely foreign place. After staring at the majestic palace for some time, John started walking forward. He found himself on the familiar illuminated pathway from before. After entering the palace, he saw the same majestic statues as last time, lining the pathway as far as the eye could see. Following the pathway for several miles, John eventually came to the same massive door as last time. Unlike last time, however, the door was already opened, as if inviting him inside. John walked past the door and into the massive room. The room was the same as before, with massive white pillars dotting the interior of the grand hall. Thousands of feet in front of him, John once again saw the massive gate with the 9 chains hugging it. After walking for some time, John once again arrived at the solid white gate. The same translucent orb hung high in the sky in front of the gate, the 9 blood drops revolving inside of it. Taking a deep breath, John once again walked below the translucent orb, at which point he found himself unable to move like last time. At the same time, a single drop from the translucent orb started to descend. As soon as it left the protection of the translucent orb, John's eyes widened in horror. Last time, the blood drop had an aura of pure holiness. This time, however, the holiness was accompanied by an aura so sinister that John stopped breathing for a few moments. As the blood drop slowly lowered in front of him, John struggled with all his might to escape. He was willing to absorb another drop like last time, but the sinister aura of this blood drop was something John did not want anything to do with. Despite his struggles, John was unable to move as he watched the drop once again fuse into his body. A wave of pain so intense that it eclipsed the last time washed over him. John could only compare this pain to when he had touched the mysterious sphere. He felt as if the blood was doing everything it could to destroy his body from within. Death felt as if it was encroaching on him. Just as John was unable to endure it any longer, the portion of blood that radiated the holy aura activated within him, fighting against the sinister blood. After a brief battle inside his body, John felt everything return to normal. Fatigue washed over John as he once again collapsed into unconsciousness. The cave once again appeared in front of John as he slowly opened his eyes. After sitting up slowly, John took a few seconds to recollect what had happened to him. "I ended up in that palace again. Why did that happen?" thought John. "The last thing I remember doing was scanning my Danshin, at which point I suddenly felt myself being drawn into that space again. Watch the best cosplay girls. Find cams live. Watch the best dancers. Find cams live. Watch the best yoga girls. Find cams live. Shop everything you need. Open AliExpress app." John remembered that, when he sent his divine sense to his Danshin, he had suddenly found himself in that strange place. Thinking of that, John hesitantly sent his divine sense back towards his Danshin to see if it would happen again. After slowly prodding his divine sense towards his Danshin, John shouted out in shock. "What the fuck is this?" Upon slowly sending his divine sense towards his Danshin, John was shocked to find that his Danshin was not the only thing occupying the space. Right next to his missed Danshin sat the mysterious sphere. The two objects slowly revolved around each other in an endless dance. "What is this? Why is that sphere by my Danshin?" John couldn't make sense of the situation. When he had touched the sphere back in his house, he had immediately dropped it. Not once did he take it, let alone bring it into his body. More so, he had never heard of anything else existing in the Danshin space besides the Danshin itself. "How is this possible? Is my divine sense playing tricks on me?" thought John as he studied the scene before him. No matter how he thought about it, John could not make sense of what was happening. After tentatively scanning the Danshin space with his divine sense, John decided to investigate more thoroughly and sent his divine sense directly into the sphere, trying to understand what it was. "Again!" John shouted furiously as he once again found himself in the void, standing in front of the majestic white palace. Is this palace related to that sphere? John thought about the situation before him, but the only thing he could conclude was that the sphere and this palace were somehow related. After thinking over the situation for quite some time, John tried sending out his divine sense into the void. As soon as he did, John found himself back in the cave, his position the exact same as before. The palace and the sphere are definitely linked. I don't know how it's possible, but I think this palace is inside the sphere, almost like a giant storage ring. Although I've never heard of a storage ring like this, thought John. Maybe my conscience or soul is inside of this space, while my true body is still in the real world. Maybe I should explore this palace. It might hold some clues as to what this place is. John started walking down the illuminated pathway, eventually heading inside the palace. After striding inside, John once again found himself on the pathway with statues lining both sides as far as the eyes could see. "I'm not going that way anymore," said John, as he stepped off the illuminated pathway and entered one of the side halls. The side hall stretched into the distance, with massive doors lining both sides of the walls every few hundred yards. Walking up to one of the doors, John tried to open it, but was unable to do so. Walking to the next one, John tried that door as well, but was unable to budge it as well. "None of these doors are opening," thought John as he continued to try all the doors in the hall. After walking for miles and miles and trying hundreds of doors, John was frustrated that not a single one had opened. Returning to the original pathway, John walked to one of the other side halls and tried all those doors. The same as before, John was unable to open any of them. "Is the only way forward really towards that dreadful place?" thought John as he once again returned to the illuminated pathway. After hesitating for quite some time, John followed the pathway and eventually found himself in the massive room. "Well, although it hurts like hell, I haven't actually died yet from that blood, so it can't be all bad," thought John as he looked towards the translucent orb in the distance. After quite some time, John walked forward and eventually found himself beneath the translucent orb once again. Although John had walked below the orb like before, he was not bound like last time. As for the blood, no drops left the orb. They continued to revolve around each other in an endless dance. "What's going on? Why are no blood drops coming this time?" thought John as he stared above him at the translucent orb. No matter how long he waited, no blood came towards him. After standing there for quite some time, John decided to look around the rest of the massive hall since nothing was happening. As John looked around the rest of the hall, he found a large door 1,000 feet to the side of the massive gate. Although the door was only a few dozen feet tall, it was still quite large. After walking up to the door, John placed his hand on it, at which point it started parting before him. As soon as the door opened, John felt as if he had been plunged into hell. An aura similar to the blood drop radiated out of the door, but it was dozens of times stronger and more sinister. John could hardly breathe as he stared into the room in front of him. After several seconds of being frozen in pure fear, John finally came to his senses and hastily retreated, running away from the door. Only then was John able to slowly calm down. "What the hell? What is inside there? That aura is like I'm literally in hell, and I was only standing outside of the room," thought John while breathing heavily. John had never thought that something so evil and sinister could exist in this world. After composing himself, John turned to leave. As he was walking away, however, a nagging feeling urged him to turn around. Why do I want to turn around? What is wrong with me?" shouted John as he came to a halt. No matter how much he wanted to be away from that room, for some reason, he felt as if he was meant to go inside. "Hey, what is actually wrong with me?" shouted John out loud as he turned around and started walking back towards the door. No matter how he tried to rationalize it, this action of his made no sense. "This might be the dumbest thing I've ever done. And I've done a lot of dumb things," thought John as he once again arrived at the open door. After standing there for over an hour, John finally steeled his nerves and stepped inside the room. Chapter 21. Sinister Gate. A sinister aura washed over him with an intensity that threatened to make him go insane. If the aura outside the door could be described as a stream, then inside was a river. John fell to the ground and clutched his head. Non-stop murmurs echoed in his mind. The murmurs encouraged him to murder, pillage, defile, destroy. The murmurs echoed endlessly, almost driving John insane. Only after struggling for a long time was John able to calm himself slightly and gather his wits. Although John still felt as if he was in an endless pit of hell, he was now able to manage, if not with great struggle. After spending a long time adjusting himself to the horrifying environment, John finally stood up and steadied himself. Although this place was the most terrifying place that John had ever been in, he could also feel his will being tempered and strengthened. The constant resistance of the corrupting energy in this place was like a wet stone, constantly sharpening his will. Maybe this hellish environment can actually be used to my benefit, thought John. John composed himself before venturing further into the darkness. A dim, reddish glow illuminated the hallway in front of him. Several minutes later, the hallway ended and a massive room appeared. The room was basked in a dark red hue and was designed the exact same as the massive room he had just come from. Large black pillars dotted the interior, and John could just barely make out a large pitch-black gate on the opposite end of the room, similar to the large white gate in the room prior. Breathing out heavily, John stared at the scene in front of him. He composed himself once more before walking forward towards the massive black gate. After walking for several minutes, John arrived in front of the gate. The gate was thousands of feet high and wide and was covered by 10 massive pitch-black chains. Each chain link was dozens of feet thick. The sinister aura seemed to flow out of the gate. The sinister aura seems to be coming from behind this gate, thought John as he stared at it. What could possibly be giving off such an aura? Thought John as he stared intently at the gate. Being this close to the gate, John could barely keep his wits about him. Even with the help of the holy blood, John constantly struggled to keep his sanity. Unlike the previous room, there was no translucent orb high in the air in front of the gate. John stared at the gate for quite some time before walking up directly in front of it. The 10 massive chains snaked all about the gate, but all of them were embedded on one end at the base of the gate. Walking up to the chains, John reached out and touched one. Clang! A metallic sound rang out and filled the hall. Startled, John hastily retreated as he stared at the gate. To his surprise, the chain he had just touched started to shatter into millions of pieces before eventually falling apart, the metallic dust scattering outwards. What did I just do? Thought John as he saw the massive chain in front of him shatter. Right as the chain shattered, the sinister aura radiating from the gate intensified tenfold. H. John screamed out once more as he clutched his head. The murmurs from before reappeared in his mind, filling it with all sorts of sinister thoughts. Once again, John thought he was about to go insane. He felt as if 10,000 needles were stabbing into his skull. As if sensing the impending doom John faced, the holy blood radiated its power, smothering and calming the sinister thoughts rampaging through John's mind. Although it was much worse than before the chain crumpled, John was barely able to hang on mentally and stabilize himself. He still felt like needles were stabbing into his brain, however. Interact with cam girls. Find cams live. Play with cosplay girls. Find cams live. See her doing yoga. Find cams live. Watch the best cosplay girls. Find cams live. John breathed in and out heavily. Looking up at the gate in horror, John hastily retreated. Fuck this, I'm out of here, shouted John. As he was rushing towards the exit of the room, John spotted something out of the corner of his eye. What's that? On one side of the room stood a single lone altar. It was pitch black and was raised on a small platform. It was about 1,000 feet from the exit. Gritting his teeth, John composed himself once more and walked over to the altar. My curiosity is really going to get me killed one day, thought John. After stepping on the raised platform and walking around to face the altar, John was shocked to find a book lying on top of it. The book was bound in a pitch-black cover. On the cover were words carved into it, but it was in a language that John didn't understand. Although John didn't understand the language, For some reason, he felt it was familiar. "What is this?" thought John. After his previous experience with the chains, John was hesitant to touch anything. He stared at the book for some time, but couldn't understand anything written on the cover. The lingering aura of the room was threatening to drive John insane, and he knew he couldn't stay there much longer. "Fuck it, I've been completely stupid up to this point. I might as well continue that trend," thought John as he reached out to grab the book. As soon as his hand came in contact with the book, pain racked John's brain as he felt a flood of information fill it. John clutched his head while the pain continued. Unlike before, however, this was just regular pain and not pain that threatened to kill him. After a few seconds of intense pain, the information stopped transmitting, and John once more returned to normal. "What just happened?" thought John as he tried to make sense of what just occurred. He felt as if he was learning something, but when he tried to recall what he learned, he drew blanks. Looking back down at the book, John was shocked to find that he could actually understand the front page. Immortal Asura body, read the front cover. What a domineering-sounding name, thought John as he stared at the book. Although he was curious about the contents, John could hardly withstand the lingering sinister aura that threatened to drive him insane. Making a quick decision, John grabbed the book and started running towards the exit. A little bit later, John ran out of the doorway that he had previously entered and collapsed on the ground. Phew. John was panting heavily as he slowly managed to recover. After nearly an hour of stabilizing himself, John was finally able to wash the vile, lingering murmurs out of his head. Just what was that place? Thought John as he shivered. The sinister aura inside of there was unlike anything he thought could exist. It was as if every evil thought that ever existed was present in that place. John looked at the book in his hands. "I'll read this book after I leave this place. For now, I just want to get out of here." John was just about to send his divine sense out of this place, like last time, to leave it when he stopped. The previous room was an exact mirror of this room. If that room had an altar and a book, I wonder if this room has something as well, thought John. Turning to the side that would house the altar, John managed to spot another small altar about 1,000 feet away. John walked up to the altar, which was an exact copy of the previous one except it was pure white. On top of the altar sat another book. Its cover was a mix of blue, purple, and white. Celestial Lightning Script read the cover. Another domineering name, thought John. John grabbed this book as well. After looking around the rest of the massive room, John found nothing. He then turned towards the massive white gate. Based on his experience with the previous room, John figured that he might as well touch one of the chains in this room as well. While the gate in the other room gave off a vile, sinister aura, the gate in this room radiates nothing but holiness. I highly doubt that something this holy would be something bad, thought John as he walked up to one of the chains. He paused for a second before reaching out and touching it. Clang. Another metallic sound rang out as the chain started to crumple, eventually shattering into nothingness. The holy aura radiating from behind the door intensified. John felt like his soul was being cleansed as the holy aura washed over him. I can actually feel my soul being cleansed and strengthened slightly, John exclaimed in shock. From what he knew, strengthening the soul very hard. Besides some incredible rare medicinal ingredients, one could only increase the soul by increasing their cultivation level. John had never heard of something as simple as an aura strengthening the soul. This place keeps getting more and more mysterious. If nothing else, these 2 rooms will be immensely beneficial for tempering my will and strengthening my soul, thought John. After basking in the holy aura for some time, John reached out and touched another chain. Nothing. Although John had touched the chain, nothing had happened this time. John proceeded to touch all of the other chains, but nothing happened. Strange, thought John as he stared at the massive gate. John stepped away from the massive gate and explored the rest of the massive room, but was unable to find anything else of interest. Time to leave, I suppose, thought John as he sent his divine sense outwards. The dark cave appeared in front of John once more as he returned to the real world. Chapter 22. Immortal Asura body in the lightly illuminated cave. John sat there for quite some time without moving. Everything that had just happened seemed unreal, like it had all been an illusion. But when John sent his divine sense back towards his dantian, he once again found the mysterious sphere revolving around his dantian. While carefully observing the sphere, John started to slip into a trance. Several minutes later, John came back to his senses. What just happened? One second I was observing the sphere, and the next I don't know what I was doing. John couldn't explain the sudden lapse in his concentration. It felt almost as if he was falling into a meditative trance, but he wasn't trying to cultivate. Sending his divine sense back over the sphere, John once more fell into a meditative trance. Snapping out of it a few minutes later, John gasped in shock. This sphere also acts as a perfect meditation enabler. What the fuck? Is there anything it can't do? Thought John. When he started to drift off into a trance, John realized that it was the same type of trance as when he was cultivating. Such a thing was too good to be true. From what John knew, falling into a perfect meditation state was something that only happened through pure chance. It was so rare that some cultivators went their entire lives without ever falling into a perfect state of enlightenment. What else can this sphere do? Thought John as he continued to observe it, but was unable to find any other uses. No matter, just helping me fall into a perfect state of enlightenment is already beyond amazing. If nothing else, this will improve my cultivation and comprehension speed several-fold. John had a look of pure excitement on his face. Something like this was exactly what he needed to be able to catch up with his peers quickly. After observing the sphere for a bit more time, John stopped and thought about the books that he had found in the palace. He looked at his hands. Each hand held a book. These must be pretty amazing, thought John. Other than the blood drops, I found nothing else inside the palace. John looked at both books for a bit before deciding to open the pitch-black one. Immortal Asura body, sure sounds impressive. John brushed his fingers across the cover of the book, tracing each of the strange letters. Although he was still unsure of how it happened, John was now able to understand the language on the book cover. John opened to the first page of the book, at which point a confused expression appeared on his face. What? No introduction or summary of the technique. The first page of the book didn't have a detailed description of the technique. Instead, it had various complex drawings etched on it. That's the translucent orb in the palace, thought John. The very first picture at the top of the page depicted a translucent orb with 10 revolving blood drops within. After analyzing the first drawing for some time, John lowered his eyes to the second one on the page. It showed a person standing below the sphere, a blood drop hovering in front of them. This is exactly what's happened to me, thought John as his eyes continued downwards. The next drawing showed a person, but unlike before, all the person's veins, arteries, meridians, and acupoints were visible. Looking closely, John started to fall into a trance-like state. Although the picture was stationary, John could almost see the blood flowing through the body in the diagram. As he looked closer, there seemed to be 2 streams of blood. One was normal blood, while the other was a much darker red. The normal blood seemed to flow throughout the body unimpeded, while the dark red blood flowed towards the dantian. After flowing into the dantian, what came out of the dantian was not blood, but something else. John couldn't tell exactly what it was, but he could see it flow through certain meridians leading from the dantian to the rest of the body. Still in his trance-like state, John looked further down the page, but was shocked to find that there was nothing else. That's it, thought John. He tried turning to the next page, but was shocked to find he was unable to budge the second page. What? Why won't it open? Exclaimed John as he put more power into his fingers. But no matter how much power John put into his fingers, he was unable to budge the page even slightly. Maybe I can only open it when I'm stronger, thought John. He stopped trying to open the book and focused once more on the contents of the first page. After studying the drawings for some time, an idea formed in John's mind. John sent his divine sense into his body, specifically his veins and arteries. Although it was diffused, John was able to notice a darker blood intermixed with his own. "This is the blood from the orb," said John as he studied it. It had the same sinister aura as the blood drop within the palace. John studied the blood flowing within him for some time before he took a deep breath and started using his new control over Qi to guide the dark blood towards his Danshan. "Gah!" John cried out in pain as the blood came into contact with his Danshan. He felt as if he was about to explode for an instant there. "Hugh, that was close. If I hadn't pulled it back so fast, I honestly think I might have died." "What's going on? Doesn't the diagram show to do this? Is it perhaps not actually referencing the sinister blood?" thought John as he tried to work out what went wrong. "If the blood can't go to my Danshan, does it go to the sphere instead? But why? Isn't the sphere just a giant storage ring?" Despite his speculations, John could only test his theory out to see if he was correct. Learning from his near-fatal mistake last time, John slowly guided the tiniest portion of blood towards the sphere. Careful, careful. The dark red blood carefully approached the sphere. Once it was almost there, it was suddenly sucked in. John's eyes brightened as the blood was rapidly sucked in. "No pain. This must be what the diagram is depicting," exclaimed John. John guided more and more blood into the sphere, and after a few minutes, all the dark blood had been absorbed into the sphere. Just as John was feeling happy about solving the riddle, a burst of energy escaped from the sphere and surged throughout his body. John gritted his teeth in pain as he did his best to suppress the surge of energy, but no matter how much he struggled, he found the energy growing more and more intense. "I'll die at this pace. What can I do?" said John through gritted teeth. Racking his brain for ideas, John glanced downwards and happened to spot the black book. Struck with understanding, John opened the book to the first page and carefully studied the last image. After studying the page through the pain, John drew the surging energy back towards the sphere, at which point he started guiding the energy through the meridians depicted in the drawing. The pain slowly started to fade from his body as John managed to get the energy under control. Slowly guiding the energy through his meridians, John was completely shocked. Wherever the energy was absorbed, John could feel that portion of his body strengthening. Despite his shock, John continued to guide the energy through his meridians to various parts of his body. Several hours later, John had finally finished absorbing all the energy. Sending his divine sense throughout his body, John was beyond shocked. "Every part of my body has been strengthened compared to before. Whatever the reason, I'll gladly welcome any increase in strength." John started celebrating before he suddenly came to a halt. "Wait, does this mean I'm stuck as a body cultivator now?" It was common knowledge in the world of cultivation that a cultivator either focused on cultivating the body or essence. For essence cultivators, the cultivator would store their qi in their danshan and release the qi for devastating magical attacks. As such, while their attacks would be strong, their bodies would be weaker. On the other hand, body cultivators focused on strengthening their bodies. By constantly nourishing their body with qi from their danshan, body cultivators were able to strengthen their bodies to absurd levels. Not only would their defensive abilities increase, but so would their explosive power. The trade-off for cultivating the body was that the qi in the danshan would constantly be used by the body for body nourishment. Thinking of qi as food, the body would require a constant supply in order to be able to function properly. As the body grew stronger, more and more food was required to function at peak levels. Since qi was constantly used to nourish and power the body, body cultivators were unable to store vast amounts of qi reserves in their danshan. Without large qi reserves, any magical attacks would be underwhelming and ineffective. Because of this, cultivators knew that they were to pick one aspect of cultivating, body or essence, and stick to it. There were genius cultivators that tried to defy the norm and cultivate both, but every single one of them ended up average in both categories instead of a genius in one. As such, no one bothered to cultivate both body and essence together anymore. The Fenix clan was a clan of essence cultivators, and as such, John had always planned on following that path. Now, however, he was unsure if he could. Although I stepped onto the body cultivation path, I just started. If I stop now and focus on essence only, the harmful effects won't be too great, thought John as he slowly started to calm down. Just as he calmed down, John once again was jolted by a sudden revelation. Wait a minute, the energy that strengthened my body came from the sphere, not my danshan. John focused on his danshan and extracted some chi from it, at which point he heaved a sigh of relief. It still works fine. Wait! John's thoughts trailed off as a shocking idea came into his mind. Focusing on the sphere again, John treated it as if it was his danshan and focused on extracting energy from it. Ugh! A surprised cry echoed throughout the cavern. The sphere is a danshan. Chapter 23, Second Danshan, how is this possible? Exclaimed John in shock. When he tried controlling the sphere like he would his own danshan, John was shocked to find out he could completely control it. It felt as natural as controlling his own danshan. Furthermore, his own danshan still functioned normally, showing it was not impeded by the sphere at all. John once more focused on extracting chi from the sphere. Just like before, chi naturally started to flow out of the sphere and into his meridians. John guided the chi through his body according to the diagram once more, and slowly but surely, John could feel his body strengthening slightly. Amazing, exclaimed John as he kept extracting chi from the sphere and sending it towards the rest of his body. The feeling of his body growing ever stronger was intoxicating. John kept at it for quite some time before no more chi flowed from the sphere. Huh, is it empty already? A wave of fatigue washed over John's body. I don't know how it happened, but this sphere is acting like another danshan of mine. It seems when it runs out of chi, I'll feel fatigued just like I would if my own danshan ran out of chi. After thinking for a bit, John started to extract energy from his own danshan and guide it according to the diagram. No matter how much chi John guided through his meridians, there was no change in his body. Does it only work with chi from the sphere? John thought about it for a second before noticing something. When he extracted chi from the sphere, it had a slightly different quality than the chi he extracted from his own danshan. Chi was the natural energy of the universe and embodied all the laws of the universe. Depending on the cultivator's comprehension, different laws and properties were extracted from the chi. The sphere must be altering the chi in some way that I can't understand. It seems I can only cultivate this immortal Asura body using the sphere's chi, thought John as he returned the chi flowing through his body to his danshan. Still fatigued from his empty sphere danshan, John started cultivating, focusing on drawing in the surrounding chi towards the sphere to fill it up. As soon as the chi that John had drawn into his body hit the sphere, it was rejected and scattered towards his own danshan. No matter how much chi John drew towards the sphere, all of it was rejected. What do I do? If I can't cultivate this danshan with chi, then what is it good for? Said John in frustration. He had thought he had discovered an amazing treasure that would help him immensely, but it soon revealed itself to be quite troublesome instead. John kept trying for an hour to get chi to flow into the sphere, but was unsuccessful no matter how hard he tried. Forget it, shouted John in frustration. He stood up and paced back and forth, thinking for a solution to this newfound problem. After packing for quite some time, John spotted the black book out of the corner of his eye. An idea crept into his mind. Could it be, thought John. He sat back down in front of the book and studied the last diagram once more. Some time later, the corpse of the large, gray-scaled crocodile appeared in front of John. I used that sinister blood to cultivate this sphere earlier. Watch the best cosplay girls. Find Cam's live. See her doing yoga. Find Cam's live. Learn cooking from Cam Girl. Find Cam's live. Watch the best yoga girls. Find Cam's live. John cut open the beast and extracted some of its blood. Using chi from his own danshan, John guided a small portion of blood from the beast into his own body and towards the sphere. Right as the blood approached the sphere, it was violently sucked in. John felt the wave of fatigue he felt lessened slightly. It worked. Blood is the key. He quickly drew in more blood from the crocodile and guided it through his body towards the sphere. Slowly, but surely, John felt some of the fatigue wash away. After extracting quite a large portion of blood and absorbing it, John thought for a moment before walking over to the head of the crocodile. He took out his greatsword and sliced open a deep cut right between the eyes of the beast. As soon as the cut was made, an extremely vibrant and dense blood flowed out. John quickly collected the blood. This should be its blood essence. Every creature and cultivator contained two types of blood. One was the normal blood that flowed throughout the body, and one was concentrated blood essence. No matter how much normal blood was lost, as long as the living being didn't die, it would eventually recover it. However, blood essence was different. It was the concentrated life essence of the living being, and as such was much more vibrant and potent. It was the source of blood energy in the body, and as such was very important. Restoring lost blood essence was very hard, if not almost impossible without special means. John took the small bowl of blood essence and held it in front of him. He pressed the bowl against his chest and used his chi to absorb and guide the blood essence into his body. Gah! A small grunt escaped John's lips. As soon as John absorbed the blood essence, it felt like his body was heating up and the blood was trying to rampage through his body. This was due to the blood essence being much more potent than regular blood. Although the blood was trying to rampage through the body, John was able to easily control it and guide it towards the sphere. When the blood essence approached the sphere, it was once more violently sucked in. A happy expression appeared on John's face. That was at least several times more effective than all the blood I've absorbed from the beast so far. It seems that blood essence is the way to cultivate this technique. John focused on absorbing the rest of the blood essence before he focused back on the sphere. Guiding it like he would his own danshin, John started to extract chi from it. Slowly, a small amount of chi came out of the danshin before it quickly returned to an empty state. Fatigue once more washed over John. That's it. The entire beast only provided that much chi. Who knows how much blood I would have to absorb to restore this sphere to its peak state, John exclaimed in frustration. John took out all the remaining body refinement level beasts from his storage ring. There were about a dozen of them. After extracting their blood essence, John guided the blood essence towards the sphere. It's still only this much. Even after absorbing a dozen body refinement level beasts, John had still only slightly filled up his sphere danshin. At this pace, it would require hundreds of beasts just to reach a full state, let alone use it to continuously cultivate. A black headless corpse appeared in front of John. I don't believe that a mist creation level beast won't be enough, said John as he walked over to the head of the wolf and extracted the blood essence. The wolf's blood essence was dozens of times more potent than any of the body refinement beasts. John took a deep breath before he started to guide the blood essence into his body. Gah! A pained grunt escaped John's mouth. Compared to the previous blood essence, the wolf's blood essence was much more potent. John struggled a bit before managing to get the blood under control, at which point he guided it towards his sphere danshin. Much better, exclaimed John. Compared to the previous blood, this blood had provided much more energy to the danshin. Although the danshin was still mostly empty, John felt the fatigue wash away and energy once more return to his body. Not only that, he could even feel the sphere danshin itself grow slightly stronger. I suppose this is the way to cultivate this danshin. Right now, the amount and quality of chi it provides is similar to my own. I suppose this danshin will follow the same leveling pathway as my own danshin. Although the sphere was already solid and quite different to John's mist danshin, the quality and potency of the chi extracted from it was similar to his own danshin. As such, John surmised that it would most likely follow the same power progression pathway. Learning his lesson from last time, John kept the chi stored in the sphere danshin. I'll keep cultivating this later once I collect more blood essence. It seems like I will need a large and steady supply of blood essence to cultivate this body cultivation technique. It also seems that the higher level the beast, the better. If the sphere provides chi for the Immortal Asura body cultivation technique, then I can use my own danshin for essence cultivation. I can cultivate both. With 2 danshins focusing on a separate cultivation pathway, John would be able to defy the norms and cultivate both essence and body. "This is amazing," exclaimed John, an excited look on his face. He took a few minutes to calm down. John then put away the beast corpses and the book, before once more taking them out. The sphere also seems to act like a giant storage ring for the palace. I wonder if I can store my own items in there as well. John grabbed one of the beast corpses and then thought about storing the corpse inside the palace. The corpse suddenly disappeared. It worked. John quickly sent his sense into the palace, at which point he saw the corpse lying inside of it in one of the hallways. It worked. This palace is massive. Now I won't have to worry about a storage ring again. A happy expression appeared on John's face as he thought about all the money he would save not having to buy any more storage rings. He quickly took out all the items from his storage ring and transferred them inside the palace. "I'll hold on to this ring for now, though," thought John as he kept the ring on his finger. After dealing with all his items, John looked towards the second book lying on the ground in front of him. Celestial Lightning Script, sounds impressive. After examining the book cover for some time, John reached out and opened the book. Chapter 24, Celestial Lightning Script. John had expected the book to be like the previous one, with the first page detailing a cultivation technique. Instead, as soon as John opened the book, what was revealed was not pages, but a hollow interior. In the hollow interior was a small round piece of jade, 4 inches across. It was a vibrant green and had fantastical markings carved all over the surface. John could see the carvings extend into the interior of the jade piece as well, making it look even more remarkable. At the very center of the jade piece, a small yet bright pulsating glow could be seen. "What is this, and what's that glowing thing at the center?" thought John. It was quite unexpected that the book was not a book, but a container for this jade stone. John had never seen anything like this before in his life. After tracing the exquisite markings on the outside of the jade with his fingertips, John sent his divine sense into it in order to figure out more about it. John quickly retracted his divine sense. As soon as he had sent his divine sense into the jade piece, he felt his conscience being pulled inside. What just happened? Although unexpected, John felt no danger from what just happened, and so he sent his divine sense back into the jade piece. His divine sense started to follow the etchings on the jade piece, as if it was being guided through them. John fell into a trance-like state as his divine sense traveled further and further into the jade piece. Coming out of his trance, John was shocked. When he guided his divine sense into the jade, John could see many images start to flash into his mind. Images of lightning. The further he sent his divine sense into the jade piece, the more images appeared in his mind. It almost felt as if the lightning in the images were right in front of John. He could almost feel the very essence of the lightning bolts itself. This is amazing. John sent his divine sense back in, but was unable to make it go further than a few millimeters into the jade piece. No matter how much he tried, he was unable to proceed any further. Despite it only being such a small portion of the jade piece, John was already overwhelmed by what he saw. John awoke from his trance several hours later. This jade piece acts like a book. The farther I send my divine sense into the piece, the more information is presented to me. I only got such a small sliver of information compared to the whole thing, but it's already overwhelming. The jade piece revealed many images in John's mind. Whenever he focused on one, he felt as if he was being drawn into the image, as if he was there himself. The images showed all sorts of fantastic scenes. A person cloaked in lightning floated high in the sky, unleashing apocalyptic lightning blasts wherever he pointed. Another scene showed a man standing below dark clouds as far as the eye could see. Lightning bolts, so powerful they seemed, as if they could destroy all of creation, rained down, bathing the person in its power. Many similar images flashed through John's mind, and each image seemed to have many profundities contained within. This jade piece contains information on how to cultivate it. By studying these images, I can grasp more and more of its profundities. Based on what I can tell so far, the script uses real lightning to train the body, eventually turning the body into a lightning attribute body. Amazing. Most people in the world were born with normal bodies. Very rarely, a genius blessed by the heavens would be born with an attribute body. Lightning bodies, water bodies, earth bodies, fire bodies, etc. People with attribute bodies would find it 10 times easier to cultivate those specific attributes, and would almost always become heavenly geniuses. Attribute bodies were something that was innate and could not be forced or cultivated. John had never heard of a cultivation technique that allowed someone to transform their normal body into an attribute body. John recalled one image in the lightning script. It showed a person being struck by lightning, at which point they guided the lightning through certain meridians towards their dantian, refining the lightning, and then sent the refined lightning back outwards towards the rest of their body. The body would be bathed in refined lightning essence, slowly turning it into a lightning attribute body. Not only was the meridian pathway that the lightning traveled extremely complex, but John was also unsure of how the dantian refined the lightning into something that could be controlled and used for nourishment. I suppose I will have to mediate with this script for quite some time before I start to comprehend how to cultivate it. John was eager to start cultivating this technique, but he knew it would be some time before he was able to do so. First, he would have to understand the fundamentals of refinement, as well as practice controlling the lightning through the complex meridian pathways depicted. Only then would John be ready to start training with real lightning. The thought of being struck by actual lightning sent shivers down his spine. "This technique is going to hurt a lot," said John with a wry smile on his face. Despite the expected pain associated with a technique that forces one to get struck by lightning, John had no intention of not using it. Anything to get stronger. John sent his divine sense back into the jade piece. Several hours passed by before he stopped trying to comprehend the technique. "I feel as though I'm getting a better idea of what to do, but it's gonna be quite some time before I'm ready to start cultivating it." The cultivation technique was exquisite. John had never imagined something so profound could exist. He was only at the surface level, and yet it was more that he could understand. John put the jade piece in the palace. He stood up and stretched his aching legs as he had been sitting for hours. Taking out a cooked piece of meat, John bit into it as he thought of what to do next. "I just advanced to the mist creation realm. I still need to comprehend both the mountain-crushing sword as well as the 5-step movement technique. Becoming proficient in both of these will increase my combat power substantially." John sat back down and took out the book detailing the mountain-crushing sword technique. Opening the book to the first page, John started reading the details about how to use the technique. "Let's see here. It says to send chi from my dantian through these specific arm meridians, eventually leaving various acupoints located on my arm and hands. Once the chi reaches the acupoints, it builds up for a split second before being unleashed as an attack through my sword. It seems like the attack can be used both in close combat and as a ranged attack, although it's more powerful being used up close." Linking his consciousness to the sphere, John fell into a meditative trance as he erased all distracting thoughts from his mind. After studying the technique for several hours, he took the attacking stance depicted in the book. "The meridian pathways I need to utilize are extremely simple compared to the celestial lightning script. It shouldn't be too hard to get a hang of this technique." John held his greatsword out in front of him as he focused on sending chi from his dantian through the meridian pathways depicted in the technique. Only after half a day of failed attempts was John finally able to guide his chi properly. His face whitened slightly. "Now," John shouted out as he struck forward with his sword. His sword started to glow slightly as he sent chi into it. Boom! John struck a small boulder in front of him with the sword. The boulder exploded into countless pieces. "Success!" John shouted joyfully. Although he had failed for several hours, John was finally able to guide his chi property and unleash the mountain-crushing sword. It's even more powerful than I thought. I'm only at the early mist creation realm, and yet it destroyed this boulder. My fight with the night wolf would have been much easier if I could unleash this attack back then. John studied the ranged portion of the mountain-crushing sword and surmised that it functioned exactly like the attack he had just unleashed. However, instead of keeping the amplified chi contained in his sword, John would just have to guide his sword forward, at which point the powerful chi attack would fly towards his target. John spent the next several minutes catching his breath. Although the sword was powerful, it required a lot of chi in order to execute properly. At his current level of cultivation, John surmised that he could only unleash this attack a few times before he ran out of chi. What John didn't know, however, is that this technique was quite complicated and powerful for a mist creation level attack. Most cultivators took a week to learn the basics, not just a few hours. Not only that, but the attack was quite harsh on the body as well. Most early mist creation realm cultivators would feel as though their body was breaking whenever they used the attack. It was an attack almost more suitable for chi condensation experts than mist creation cultivators. Not only am I still in the early mist creation realm, I also just started learning this technique. As I become better at using it and increase my cultivation, I should be able to unleash this attack many more times, with it growing stronger as well. Although John had succeeded, his control over his chi was still very unstable. Not only that, he was still in the early stages of learning the mountain-crushing sword. As a result, the attack drained a large portion of his chi and was also quite weak when compared to what the technique could actually do. John unleashed another attack before collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. He sat down and started cultivating the surrounding chi to replenish his empty danshan. Several hours later, John opened his eyes. My danshan is back to being full. I should now try the 5-step movement technique. Chapter 25, 5-step movement technique. John brought out the 5-step movement technique book, opened it to the first page, and read the book over and over for several hours. It says to guide chi from my danshan in 5 stages through my meridians towards my legs. The first stage targets the feet acupoints, allowing for a short but quick speed burst. Each successive wave of chi is sent higher and higher up the leg, eventually leading to the upper leg acupoints. Each successive wave also builds off the momentum and energy of the previous wave, resulting in an ever-increasing speed and distance covered by each step. John practiced sending his chi through the pathways depicted in the technique. Half a day later, John finally managed to successfully guide the chi for the first step. John shot directly forward, not ready for the sudden increase in speed. He tripped over his own feet and came crashing to the ground. Ouch, this is a lot harder than it looks. John rubbed his sore head and once again assumed the correct stance and started guiding his chi through his legs. Based on his recent success, John was able to correctly guide his chi once more. In a second, John dashed forward a dozen yards and managed to keep his balance this time. Wow, that's fast, and that's only the first step. Let's try the second step. John once again prepared to use the technique and guided his chi through his leg meridians. As soon as his chi exploded out of his feet, John found himself propelled forward. Focusing on the second step, John followed that up by guiding his chi depicted in the second stage. Unable to correctly guide the chi in time, John came to a crashing halt as he stumbled over himself. This is pretty damn hard. Not only do I have to get the first stage right, the second stage is harder to guide and also has to be done quicker than the first stage. This is going to take a while to master. John kept practicing the 5-step movement technique for the next 2 days. After 2 days of non-stop practice, John was able to successfully implement the first 2 steps. However, the chi requirement for both quantity and control was too much for him to execute the 3rd through 5th step yet. Additionally, executing the 2nd step took up a decent amount of his chi reserves. The first 2 steps are already this fast. I can't wait to perform the remaining steps. Who knows how fast I'll be able to move at that time, thought John as he took out a piece of meat and bit into it. After eating his fill, John stored all his belongings into the palace storage area. I think it's time to head out. I've been in this cave for almost a week. Compared to when I entered this cave, it's like I've become a completely different person. When John entered the cave, he was still just at the blood refinement realm. Now, not only was John a mist creation realm cultivator, but he had 2 dantions at that realm as well as a bevy of techniques that had been learned. John decided to leave the mist essence sunflower behind. Although it was quite rare and valuable, it was only useful to him at the blood refinement realm. If he plucked it, it would lose most of its value anyways, and so there wasn't much reason to do so. "Thank you for your help," said John to the flower before turning to exit the cave. A few minutes later, John exited the cave and took in a large breath of fresh air. "It feels good to be back outside," exclaimed John as he looked around. "I suppose with my power increase, I can start to venture a bit deeper into the skycleave forest. So far this journey has been amazing for my strength. I can only imagine what else is awaiting me," said John with a smile on his face. He looked around for a bit before picking a direction and walking forwards. "Shop everything you need. See more. Shop everything you need. Open AliExpress app. Watch the best dancers. Find cams live. Watch the best cosplay girls. Find cams live. This direction should lead to the area where mist creation level beasts are more numerous. I can't wait to test out my newfound strength." A few days passed by. John was venturing deeper and deeper into the skycleave forest. He had fought with several blood refinement level beasts, but hadn't seen any mist condensation level beasts yet. Boom! A loud boom echoed throughout the forest. "What's that noise?" John started speeding towards the sound of the loud boom. Boom, boom. Several more loud booms echoed out before John eventually found his way to the sound of the noise. 2 of them. A few hundred yards in front of John were 2 early mist creation level beasts staring at each other. Dozens of nearby trees were felled, a testament to the power of the battle. A titan ape and a night wolf. Seems like the titan ape is winning. What's a night wolf doing outside during the day anyways? Looking at the battle, John could clearly see several deep wounds on the night wolf. The titan ape, on the other hand, was relatively unscathed. Roaring loudly, the titan ape charged towards the night wolf. The ground shook beneath its power as it lashed out at the night wolf. Utilizing its superior speed, the night wolf dashed to the side of the ape and bit down on its arm. Roar! The ape roared in pain, but quickly recovered and used its other arm to reach over and grab the wolf. The night wolf was a hair too slow to retreat as its neck was caught by the ape. Crunch! A loud snapping sound rang out as the ape violently smashed the wolf to the ground, breaking its neck. "What a battle!" exclaimed John. This titan ape managed to kill the night wolf relatively easily. Slightly tired from the battle, the titan ape sat down by the wolf's corpse and tore off a leg and started munching on it. John stared at the titan ape for a bit while it ate. It was over 10 feet tall and had bulging muscles on all its limbs. After a while, John hopped of the tree branch. "Sorry to interrupt your meal." The titan ape was enjoying the spoils of its battle when it heard something behind it. It turned around and saw a small human approaching it. Roar! The titan ape was absolutely furious that its meal would be interrupted, even more so by a small human. It quickly turned around and charged towards John, the ground shaking beneath every step. "This is my first battle in the mist creation realm. Please don't disappoint me," shouted John to the titan ape as he dashed forward as well before punching out. Gah! John was sent flying back dozens of yards after his and the ape's fists collided. After rolling for some distance, John quickly got up and wiped the dirt off his face. His arm was shaking in pain from the force of the collision. "I suppose I'm thinking too highly of myself if I think I can fight a titan ape barehanded just yet." Although John had started to cultivate the Immortal Asura body art, he had just started and was barely even considered a body cultivator. Standing steadily, John took out his blue greatsword. "Let's see how strong you really are," shouted John as he dashed towards the charging beast. Having won the previous exchange, the Titan ape became overconfident and charged John with no hesitation before punching out. Right as the first was about to connect with his body, John slid on his knees under the attack and slashed out with his sword. Slice. A wound opened up on the Titan ape's right leg as John slid past it. The ape cried out in pain as it quickly turned around and sent a fist flying straight towards John. Sword and fist collided as John was knocked back a few feet. Another wound had opened up on the ape's fist from where the sword had collided. The ape now realized that the foe in front of it posed lethal danger to it. "I need to get used to utilizing chi effectively in battle. I'll use this Titan ape as a whetstone," thought John as he once again dashed towards the ape. The battle raged on for almost an hour before the Titan ape eventually collapsed. "Guess it's about time to end this," said John while panting heavily before he dashed forward. As expected, the ape sent out one last desperate attack as John approached. Learning from his mistake last time, John was fully prepared and dodged the fist before jumping towards the ape's head. The sound of a head hitting the ground sounded out as John landed back on the ground. Panting heavily from his lengthy battle, John walked over to the ape's body and stored it away before sitting on the ground. "Phew, that was quite the battle. The ape actually forced me to use the mountain-crushing sword several times." John sat on the ground and caught his breath after a few minutes. "At least I know now that I can fight against beasts in the same realm as me and even suppress them. I wonder if Father would be shocked if he found out." It was quite common knowledge that within the same realm, beasts were normally more powerful than humans. Most cultivators would flee if they saw a beast in the same realm. Although they might be able to beat the beast, the risk of dying was too high to justify the cost. Only a battle fanatic like John would eagerly seek out an enemy like he just had. A little while later, John got up and walked further into the forest. He set up camp when night fell, making sure to activate the perimeter warning disc. Having set everything up, John took out the head of the Titan ape. He sliced open between its eyes and extracted its blood essence before guiding the blood into and through him according to the principles of the Immortal Aura body. The blood essence entered the sphere, at which point a portion of the energy was sent back out as nourishing chi. John guided this energy through the various meridians depicted in the diagram, allowing it to infuse into the various parts of his body. The process continued for several minutes before John opened his eyes. He clenched his fist, feeling the slightly greater strength than before. After John was done absorbing the Titan ape blood essence, he took out the celestial lightning script jade piece and studied it for several hours. He did the same for the mountain-crushing sword and 5-step movement technique, making sure that no aspect of his cultivation was lacking. The night was late before John was done with his cultivation. Putting everything away, John ate some of his leftover meat before falling asleep. Chapter 26, Battle Art Test 2 weeks later. Chi. A small sword light traveled through the air before colliding into the body of an early mist creation level beast. Roar. The beast howled in pain as a large wound was opened up on its side. Seizing the opportunity, John dashed forward quickly. He evaded the attack of the wounded beast before plunging his sword deeply into the beast, killing it. John stored the beast's body away before continuing on. That's the 10th early mist creation level beast I've killed so far. All this battle experience has really helped me comprehend the essence of the mountain-crushing sword. After 2 weeks of continuous battle, John had reached a new level of comprehension regarding both the mountain-crushing sword and the 5-step movement technique. Although he was still stuck on the 2nd step, he was much closer to successfully executing the 3rd step than before. Additionally, he cultivated the Immortal Asura body every night, as well as studied the celestial lightning script jade piece. John would also send his soul into the palace every night to temper his will in front of the sinister gate and strengthen his soul in front of the holy gate. Although John could only last a few minutes in front of the sinister gate, It was enough to slowly temper his will. Standing resolutely in the face of pure evil helped John steel his nerves and resolve. Every single aspect of my cultivation is improving rapidly. At this rate, I should be able to reach the late mist creation realm before the tournament, John said with an excited expression. John walked for some time before coming to a stop as a thought crept into his mind. Watch the best chefs. Find cams live. Watch the best yoga girls. Find cams live. Watch the best cosplay girls. Find cams live. Interact with cam girls. Find cams live. Although my greatsword is still useful, it's still a body refinement grade weapon. The only mist creation grade weapon I have is the scythe, but I don't have any techniques for it. I wonder if I can use the mountain crushing sword while holding the scythe. A black scythe appeared in John's hands as he took the attacking position required for the mountain crushing sword technique. This is still pretty damn heavy, said John, as the weight of the scythe caused his body to dip down a bit. He strained his muscles to support the weight of the scythe. Having practiced the mountain crushing sword technique quite extensively, John had become very proficient in correctly guiding his chi through the required meridian channels and into his weapon. John focused for a bit before sending his chi through the required meridian channels in accordance to the mountain crushing sword. His scythe started to glow slightly as more chi was poured into it, at which point John swung his scythe forward with all his might. Bang! The ground in front of John was violently upheaved as a large crater appeared. John was sent flying backwards violently from the force of the attack, his face completely pale. John lay on the ground completely dirty and bloodied. He winced in pain as he gasped for air over and over. Using his remaining strength, he took out a life mist healing pill and popped it into his mouth. John crawled into a seated position and focused on guiding the medicinal healing properties of the pill throughout his body. Several hours later, John finally opened his eyes. His pale white face had once more returned to normal. I almost just killed myself. I'm lucky that no strong beasts came here after all that noise, or I might have died. Good thing I've also strengthened my body with the Immortal Asura body cultivation art, or I might have actually died there. Cultivating both essence and body sure is amazing. John calmed his mind before thinking about the attack that had severely injured him. My chi control was flawless, but as I poured my chi into the weapon, I could feel the technique become disharmonious. Instead of pouring my chi into the blade of the sword, I had to first channel it through the handle of the scythe and up to the curved blade at the top. That was when I felt myself lose control of the technique. Half of the power ended up being used properly, while the other half exploded outwards violently in front of me. I suppose this technique really is only suitable for a greatsword. I have to say, though, the power of this attack was monstrous. Even with half the power being wasted, it's still far more powerful than when I use my greatsword. The difference in weapon quality really does make a difference. If I run into a situation where my greatsword isn't enough, this attack will be a great fallback. The only problem is that it causes damage to myself and uses up almost all my chi. I'll only be able to use it as a last resort. John focused on recovering to his peak state before standing up and continuing on. Several hours later, John came to a sudden stop, his breath caught in his throat. That's a tree baloth. As John was walking through the forest, he just barely managed to spot a tree baloth sleeping on a tree branch. The tree baloth was 200 yards in front of him and hadn't yet noticed John's presence. It's at the late mist creation realm. John made as little noise as possible as he silently retreated. There's no way I can fight that. John retreated for several miles before he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I guess I've traveled a bit too far into the forest. Let's see where we are, thought John as he pulled out his map. Based on his movements over the last several weeks, John surmised he was about halfway between the Fenix clan and the Dreadle kingdom. If I turn north from here, I'll eventually run into the Dreadle kingdom after several hundred miles. There appears to be a few towns and villages on the way as well. I guess I'll head that way since it was my original goal to make it over there. Putting away the map, John turned north and started walking in the direction of the Dreadle Kingdom. Night came before John decided to set up camp. After setting up the perimeter formation disc, John took out a corpse of an early mist creation realm beast he had slain earlier in the day. He made a cut between the brow of the animal and extracted the blood essence. Following the Immortal Asura body diagram, John guided the blood essence into the sphere. As the blood entered the sphere, John could feel the energy within grow slightly stronger before coming to an abrupt halt. It stopped absorbing the blood. What's going on? Just as John was about to send his divine sense to the sphere to investigate, a muffled boom echoed throughout his body. A shocked expression appeared on John's face. Chapter 27, A Town. I advanced. My sphere dantion advanced to middle mist creation already. Isn't this cultivation speed a little exaggerated? When John investigated his sphere dantion and pulled some chi out of it, he was shocked to find that the nature of the chi had transformed. If before it was wispy and barely noticeable, now it was much thicker, like a thick fog in the early morning. This was clearly a sign of advancing to the middle mist creation realm. I advanced, John shouted out in excitement. Wait a minute, shouldn't there be a bottleneck? Father mentioned that every realm increase has an associated bottleneck. Why didn't I experience one? John thought about the issue, but could only surmise that due to the mysterious nature of the sphere, he wasn't faced with a bottleneck when advancing. The chi that comes out of the sphere is already quite strange. Maybe I won't follow the cultivation norms when cultivating my sphere dantion. No matter, no bottleneck means I can advance even faster. It's just too bad that I can't use the chi from my sphere dantion for essence attacks. I've tried to use it for essence attacks, but for some reason it refuses to obey my command when I use it for anything but cultivation of the Immortal Asura body or using it for physical attacks. It seems that it can only be used for body cultivation. John once again focused on his sphere dantion and focused on extracting chi from it and guiding it throughout his body according to the Immortal Asura body diagrams. A little while later, John opened his eyes in excitement. I can feel my body strengthening even faster than before. A smile appeared on John's face as he stood up. Instead of using chi to nourish and strengthen his body, John focused on using it explosively to augment his body. For body cultivators, chi was used in two ways. The first way was to send a steady and gentle supply of nourishing chi throughout the body. The body would slowly absorb the chi, growing stronger in the process. This was the main way body cultivators strengthened their body. Each body cultivation art refined a different chi essence based on the body cultivation art, and each art had different meridian channel pathways it utilized during the nourishment process. The second way body cultivators used chi was using it explosively for powerful attacks. By supplying a powerful burst of chi to the body cultivators were able to stimulate their body to their peak and unleash powerful physical attacks. The stronger their body, the more chi they would be able to handle, and the more powerful their attacks would become. What John was doing now was sending chi from his sphere dantion explosively outwards towards his fist. Unfortunately, the Immortal Asura body art had no techniques provided, and so John could only guide his chi in the most simple pathways towards his fist. John stood in front of a boulder and punched out. Learn cooking from Cam Girl. Find Cam's live. See her doing yoga. Find Cam's live. Watch the best dancers. Find Cam's live. Play with cosplay girls. Find Cam's live. Boom. Large cracks appeared on the boulder before it eventually started to crumble and fall apart. John smiled as he looked at his fist. Even such a simple attack is so powerful. I can only imagine how strong it will be once I learn some body cultivation battle techniques. I need to get one as soon as I can. John had not picked up a body cultivation technique when he was in the Fenix clan. One reason was that the Fenix clan was a clan of essence cultivators. The other was that John had only started body cultivation after he had left the clan. Still, it's not all bad. By explosively increasing my physical strength during battle, my mountain-crushing sword attack will become even stronger. Having two Dantians really is amazing, thought John with a smile on his face. No matter how he thought about it, his current situation really was heaven-defying. Cultivators could only dream of being both body and essence cultivators. Although John had just stepped on the pathway of cultivating both, he could already see all the amazing advantages that it would bring to him. Not only would all his attacks be stronger, but his physical defense would also be stronger. Essence cultivators were known for their amazingly complicated and powerful chi attacks, but had weak physical defenses. Although they could use techniques that focused on defense to make up for this deficiency, that would take away from their explosive power. On the other hand, body cultivators didn't have many complicated attacks, but they were equally feared. They could withstand attacks with their physical body that would kill a normal essence cultivator, and could also unleash devastatingly powerful physical attacks. However, their attacks were normally more straightforward and easier to deal with. By combining both body and essence cultivation, I'll practically have no weakness. Even my soul is being passively strengthened by the holy aura in the palace. Although I won't become an amazing soul cultivator, I'll at least be able to strengthen my soul to the level that I won't have to fear most soul cultivators. John tested out his newfound strength a bit more before sitting back down. My own Dantian is still at the early mist creation realm, while my sphere Dantian is at the middle mist creation realm. I wonder if I can keep pushing my sphere Dantian into higher realms quicker. Wouldn't I be able to become a chi condensation body cultivator in no time? John once more focused on absorbing blood essence and using it to cultivate the Immortal Asura body art. Things progressed smoothly for some time before John suddenly clutched his head. Ugh. Murmurs similar to the ones he experienced in the hellish room inside the palace started to appear in his mind. Murder, pillage, defile, destroy. Evil thoughts crept into John's mind as he did his best to suppress them. He felt like something was trying to take over his soul and guide him to commit these heinous acts. John forcibly struggled against the murmurs. Several minutes later, John was finally able to focus his mind and erase the vile thoughts from them. What just happened? John was still breathing heavily as he slowly recovered. As soon as I focused on cultivating the Immortal Asura body art, the murmurs started, and I felt like 1,000 needles were stabbing into my soul. After composing himself, John once more tried cultivating the Immortal Asura body art to see if the same thing would happen. Gah! John once again clutched his head in pain as the murmurs and intrusive thoughts welled up again. He spent the next several minutes calming down and washing the lingering thoughts out of his mind. I'm not sure why, but I guess I can't continue to cultivate the Immortal Asura body art for now. John racked his mind for solutions to this problem, but couldn't think of any way to remedy it. Although it is quite unfortunate that I can't cultivate the Immortal Asura body right now, it's already a nice surprise that I was able to advance to middle mist creation so quickly. I need to work on my essence cultivation now. John spent the rest of the night cultivating his own Dantian before falling asleep. Several days later, John was walking through the skycleave forest when it suddenly opened up into a large open area. Is that a town? Chapter 28, Village. John pulled out his map and examined it closely. This should be... it's not marked on the map. It's pretty remote from what I can tell. Why is there a village so far from the main road? John was still roughly 100 miles from the main road, leading to the Dreadle Kingdom. He hadn't expected to run into civilization so soon. The village was several miles across and had large wooden walls surrounding the perimeter. Several hundred buildings could be seen inside the walls, while farmland surrounded the outside of the walls. Let's check it out, I suppose. Maybe I can find an inn to stay in. It's been weeks since I've had a bath and a proper meal. John walked towards the main gate of the village. Halt, who goes there? John was stopped by several guards stationed at the front gate. They're normal humans. They're not even body refinement cultivators. Why are normal humans acting as guards for a town in the middle of the forest? John walked up to guards before saying, I'm just a traveler who happened upon this village. What is this place anyways? It's not marked on any map. John was curious as to why this village was unmarked. The guards eased up slightly at John's answer. One stepped forward and responded, "If that's the case, you can enter. The entry fee is 2 copper coins. As for your question, this village was founded by those who sought to distance themselves from the Dreadle Kingdom." John handed over 2 copper coins before asking, "You're all just regular humans. Does the village have any cultivator guards? Watch the best cosplay girls. Find cams live. Watch the best chefs. Find cams live. See her doing yoga. Find cams live. Watch the best yoga girls. Find cams live." The lead guard hesitated for a bit before responding, "Our village contains no cultivators. Almost all of its inhabitants sought to distance themselves from the world of cultivators, and so we established this village roughly a decade ago." "Isn't that a bit dangerous?" asked John. "There's body refinement level beasts everywhere, and if you're unlucky, you might even run into a mist creation level beast. What will you do if that happens?" "The walls are sturdy enough and high enough to deal with any body refinement level beasts. As for mist creation level beasts, let's just say that we have a way of dealing with that as well," responded the guard. John noticed that the guard had a complicated look on his face when he discussed the mist creation level beasts, but didn't ask for further elaboration. "Is there an inn in this village?" asked John. "Yes, the Nightfall Inn. It's in the center of the village and has a moon symbol placard posted out front. You'll easily recognize it." "Thanks," John thanked the guard before heading through the open gate. As soon as he stepped inside, John could see hundreds of people scurrying around, going about their day-to-day lives. John started walking towards the center of the village, all the while scanning everyone he crossed with his divine sense. They really are normal humans. How do they deal with strong beasts? Thought John. He soon approached the center of the village, at which point he spotted the moon-placarded building. John walked inside and noticed a rather downtrodden atmosphere inside. He approached the female innkeeper and called out, "Excuse me, how much for one room?" The innkeeper turned around and was slightly surprised to see John. "Not often we get strangers around here. What do you want?" asked the innkeeper. "I'm looking to rent a room for the night. How much for one night?" asked John. "One room is 20 copper coins." The innkeeper paused for a second before saying, "I would suggest that you don't stay inside the village tonight." Perplexed by the response, John asked, "Why is that?" The innkeeper hesitated for a moment before saying, "Some mean folk will be arriving here tomorrow. It's best that you're not here when they arrive." "Oh," responded John. "Thanks for your concern, but I'll be fine." John handed over the 20 copper coins. The innkeeper looked at him for a bit before turning around and leading him to his room. The room was quite small, with a bed, wardrobe, and a small washroom. John immediately washed himself clean before taking out a new robe from his storage area and putting it before climbing into bed. "Phew, it's been a while since I've been in bed. I'll take a break from cultivation for one day. Tonight I'm just going to get some good rest." John drifted off into a deep slumber. The next morning, John was woken up by a loud racket. "Huh, what's going on?" John quickly left his room and walked downstairs. The entire main floor of the inn was empty, even the innkeeper was missing. Finding this odd, John thought about what the innkeeper had said to him last night. He walked out the inn and onto the main road. A few hundred yards down the road, John could see thousands of people gathered in the town center. Curious as to what was going on, John walked down the road and approached the gathering. After arriving at the gathering, John stood off to the side away from the crowd and watched. The entire village must be here, thought John. There were thousands of people gathered together. John's eyes wandered over the crowd until he spotted 6 men standing in front of the large crowd. Cultivators. Although John was too far for his divine sense to reach the 6 men to see their cultivation levels, John knew just by the natural pressure that they radiated that they were cultivators. Although I can't be certain, they seem to be a mist creation realm cultivators. I thought this town was a cultivator-free town. What are they doing here? Just as John was thinking about the 6 men, one of the men stepped forward and shouted, "All right, where is my money?" The man who stepped forward was quite muscular and had a nasty scar on his face, making him look quite mean. Chapter 29, Vile Men. A trembling man stepped forward from the crowd and raised a small pouch out in front of himself. "Here you go, 5 gold coins as promised." The scar-faced man looked at the pouch, before responding with disdain in his voice. "I've just decided, the price has gone up. I'll be taking 10 gold from now on." 10, the trembling man responded in shock. "We can hardly afford to give you 5 gold coins. There's no way we'll be able to manage 10. If you don't accept 5, then we'll just have to hire someone else to defend our town." The scar-faced man spit on the ground before responding. "Defending your town from beasts is hard work. It'll be 10 gold coins. Or you can offer something else as well," the man said with a sinister smile while eyeing a young girl at the front of the crowd. He continued, "Besides, if you refuse me right now, there won't be a town left to defend, let alone a need to hire new guards." The trembling man cried out, almost at the verge of tears, "Please no. One moment." The trembling man walked back to the crowd before talking to several people at the front. After much arguing, the man turned around. "I apologize, but none of us have any money left. We'll make sure to get 10 gold for the next offering." The scar-faced man took the pouch, at which point he violently slapped the trembling man. Blood flew everywhere as the man was knocked backwards. "I said I want 10 gold coins, so I want 10 gold coins. If you can't provide me that, then I'll be taking other things." The scar-faced man looked towards one of his men behind him, at which point that man walked forward towards the young girl in the crowd. She appeared to be around 18 years old and was quite pretty. She struggled, but was unable to free herself from the man. "No, Pee-wees." The trembling man had just managed to stand up when he saw what was going on. He pleaded with a broken jaw as he saw the man drag the young girl back with him. "If you don't want this to happen next time, then have 10 gold coins ready," responded the scar-faced man with a sinister smile on his face. Although the villagers were trembling in rage, there was nothing that they could do. Not one of them was a cultivator. They had originally hired these men to guard the town, but had never expected them to be so vile. As a result, every month the men would return to the town and demand a tribute. This had been going on for quite some time. Watch the best cosplay girls. Find Cams live. Learn cooking from Cam Girl. Find Cams live. See her doing yoga. Find Cams live. Shop everything you need. See more. I guess I see why the innkeeper told me to stay elsewhere. These men are quite vicious," thought John as he watched everything happen. "Although this is mostly a problem for the town to solve, I can't just sit around and watch that girl get taken." The crowd helplessly watched the girl get dragged off with the men before they heard a loud sigh behind them. John sighed out loud as he thought to himself, "I shouldn't even be interfering with this. This town needs to learn a valuable lesson about obtaining strength to defend themselves. Only with strength can they stop something like this from happening. Even if I help them out now, it won't solve their problem in the future." The 6 men heard the loud sigh, at which point they turned around and saw a young boy donned in a fine black robe walk towards them. The leader of the men squinted his eyes before laughing sinisterly. "And what do we have here?" said the man as he watched John approach. When John was close to the man, he felt a small amount of energy pass over his body. He must have just used his divine sense to look at my cultivation level, thought John. "I'll give you the 5 extra gold that the village is missing. Just leave the girl behind," John said to the man. Sending his own divine sense out, John noticed that 5 of the men were early mist creation realm cultivators, with the leader being a middle mist creation realm cultivator. The man was slightly shocked at John's response before he started laughing out loud. The 5 other men also started laughing. "Ha ha ha, I don't know where you're from, kid, but you clearly have no idea how the world works. How about this? You give us everything you have, and we'll leave you with your life," responded the scar-faced man while laughing. Who is this kid? He seems like some pampered and naive child. He must have some pretty decent items on him, said one of the other men. He's probably some spoiled brat, responded another. It was at that moment when one of the men stopped laughing as a shocked look appeared on his face. "Boss," he cried out. "What?" asked the scar-faced man. "His robe, that insignia on the shoulder of his robe." The scar-faced man hadn't looked closely at what John was wearing, but after one of the men brought it up, he looked at John's robe. A shocked look appeared on his face. "That's the Fenix clan insignia," the scar-faced man cried out in shock. "What the fuck have I done? Did I just threaten a Fenix clan member?" thought the scar-faced man. From what he knew, the Fenix clan had a phoenix as their insignia. The clan was one of the strongest powers for thousands of miles, and was not something that they could afford to antagonize. The man was about to apologize when a thought appeared in his mind. Fear was quickly replaced with a relaxed smile once more as he said to John, "I don't know where you got that robe, but I'm guessing it's either a fake or you stole it from a Fenix clan member. From what I've heard, all young masters of the great clans are pampered. When traveling the world, they'll ride in carriages and be escorted by a bevy of guards." The man looked around in every direction, at which point his smile grew larger. "I don't see anything of the sort here, which means my guess must be right. Tell me, is that a fake or did you steal the robe?" John was quite shocked at the man's horrible guess. His shocked expression only served to make the man more certain that his guess was right. "This is my robe, but I don't care if you believe me or not. Like I said, I'll give you the 5 extra gold, just return the girl," said John with an indifferent expression. The man ignored what John had said and stared at the robe once more. His smile became even more sinister. "That robe is quite luxurious. Luxurious to the point that I'm believing it's authentic, which means you either stole it or killed the person wearing it. Either way, you should have quite a lot of treasures on you." John narrowed his eyes slightly. He had an idea of where this man was taking the conversation. "I changed my mind," said the scar-faced man. "You'll give us everything, including your life." As soon as he was done speaking, John found himself surrounded by the 5 other men. Chapter 30 first killed John's side at the turn of events. He took out his greatsword and said to the man, "I don't care about the arrangement you have going on here. I have no plans on interfering with that. I only want you to return the girl. I'll even give you the missing money. Why won't you accept?" The scar-faced man laughed loudly before responding. "You don't get it, do you? We'll kill you, take all your belongings, and then still collect our tribute from the village. Your proposition has no value to us. Kill him." "I don't want to kill you," said John as he prepared for their attack. The scar-faced man laughed loudly once more. "You're only an early mist creation level cultivator, and you probably don't even have much fighting experience. You have no choice but to die." John was shocked at the man's response. "Early mist creation? My sphere Danshan is at the middle mist creation realm. Can his divine sense not detect that?" Just as John was thinking about this, one of the men charged straight towards him. John snapped out of his thoughts and watched the man approach. "That's it, a head-on attack. There's no technique involved, he's just using brute force." With John's experience in weapons training, he could easily tell that the man was just slashing out with brute force, relying on his power and cultivation to suppress John. He must really think I'm an easy target. John scoffed as the man approached. John had sparred extensively with weapons since he was a child. Before he could even start cultivating, John was considered an expert when it came to combat. Not only that, his recent journey in the Skycleave Forest greatly expanded his combat experience and power. The man's attack was almost an insult to John. The 5 other men were smiling sinisterly as they watched their partner attack John. "This should be over quickly. You want to make a bet on how long the boy lasts?" asked one of the men. "Sure, I'll give him 5 moves," responded another. 5? You think too highly of him. I say he won't last more than 3 moves, stated the first man. Swish. They were about to continue their betting discussions when they suddenly stopped. A headless corpse suddenly collapsed to the ground in front of John. Watch the best dancers. Find cams live. Learn cooking from Cam Girl. Find cams live. Shop everything you need. Open AliExpress app. Shop everything you need. See more. What just happened? Shouted one of the men. The scar-faced man squinted his eyes as he watched John kill one of his men. Looks like I was mistaken. You're a lot more skilled than I gave you credit for, said the scar-faced man. All of you surround him and attack together. Don't think he's just some naive child anymore. He's quite strong. The 4 men snapped out of their shock and hastily surrounded John. While being surrounded, John looked at the blade of his greatsword. Blood trickled down the blade edge, a sign of what he had just done. He stared blankly at it for a moment. That was my first kill, my first human kill. Why don't I feel fear? I should feel scared or shocked or disgusted, but I feel nothing. In fact, I hate to admit it, but I feel quite excited. What is wrong with me? John had expected his first human kill to make him feel some negative emotions, but the only thing he felt was indifference. In fact, a few seconds after he was done with his kill, a lingering sense of excitement started to build up inside of him. Just as he was thinking about his emotions, John looked up to see all 4 men rapidly approaching him. Realizing that he was surrounded, John made a quick decision and channeled chi into his feet. 5-step movement technique. John utilized the first step of the 5-step movement technique to quickly dash through a hole in the approaching circle of men. Wah! The man he had just dashed by cried out in shock before his cry was silenced. His lifeless head fell to the ground. Careful, he knows a profound movement technique, shouted the scar-faced man. He had thought the circle of 4 men would be enough to kill John. He was not expecting John to know such a profound movement technique. Even he himself didn't have a movement technique, let alone any of his men. The 3 other men were seasoned veterans. Despite their comrade dying right in front of them, they quickly changed directions and dashed towards John. Peng! John quickly raised his sword with one hand and blocked the attack of the man who had first reached him. His free hand quickly punched out, connecting with the man's ribs. Gah! The man was sent flying backwards, several of his ribs having shattered from the force of John's punch. A fractured rib punctured his heart, causing him to die several seconds later. John quickly utilized the first step of the 5-step movement technique once more, dashing forward rapidly. A sword passed by moments later where he had just been. John dashed directly towards the man farthest from him. The man was rapidly approaching John's previous position and was unable to change his direction in time. He quickly raised his sword to block John's incoming attack. Bang! A loud bang sounded out as swords collided. The man was sent flying backwards dozens of yards, violently tumbling over and over. John quickly followed up his successful attack by dashing forward to the tumbling man. Before the man could right himself, he felt cold steel enter his body. His eyes turned lifeless. John turned around and looked at the last remaining man. The man's eyes opened in shock before he quickly turned to flee. Chi! A sword light cleaved the man in half. His lifeless body collapsed to the ground. John squinted his eyes. Why did you kill your own man? Asked John. He was useless. He couldn't even handle a child and even turned to flee. What use would I have for such a subordinate? Replied the scar-faced man. John stared at the man but said nothing. The man was silent for some time before speaking out. Based on your movement technique, I guess you really are from the Fenix clan. Only someone from a clan such as that would have access to such a profound movement technique. It's curious, however, why are you traveling alone when you could be protected by powerful guards? Aren't you afraid of dying? John realized that the man was trying to get information from him. If John confirmed he was from the Fenix clan, the man wouldn't hesitate to slaughter the entire town to cover up the fact of him killing John. The Scarface man realized that even if John was from the Fenix clan, it was too late for apologies. Either he killed John and the entire town, or his life would be over regardless. John stared at the man, but didn't respond. He wasn't about to play along with the man's game. It doesn't matter. Once I'm done killing you, I'll handle the rest of them anyways. The scar-faced man dashed quickly towards John, his sword glowing slightly as he slashed down. Chapter 31, fighting the leader, John quickly dashed to the side, narrowly dodging the man's attacks. Boom! The ground was upheaved, and a small crater was formed at the site of impact. Powerful, thought John. He's much more powerful than his subordinates. Not only is his cultivation in the middle mist creation realm, it appears that he knows a pretty powerful sword art. Although John was faced with a more powerful foe, he wasn't scared. In fact, he felt his body grow hotter, as if heating up in excitement for the fight to come. I still don't know why these fights are making me so excited, but that doesn't matter right now. John slashed out as his sword collided with his opponent's sword. Sparks flew everywhere as both combatants were pushed backwards. You really do have some skill, but if that movement technique of yours is all you can do, then I'm afraid this is where your journey ends, shouted the scar-faced man as he dashed towards John. 5 steps movement technique, first step. John instantly dashed to the side of his enemy, his sword soon following. Boom! John and his opponent were once again knocked back. Like I said, if that movement technique of yours is all you can do, then this is where you die, warrior cleaving art, shouted the scar-faced man. His sword glowed before a beam of sword light pierced towards John. Peng! John hastily blocked the sword light, but had to take a few steps backwards to stabilize himself. Again! Shouted the man as he sent another beam of sword light towards John. John once again blocked the attack, but the superimposing power of the attacks sent him flying backwards. After tumbling for a bit, John hastily stood up and looked at his foe. He felt his blood tumbling inside him from the force of that attack. His arms shook slightly. He's much more powerful than I thought, as expected of a middle mist creation realm expert. Although his enemy was a powerful middle mist creation realm expert, John was not scared. He himself was middle mist creation in body cultivation. Not only that, his powerful movement and sword arts granted him even more assurance. John once again utilized the first step of the 5-step movement technique, quickly appearing in front of his opponent. I told you, I've already seen through this move, shouted the scar-faced man before his eyes widened quickly in shock. Mountain-crushing sword. John shouted out as he furiously hacked down at his opponent. Gah! The scar-faced man screamed out in pain as he was sent flying by the attack. He had not expected John to attack with such a powerful move. As a result, his hasty defense caused him to suffer a loss in that exchange. After tumbling over a few times, the scar-faced man quickly hopped onto his feet and looked up. Boom! Another loud sound echoed out as swords collided. John had hoped to take advantage of the situation and land a final blow, but his opponent had recovered faster than he expected. Having successfully parried the attack, the scar-faced man slashed out with his sword. Warrior cleaving art. He once more struck out with his most powerful attack. John hastily raised his sword and blocked the attack with all his power. The force of the attack launched John backwards dozens of yards, at which point he eventually came to a stop. John and the scar-faced man stared at each other. You're a lot stronger than you look. How are you so strong for an early mist creation cultivator? Asked the scar-faced man. John ignored the question, but responded, You're not so bad yourself. However, I think it's time to end this battle, don't you think? The scar-faced man was shocked at John's response before he broke out into laughter. You're exactly right. I had been holding back slightly in this battle, but it seems that I can do so no longer. You're the first to see this move in quite some time. Prepare yourself, the scar-faced man shouted as he rapidly dashed towards John. Idiot, muttered John as he prepared himself. Just as the man was about to reach him, John utilized the first step of the 5-step movement technique and dashed to the side. Idiot, I already told you I saw through this technique of yours. Divine warrior art. A sword came crashing down towards John, its power several times stronger than the warrior-cleaving art executed earlier. Boom! The ground was violently upheaved as the man struck outwards. "What?" the scar-faced man cried out. He had been sure of his attack landing on John. His timing had been perfect, and he struck out right as John ended his movement technique. John had used his first step a few times already, and the man had noticed that whenever his step ended, he was stationary for a split second. He thought that John would once more come to a stop right in front of him, but when he struck out, nothing but earth was in front of him. Mountain-crushing sword. John cried out as a sword crashed down on the back of the scar-faced man. Puh! The man spewed out blood as his body was violently sent into the distance. He traveled dozens of yards before crashing into the ground, his remaining momentum causing him to tumble over and over. John was breathing heavily as he stared at the man on the ground. The second step of the 5-step movement technique, coupled with the several mountain-crushing swords, had drained over half of his chi. He breathed in deeply before slowly walking over to the man, his sword tip dragging in the dirt behind him. He arrived in front of the man a bit later. He stared at the man for a few seconds. "Like I said, you're an idiot. Who lets their opponent know that they have a more powerful attack coming?" asked John as he stared at the half-dead man. Blood gargled out of the man's mouth as he tried to speak, but he was unable to form any words. John closed his eyes for a moment before opening them once more. His greatsword plunged into the heart of the man, finishing the deed once and for all. Life started to fade from the man as shock was evident on his face. John took out his sword and wiped the blood off the blade. "Thanks for letting me know that your ultimate attack was coming. It was really easy to know when to use the second step of my movement technique," replied John. His enemy had clearly enjoyed a life of bullying the weak. Only such a person would have such little battle experience and telegraph their attacks. The man finally realized the error of his ways, but it was too late to change his fate. Regret was all he felt as he lapsed into darkness, forever erased from this world. John stared at the corpse for some time before putting away his sword. He analyzed all the bodies and realized only the leader had a storage ring on his person. John sent his mind into the ring, but was quite disappointed by the minimal contents within. John collected the ring before heading back towards the villagers. The villagers were trembling in fear from the sight of the battle. John was about to speak when the trembling man from before spoke up as best he could. "W-chat have yao don." "Excuse me," replied John. As far as he could tell, he had saved the village from a group of vicious men. He had even saved the young girl that was being taken. Although he didn't expect praise, he certainly wasn't expecting condemnation. Another villager spoke up. "Who will protect us from the beasts now? How are we supposed to survive?" Soon after, the mob of villages all started throwing insults at John. John was shocked at their response. Although it wasn't his original intention, he had freed them from the clutches of the vile men. Although their safety was at risk, was it not better than living under the boot of a vicious ruler? John stared coldly at the villagers as they continued to curse him. He shouted out, "If you wanted to live in a place filled with powerful beasts, you should have the strength to do so. Only an idiot would live in a place that they couldn't survive in. Don't curse me for your shortcomings." John was seriously pissed. He hadn't expected to be treated as a savior, but he definitely wasn't expecting to be treated as an enemy. He thought about cursing back before deciding against it. "These hypocrites aren't even worth my time. I should get going." John turned around and started walking down the main road leading to the village gate. He suddenly paused before turning back. The villagers, thinking he was going to lash out at them, started fleeing in every direction. John ignored the villagers as he walked up to the corpses. He stared at one of the corpses for a while before cutting open a small cut between their brow. Following the principle of the Immortal Asura body art, John guided the blood essence towards his sphere dantian. Shock washed across John's face at the result of his experiment. Chapter 32, Dreadful Kingdom Sinister Murmurs, instantly assaulted John's mind. "Gah!" John screamed in pain as he focused on erasing the lingering thoughts. His soul power flared as he focused on calming his mind. Several minutes later, John was finally able to calm himself down and erase the lingering murmurs. He started at the corpse in front of him with shock on his face. That was at least 10 times more efficient than when cultivating with beast blood essence. John only guided a minuscule portion of blood essence towards his sphere dantian for his experiment. He wanted to see if human blood essence worked with the Immortal Asura body art. Much to his shock, he was immediately overwhelmed. Human blood essence seems to be more potent for cultivating the Immortal Asura body art. Not only that, but it also seems to be resonating with the Immortal Asura body art. I haven't felt this using beast blood essence. What is going on? John thought about it for several minutes, but couldn't come to a definite conclusion. I suppose the reason doesn't matter, only that it exists. I should take these bodies with me. John walked to each of the bodies and stored them in his palace spatial area. Good thing that no matter how much time passes, none of the beast corpses rot in spatial dimensions. It should be the same with the human bodies. After collecting the bodies, John started walking towards the town gate. He paid no attention to the scurrying villagers. After leaving this village, John looked at his map once more before choosing a direction. I should arrive in the Dreadful Kingdom in a few days. That night, John set up camp before starting his cultivation. A few hours later, he opened his eyes. I seem to have hit the bottleneck that Father spoke of. No matter how I channel chi into my dantian, nothing changes. See her doing yoga. Find cams live. Watch the best dancers. Find cams live. Watch the best yoga girls. Find cams live. Shop everything you need. Open AliExpress app. Every time John cultivated, he could feel the essence and quality of the chi subtly change. This was the sign that he was advancing in his realm. As his comprehensions increased, so would his ability to refine more powerful chi. This was the first time that John had experienced a stagnation in his cultivation. No matter what he did, the chi he extracted from his dantian stayed the same. Well, if my cultivation has paused, then I'll just focus on something else for tonight. John sent his divine sense towards his sphere dantian, at which point he found himself floating in front of the palace. John walked all the way to the holy gate before he stopped. A holy aura radiated out of the gate, cleansing his soul. No matter how many times I come here, I'm still amazed. I wonder what's behind this gate. John sat down and meditated in front of the gate for several hours. As he sat there and focused on the holy aura washing over him, John could feel some faint comprehensions come to him. Resonating with and comprehending the essence of this holy aura allowed John to learn more about the nature of his soul. This increased comprehension also resulted in his soul power slowly but surely growing stronger. John sat in front of the holy gate for several hours before he stood up. The soul felt completely refreshed, as if it had just bathed in the holiest of waters. John stared at the gate for a bit before walking to his side. He eventually approached a large door. A resolute look appeared on his face as he pushed the door open. A vile, sinister, and evil aura washed over John. Murder, pillage, desecrate, defile, destroy. All sorts of evil thoughts crept into John's mind. He steeled his heart and did his best to withstand the lingering murmurs. John took a deep breath before stepping inside the room. Each step forward increased the pressure on John's mind and soul. Several minutes later, John arrived in front of the large gate. The sinister aura washed out from the gate, threatening to drive him insane and corrupt his soul. John gritted his teeth as he sat down and let the aura wash over him. Although this aura was almost unbearable, John felt his will being tempered every time he stepped inside of the room. Initially, he had only been able to withstand the room for a few minutes. John knew that if he stayed any longer, he would lose himself to the corrupting aura. Now, however, after enduring this aura night after night, John was able to last almost 10 minutes before his mind was at its limit. Anything to get stronger, thought John as he grit his teeth and focused on withstanding the aura. 10 minutes later, John felt as if his mind was on the brink of collapse. He hastily sent his divine sense outwards to leave the palace spatial area. His campsite appeared in front of him once more. John took ragged breath after ragged breath as he clutched his head. The longer he stayed in that place, the longer it would take to erase the sinister murmurs from his soul. 15 minutes later, John finally calmed down, the murmurs successfully purged. I truly wonder what's behind that gate. What kind of thing could cause such a dreadful aura? John truly had never experienced anything like it. He took out a piece of meat and bit into it. After finishing his meal, John practiced both the mountain-crushing sword and the 5-step movement technique. After exhausting over half his chi reserves, John stopped practicing and went to bed exhausted. Several days later, John was walking on the main road leading to the Dreadle Kingdom. He had left the Skycleave Forest the day prior and had been traveling on the road since. The road was bustling with people traveling in both directions. Anything from lone persons to large caravans could be seen. John eventually spotted the distant Dreadle Kingdom come into view. Although he was still quite far from it, John could not see the ends of the kingdom. Stone walls nearly 30 yards tall surrounded the entire kingdom. Behind the walls, grand buildings could be seen lining the various streets. Perched at the highest point within the walls, a grand, majestic castle was visible. It's much larger than our clan grounds. There must be over 100,000 people living here, thought John as he continued to walk forwards. The Dreadle Kingdom was one of the most prominent powers for thousands of miles, and was almost on par with the Fenix clan in terms of power. The ruler of the kingdom was the Rold family. They had been the ruling family of the kingdom for hundreds of years. Grant Rold, the king of the Dreadle Kingdom, was a powerful late-core formation realm expert. The Dreadle Kingdom and the Fenix clan had a neutral stance towards each other. Although they were not enemies, they were not allies either. After walking for some time, John finally approached the front gate of the kingdom. The gate was a dozen yards tall and was heavily guarded. A long line stretched out as the guards inspected each and every visitor. John was about to step into line when he heard a commotion behind him. "Move, swine." A loud shout echoed out. John turned around to see a large beast rushing forward. A carriage was attached to the beast, and the one who had just shouted was the driver of the carriage. An onyx horse. It seems to be at the early mist creation level, and the driver seems to be a body refinement cultivator, thought John. Onyx horses were often used as travel beasts. They were powerful enough to pull large carriages while still looking quite regal. John watched the horse approach. Although the horse wasn't a threat to him, he still decided to step to the side as it raced by. The driver, enraged by John's late response, lashed out with his whip. "You should have moved sooner," yelled the man as the whip came crashing towards John. "What?" cried the driver. He had expected the whip to severely injure the boy. He was already late to his master's event, and now this boy had dared cause him trouble. He whipped the boy to teach him a lesson, but was completely shocked to see the boy catch his whip with ease. "Gah!" The man was violently pulled off the carriage as John tugged on the whip. He crashed into the ground, tumbling over several times before coming to rest right at John's feet. The onyx horse came to a halt soon after. "What's going on?" shouted a displeased-sounding voice from the carriage, and a young man soon stepped out. He appeared to be around 15 years old and had short blonde hair and an immature face. The luxurious clothes he wore hinted at his status. He was about to ask his driver what the commotion was when he spotted him lying on the ground. He looked up towards John and narrowed his eyes. "How do you want to die?" asked the boy. "Chapter 33, son of the Duke, excuse me," asked John in confusion. The boy's question was completely out of his expectations. The driver had been the one to lash out at him. He only tugged on the whip to teach him a lesson and nothing more. "I asked how you want to die," repeated the young boy. 2 guards quickly hopped out of the carriage and surrounded John on each side. "Late mist creation, both of them. Seems like this boy is someone decently important in the kingdom to have 2 late mist creation guards following him around." Although John was surrounded by 2 late mist creation realm cultivators, he wasn't worried. He looked away from the guards and back to the boy as if he was stupid. The boy became enraged by the way John looked at him. "Kill him!" shouted the boy. The guards had just arrived on the scene and had not yet taken a chance to assess the situation, but their young master's orders were orders. They took out their weapons and were about to charge at John before they came to an abrupt halt. Fear quickly appeared on both their faces. Their eyes were glued to John's hand. In John's hand was a small item. It was a small badge which had an ornately carved phoenix on it. It was a Fenix clan badge, and every member of the Fenix clan carried one. It was almost impossible to fake, and was used by Fenix clan members to quickly identify themselves. Although John had this back when he was attacked by the bandits, he had no intention of revealing his identity and had therefore not taken out this badge. The guards are pretty blind. I have the Fenix insignia embroidered on the shoulders and back of my robe, thought John. What are you stopping for? Kill him, shouted the young boy once more. He obviously didn't recognize the Fenix clan insignia. The boy lived a sheltered and pampered life and did not care for learning about the surrounding powers. Fear appeared on both guards' faces as they quickly admonished the boy. Young master, apologize to this man right now, shouted one of the guards. He quickly followed up by turning to John and said, Young master, please take no offense. Our young master is spoiled and unbridled. He had no idea who you were. The young boy was confused by his guard's reactions. He was just about to shout out once more when his guard appeared directly in front of him. He bent over and whispered into the boy's ears, at which point the boy's eyes grew large with shock. His guard quickly turned back towards John and spoke out before his young master could cause any further harm. Young Fenix clan master, please accept our most sincere apologies. We will be leaving. The guard quickly turned around and started dragging his young master back towards the carriage. Wait! A shout came from behind the guard. The guard winced before turning around. Yes, young Fenix clan master. How can I help you? Asked the guard. He asked for my death. Had I not been who I am, I would have certainly died to your hands. Don't you think leaving like this is getting off a little too easy? Asked John with anger in his voice. If he was some commoner and not a member of the Fenix clan, John would have surely died right now. All for standing in the path of the carriage for slightly too long. Mercy, please, young Fenix clan master. Our young master is the youngest son of Duke Trommel. The guard was clearly trying to use the young master's status as a shield against any punishment. John scoffed at the man's response. John was a direct descendant of the Fenix clan leader himself. Not only was the Fenix clan more powerful than the Dreadle Kingdom, John's status was much higher than the boy's. Even if the boy was a prince of the Dreadle Kingdom, he would still need to be respectful to John. John didn't like flaunting his clan's power, but every now and then it was needed. This was one of those times. He still felt indignant about the way the driver and boy had treated him. They considered all beneath them, to the point of them taking lives for trivial reasons. Duke Trommel, huh? John said for a moment before continuing. I will be staying in the Dreadle Kingdom for some time. Duke Trommel better give me an acceptable answer for what has happened. If not, I don't mind asking my grandfather Cade Fenix to show up personally. The guard's eyes widened in horror, his worst fears realized. Not only was the boy in front of him a Fenix clan member, he was also a direct descendant of the Fenix clan leader. The boy in front of him was someone even Duke Trommel would have to be respectful towards, let alone the Duke's son. The guard hesitated for a moment before responding. I will relay today's events to Duke Trommel himself. We will give you an appropriate answer before you leave the kingdom. John nodded his head at the guard's answer. The guard breathed a sigh of relief before quickly turning around and getting in the carriage with the boy. He threw the injured driver in the carriage as well, while the other guard assumed the driver's mantle. The onyx horse sped off into the distance. John watched the carriage leave before he started chuckling slightly. Although I don't like abusing my status, it is pretty convenient at times. That was pretty refreshing. John knew what it felt like to be powerless. Most of his life was spent being powerless and watching others soar. Because of this, John had a soft spot for the weak. He understood their struggles. The son of the Duke was clearly someone who didn't care about the lives of commoners and the weak. He only cared about himself. John hated people like him the most. After dealing with the situation, John stood in line to enter the kingdom. The nearby people who had been watching the events unfold looked at John with shock and reverence. The son of the Duke was known by all the commoners as a horrible, vicious person. All of them did their best to avoid him at all costs. Seeing the Duke's son take such a loss was quite refreshing for them. John waited in line for nearly an hour before he reached the front of the line. 1 silver coin, said the guard stationed at the gate. Silver, that's quite expensive compared to other places, responded John. The guard looked at John before responding. The Dreadle Kingdom is the bastion of power in the surrounding area, and as such many people seek to enter and live inside. The silver entrance fee is meant to keep things from getting overcrowded. Oh, mumbled John. He took out a silver coin and gave it to the guard. The guard took the money and handed him a piece of paper. This paper is proof of your payment. It's good for 1 week, at which point you'll have to renew it. John took the paper before heading inside. A bustling city soon revealed itself to John. Thousands of people could be seen walking in the busy streets, going about their daily lives. Mist creation realm cultivators were quite common, and John even noticed a few chi condensation realm guards walking about. This place surely deserves its reputation, thought John as he walked through the busy streets. John walked for some time before he eventually arrived in front of a large building. It had deep purple-colored walls and was 10 stories tall and 100 yards wide. 2 majestic lion statues were placed on either side of the front entrance, and a steady stream of people was constantly entering and leaving the building. John read the front sign, which was written in large characters. Mystic Trade Hall? Never heard of it. Let's see what's inside. Chapter 34, Mystic Trade Hall. John stepped off the road and entered the building. Inside, a bustling atmosphere greeted John. Dozens of people were on the first floor talking to one of the numerous attendants or perusing the various items on display. A middle-aged man walked up to John and asked, "How can I help you, sir?" "What is this place?" asked John. "This is the Mystic Trade Hall. Well, a branch trade hall stationed in the Dreadle Kingdom. How can I help you?" asked the man once more. Branch trade hall, thought John. This building was quite luxurious and was even larger than his own clan's trade hall, and yet it was just a branch building. Realizing he had been standing there in silence, John quickly said, "I'd like to sell some early mist creation level beast corpses. Also, if you have any weapon battle arts, I'd like to look at those as well." "Very well, follow me," responded the man before turning around. John followed him through a door in the back of the large room, at which point a large staircase was revealed to John. The man led John to the 3rd floor of the building before walking down the hallway and entering one of the many rooms available. John stepped inside the room and looked around. There were 2 comfortable-looking couches with a table in between them. Many luxurious statues and vases were placed on small pedestals all around the perimeter of the room. "Please be seated. Someone will soon arrive to attend to your needs." The attendant slowly closed the door and left. John looked around the room for a while before sitting on one of the couches. He closed his eyes and started focusing on cultivating. John was currently stuck at a bottleneck and was meditating in order to better understand his danshin and the chi he used. Although fighting was the best way to loosen a bottleneck, meditating helped as well. 5 minutes later, the door slowly opened and an attendant stepped inside. It was a woman who appeared to be in her early 20s. She had long black hair and large brown eyes. Her face was quite sharp, giving her quite an intimidating presence. "Chi condensation," thought John as he opened his eyes in surprise. Even an attendant for the Mystic Trade Hall had such a cultivation, and this was only one of its branch buildings. The woman sat down on the couch opposite John and placed a tea set on the table in between them. She poured 2 cups of tea and slid one towards John. "Just how powerful is the Mystic Trade Hall?" mused John. "I heard that you have some beast corpses to sell, and you're also looking for some weapon battle arts," asked the woman. "Yes, I have many beast corpses, all at the early mist creation level. Please see for yourself," responded John as he handed over his storage ring. He had already transferred all the beast corpses from the palace spatial area into his storage ring. The woman took the ring and inspected the contents inside. As she inspected all the beast corpses, her eyebrows raised slightly. "They're all missing their blood essence," asked the woman. John nodded at her question, but elaborated no further. The woman looked at John for a few seconds before looking back into the storage ring. After a few seconds, she spoke up. "The missing blood essence lowers the value a bit, as many alchemists use blood essence for refining pills. I'll give you 10 gold for all the corpses." John thought about it for a bit before accepting. Although the missing blood essence lowered the value of the corpses by quite a bit, there was nothing he could do about that. The woman transferred the corpses to her own storage ring, before handing John his storage ring back with the 10 gold coins inside. "Now that this matter is settled, what type of battle arts are you looking for?" asked the woman curiously. She had already taken note of the boy in front of her. His robes clearly showed that he was from the Fenix clan. As such, she had treated him with respect from the start and even attended to him personally despite being quite important in this branch location. She was curious, however, as to why a Fenix clan youth was so far from their clan, alone nonetheless. "Well, my request depends on what you can provide," said John, his response causing the woman to raise her eyebrows slightly. "I'm looking for any mist creation level scythe arts you have. If you don't have any, then I want to look at all your mist creation grade greatswords," responded John. He was currently in a bit of a predicament. His mountain-crushing sword was quite powerful, but his weapon was only at the body refinement grade. The low quality of the weapon impacted the technique's power, lowering it significantly. Pub future ads. On the other hand, he had a powerful mist creation grade scythe, but no techniques to use. His only technique was written in an ancient language he couldn't understand. If the Mystic Trade Hall had some powerful scythe techniques, John could start using his scythe. Otherwise, he figured he would just get a stronger greatsword. "Scythe techniques, huh? How interesting," the woman responded while rhythmically tapping the armrest of her couch. "We do have a few techniques. One moment." The woman took out a small disc. It had many runes carved into its surface. John could tell she was channeling her chi into the disc, but didn't ask what she was doing. A few minutes later, the door to the room opened. A young boy entered the room and quickly approached the woman before handing her 2 storage rings. The woman inspected the rings before nodding to the boy, at which point he quickly left the room. "Seems like she used the disc in her hand to contact the boy. I think I remember Father using something similar once," thought John. While John was deep in thought, many books and scrolls suddenly appeared on the table in front of him. John was quickly startled out of his thoughts. "So many," thought John in surprise. There were clearly almost a dozen books on the table in front of him, all regarding scythe battle arts. His clan only had the one ancient page, but the Mystic Trade Hall had almost a dozen of them. "Well, I guess that makes some sense. No one in our clan uses scythes, and so there's no need for the clan to collect any scythe battle arts," thought John as he picked up the book closest to him. "Body-cleaving scythe? Pretty impressive name," thought John. He opened the book and read over the introduction of the technique. After reading for a minute, John put the book down and picked up the next one. "Myriad Annihilation Scythe? Sounds domineering." John read the first page technique introduction before setting the book down and picking up the next one. He proceeded to do the same for the remaining books before his eyes widened in shock as he looked at an unfurled scroll. The woman noticed John's shocked reaction and narrowed her eyes slightly, but said nothing. John took a few seconds to compose himself before he reached out and picked up the unfurled scroll. "This is the same scythe technique as the one from our clan, but I can read it," thought John in pure shock. Chapter 35, Divine Reaping Scythe. John quickly realized that his expression was quite exaggerated. Trying to cover his shock, John quickly asked the woman, "What is this? Do you know what this technique says?" The woman looked at John in silence for a moment. His exaggerated expression almost seemed to indicate that he could read the scroll, but that should be impossible. From what the woman knew, the language was an ancient language from a time before the shattering. No one knew how to read the language anymore. She decided to test John and see what his shocked reaction was about. This matter was too important to leave alone. I do not, unfortunately. By the way, why were you so shocked to see this scroll? A scroll in a foreign language shouldn't be too shocking, should it? John quickly realized that the woman was onto him. He racked his brains for ideas before finally thinking of something. I was shocked because my clan has this exact same scroll in its martial library. The elder in charge told me that it's written in a language that no one understands but didn't elaborate further. I didn't expect to see it anywhere else. The woman looked at John but didn't respond. I suppose that does make sense as to why he would be shocked to see it here. How foolish was I to think this boy could read this scroll, thought the woman while slightly chuckling at herself. Your clan elder is right. This scroll is written in an ancient language that has long since been erased from this world. This scroll is one of the few remaining items that have withstood the test of time. What we have here, and what your clan has as well, is just a copy. John finally understood why both his clan and the Mystic Trade Hall had this technique. So it's just a copy, huh? I wonder where the original is, thought John. John wanted to ask if there was more to the technique than just this single scroll, but he stopped himself at the last moment. Asking that question would raise some flags. Why would I be interested in more than just this page if I didn't know how to read it? When John had originally read this technique back in the Fenix clan, he was unable to understand it, and as such had tucked it away deep with all the other junk he carried around. He had never considered reading it again, but only after seeing the scroll in front of him did John realize that it was written in the same language as the celestial lightning script and the Immortal Asura body. How could I be so stupid, thought John. I'll have to look later tonight at the technique and see what it's about. Hopefully it's something good. John looked back at the woman and said, "Thank you for the information. In regards to the scythe techniques, I'll take the myriad annihilation scythe technique. On second thought, I'd like to look at your greatswords as well. I'm already proficient at the mountain-crushing sword, so while I'm learning the ancient technique and the myriad annihilation scythe, I should have a powerful greatsword just in case," thought John. Of course, we have over 100 greatswords. Please take a look inside the ring and pick out the one you want, responded the woman as she handed over one of the storage rings. John sent his mind into the storage ring, his eyes widening in shock. So many. Just their greatsword collection is as vast as the entire Fenix clan mist creation grade weapon arsenal. John perused the many greatswords before picking one that caught his attention. The blade was 5 feet long and 6 inches wide at the base. He took it out of the storage ring and wielded it. It's quite heavy. It must be around 200 pounds. This is perfect for now, thought John as he stored the greatsword away. How much for the myriad annihilation scythe and the greatsword? Asked John. The myriad annihilation scythe is 15 gold, while the greatsword is 8 gold, responded the woman. John was prepared for a high price, but still sucked in a breath of cold air. That's nearly a quarter of my gold coins, thought John, but he decided to accept anyway. I need both of these things more than I need the money. Besides, money is only good when it's used to buy things I need. Is there anything else you need? Asked the woman, snapping John out of his depressive thoughts regarding his money situation. John thought for a moment if he needed anything else, but couldn't think of anything in particular that he needed. I'm all set for now. Thank you, responded John with a smile on his face. He was quite happy at today's transactions. The two things that were weighing heavy on his mind recently had been solved, making him feel much more at ease. Great. If you need anything else, please come again, responded the woman with a smile. John got up from the couch and said his goodbyes to the woman before leaving the room. After leaving the building, John stood on the side of the road and pondered his next move. I've taken care of my urgent needs for now. I really am curious about that scythe technique, though. I should find an inn and study it tonight, thought John as he stepped back onto the road and started walking. A few minutes later, John stopped in front of a cozy-looking 3-story building. The Orchard Inn sounds like a good place to stay while I'm in the kingdom. John walked into the building and was greeted by a boisterous atmosphere. Men and women were eating, drinking and laughing. John smiled before walking up to the main counter. "Excuse me, I'd like a room for the next few days," said John as they approached the innkeeper. The fat middle-aged man turned around with a smile on his face. "The rate is 10 silver coins a night." 10, this kingdom sure is expensive, thought John. No matter, though, I have enough money. John accepted the offer and followed the innkeeper to his room. It was quite large and far more luxurious than the other inns he had stayed in on his journey. After settling down and washing up, John sat down on the floor and cleared his mind. Soon after, a small page made of animal hide appeared in his hands. "I couldn't read you before, but I can now. Let's see what secrets you're hiding." John looked at the page and read the technique. Divine Reaping Scythe, Chapter 36, Scythe Techniques. What a name! It sure sounds impressive, exclaimed John. His eyes trailed downwards as he started to read the technique. John soon fell into a trance as he read the page. Several hours passed by before he finally snapped out of his trance. "How profound! Wait, how long have I been studying this for?" exclaimed John as he looked out of the nearby window. The sun was still up when John had started reading the technique, but now it was already night time. John looked back to the page in his hand, his mind swirling with various thoughts. When he started reading the technique, John felt as if his mind was being drawn into a separate space. The words on the page seemed to contain a profound meaning far beyond what he could comprehend. "Just these words are so profound. I can only imagine what the original is like." He thought over what he had read, taking several hours to organize his thoughts. This page describes how the Creator saw the essence of the scythe. Not only that, but it contains a powerful battle art which utilizes those comprehensions. Unfortunately, my original guess was right. This page is only part of the complete technique. John could only frown at the fact that the technique was an incomplete one. Even so, however, the technique was far more profound than anything John had come across before. The only thing of similar profundity he had experienced was the Immortal Asura body and celestial lightning script, but those were cultivation techniques, whereas this was a battle art. The words on the page seem to be a way to understand the essence of the technique. It also describes the first 3 steps to this technique, each more profound than the last. Each step seems to be describing meridian and acupoint pathways for my chi, but it's so complex that I don't know if I'll be able to learn it anytime soon. The chi requirement alone for unleashing the first step once should be more than I can currently manage. John was slightly depressed at the fact that he was unable to unleash even the first step of this technique right now. But the more he thought about it, the less depressed he became. I suppose the more difficult the battle art is to learn, the more powerful it should be. I'll learn the first step eventually, at which point it should become one of my greatest strengths. In the meantime, I can learn the Myriad Annihilation Scythe. John put away the Divine Reaping Scythe page and took out the Myriad Annihilation Scythe technique. John studied the technique for several hours before coming back to his senses. It seems that this technique has 3 parts. The first attack is suitable for me now, the second should be attainable at the Middle Mist Creation realm, and the third attack should be achievable at the Late Mist Creation realm. The technique detailed 3 distinct attacks, each with an increasing required amount of chi to perform. Much like the 5-step movement technique, the Myriad Annihilation Scythe superimposed each attack on top of the previous, building on the power already generated. It was a devastatingly powerful battle technique that focused on power and destruction. The meridian pathways depicted in this technique are pretty complicated, but I should be able to learn the first step pretty quickly, thought John. John had full confidence in his comprehension ability and was not daunted by this task. John put away the technique and cultivated for a bit longer before climbing in bed. He was about to fall asleep before his mind thought of something. I should have purchased a body cultivation battle art as well. Right now I have a powerful body, but only use my powerful body in the most basic ways. A battle art would greatly increase my battle prowess. John thought about going to get a body cultivation battle art the next day before he decided against it. I'm already learning so many techniques right now. I won't even have time to train any other techniques even if I wanted to. I'll obtain a body cultivation battle art once I master some of the techniques I already have, thought John before he fell asleep. John woke up early the next morning and started cultivating once more. Several hours later, his stomach started growling out in protest. I guess I did skip breakfast. I should visit a nearby restaurant, thought John as he got up and left the inn. John walked for a minute before spotting a 2-story restaurant. He walked inside and was seated at a table. "What will you have today, sir?" asked the waiter. John looked at the menu for a bit before deciding on their specialty for the day, a meat pie. After ordering his meal, John stared out the nearby window, thinking of what to do next in his journey. His ears soon perked up as he heard a conversation between 2 men sitting at the table beside him. "So, did you see the new posting today? Seems like someone needs some guards for an escort through the skycleave forest. Should we take it?" said the one man enthusiastically. "What's the requirement?" asked the other. "Middle mist creation is the posted requirement, but I'm sure they'll allow us to join even though we're in the early mist creation realm," responded the first man. "Forget about it, those postings are pretty accurate on what the job requires. If they require middle mist creation, then we'd probably be in over our heads if we joined up. Let's just wait for another posting," responded the man. The first man instantly became downtrodden, but didn't argue back. "Excuse me, what's this posting business you're talking about?" The 2 men looked at the person who just spoke and noticed it was a young teenage boy. They were about to ignore him until they noticed his cultivation level. Early mist creation at his age. He must be someone important, thought the first man before responding. "There's a notice board in the center of town that allows anyone to post jobs. People are often looking for cultivators for various reasons, and it's a pretty good way to make money if you have the required strength." "Oh, thanks for the information," replied John with a smile on his face. "Jobs requiring cultivators, huh? Maybe I can find something interesting to do," thought John. After finishing his meal, John once again thanked the men for the information before heading off to where the job board was located. He arrived 15 minutes later and saw a large crowd gathered around it. John pushed his way through the crowd and eventually arrived in front of the board. Many of the people being pushed aside were about to curse John for his actions, but they immediately piped up as soon as they saw the insignias on his robe. "Let's see what we have here. Mansion guard. Nope. Protect a farm from body refinement level beasts. Nope. Ah, here's the one. Escort mission to the nearby Rail Kingdom. Cultivation requirement is middle mist creation." John took note of the time and place of where to gather for the job before leaving the area. The notice says to meet in 2 days. That's still some time away. I should find some place to practice the myriad annihilation scythe in the meantime. John decided to leave the city limits of the Dreadle Kingdom and head into the nearby forest, as his attacks were likely to cause some damage. John arrived in the forest an hour later before he settled on a spot. "This spot will do. Nothing to damage and it's quite remote." John took out his scythe, with the weight of the scythe causing his arms to dip down slightly. "Even now it's still pretty damn heavy. Although I can control it and use it properly, I'll run out of strength pretty fast fighting with a weapon this heavy. I should use my greatsword for normal fights and only bring this weapon out in desperate situations." John took a wide and firm stance and focused his mind. Having studied the technique extensively the night before, John was quite familiar with the fundamentals behind the technique. Now he had to apply those fundamentals. John sent a surge of chi from his dantian through the meridian pathways depicted in the technique. His chi surged out of his body and towards his scythe, at which point he swung it out with all his might. PFD. A small, pathetic sound echoed out from the scythe as nothing happened. A frustrated look appeared on John's face. "This technique requires me to send my chi through 3 different meridian pathways, which arrive at the weapon in a certain sequence. Each chi surge reinforces and superimposes over one another, which results in a powerful attack. I must have messed up the timing somewhere." John took his stance again and tried to execute the technique again, but was once more unsuccessful. Day soon gave way to night, as John was still focused on learning the technique. After practicing late into the night, John set up camp and went to sleep. Waking up early the next morning, John once more started practicing the myriad annihilation scythe. Finally, after many hours of failure, boom! A wave of scythe chi was sent out, and several trees 30 yards in front of John were sliced clean in half, toppling to the ground loudly. "Success!" shouted John, his face full of joy and fatigue. Chapter 37 Mission. After almost a full day of practicing the myriad annihilation art, John had finally succeeded. The power of the attack had exceeded his expectations. The scythe beam he had just sent out was far more powerful than the melee attack of the mountain-crushing sword. Now I won't have to use that suicidal attack I had made earlier with the mountain-crushing sword and my scythe, John said with a smile. The only problem is this attack exhausts quite a lot of my chi. I'll only be able to execute it a few times before I run out of chi. Although the cost required to execute this attack was high, John wasn't unhappy. The higher the cost was, the more powerful the attack would be. I have my mountain-crushing sword, my 5-step movement technique, and now the myriad annihilation scythe. My combat prowess keeps growing rapidly. John sat down and recovered his chi for an hour before walking back towards the kingdom gates. John walked straight past the line out front and showed one of the guards his entry papers, at which point he was granted access to the kingdom once more. I still have a day until the meeting. I should head back to the inn and cultivate. Every second of cultivation brings me closer to being strong enough to participate in the pocket realm, thought John, a determined look on his face. John cultivated until late into the night, at which point he went to bed. Waking up early in the morning, John started cultivating once more before it was time to head out for the job posting. John slowly opened his eyes. I can feel my bottleneck getting weaker and weaker. 1 or 2 good fights and I should be able to ascend to middle mist creation. John was anxiously awaiting his ascension to middle mist creation. Not only would his chi attacks grow stronger, he was also curious to see if he could once again raise his sphere dantian to a new level. He had continually tried to absorb more blood essence, but was unable to do so without almost being driven mad. John walked downstairs and ordered breakfast from the inn. After finishing his breakfast, John set out to the meeting place. The meeting place was located just outside the city walls, on the side of the main road. John walked for some time before he left the city walls. After walking down the road for a few minutes, John spotted a group of people gathered on the side of the road. This must be it, thought John as he approached the group. The group had roughly 10 people waiting already, and they were all at least middle mist creation realm cultivators. John even spotted one late mist creation realm cultivator. He was an older man with graying hair and a large beard. Most of the other cultivators were either in their 20s or 30s. As John approached the group, one of the cultivators turned and looked at him. An amused smile appeared on the man's face as he spoke up. What's this now? A little runt wants to join the group. Several other men in the group looked towards John before laughing at the comment. Come on now, he might just be lost is all. There's no way this child thinks he's strong enough for this mission, right? Responded another. John stopped in front of the group and looked at the men but said nothing. The man who first spoke up walked towards John and stood right in front of him, towering over him. The man was quite tall and appeared to be in his 30s. He had a bald head and a pockmarked face. What are you doing here, boy? You lost, asked the man while a bemused smile on his face. John frowned at the man. He was deciding whether to answer the man or show him his strength when suddenly another group member spoke up and walked over to John. Come on now. He's just a boy. There's no reason to be bullying him. Besides, I'm sure you already noticed his cultivation. Although he's still at the early mist creation realm, do you really think you have the right to speak down to a boy who's half your age but almost as strong as you? The troublesome man looked towards the newcomer, but said nothing. He spat on the ground and looked back at John before turning around and once more joining the group. Pay no attention to him, replied the newcomer. By the way, my name is Austin. What's yours? Asked the man as he extended his hand in greeting. He appeared to be in his early 20s and had short brown hair and a short, patchy beard. John shook Austin's hand before responding. My name is John. Nice to meet you. Austin smiled at John before asking, while our friend over there is a little bit of an asshole, his concern is still a bit valid. This mission requires middle mist creation cultivators. Do you think you'll be able to keep up? I'll be fine. You don't have to worry about me, responded John with a smile on his face. John's first impression of Austin was a good one, and so he was quite friendly towards him. One of John's mottos in life was to treat others who respected him with respect, while returning enmity with enmity. All right, don't worry though, I'll watch over you if anything happens, said Austin as he winked at John. John laughed but didn't reply. Several minutes later, a carriage pulled up to the group and a man hopped out. He was dressed in luxurious business clothes and had quite a fancy mustache. He looked at the group for a while before happily nodding. Gentlemen, I'm glad so many of you decided to accept my job notice. As the notice said, I need a group of middle mist creation cultivators and hire to assist me. There will be some danger associated with this mission, so anyone who is unwilling to put themselves at risk should leave now. The group all looked at each other, but no one left. Good, it seems as if we have a daring bunch. The man was about to continue speaking before he noticed John in the group. What is a child doing here? He asked. John was just about to respond when Austin spoke up behind him. Don't worry, I'll vouch for him. He won't be a hindrance on this mission. John looked to Austin, surprised that he would back him up. Austin smiled at John and winked before whispering, Don't worry, I got your back. The mustachioed man thought for a moment before nodding. Very well then, he'll be your responsibility on this mission. If he manages to cause any trouble for us, I will be withholding both yours and his payment at the end. The man paused for a moment and looked around, seeing if anyone else was near. Once he confirmed that the coast was clear, he cleared his throat and spoke up. Now, back to the mission. The notice said this was an escort mission. That was a lie. John narrowed his eyes at the man's words, but said nothing. The man paused for a moment before speaking up once more. Due to legal reasons, I couldn't post the real mission. If anyone has any issue with doing something illegal, please leave now. The group once more looked around to see if anyone would leave, but no one did. The man was relieved to see that no one left. Good, good. Now, to be honest with you all, the real mission is to break into Duke Trommel's house and steal something from him. John raised his eyebrows slightly. He hadn't expected the real mission to involve Duke Trommel. It seems like we have a certain linked fate, thought John, a small present on his face. Chapter 38, Duke Trommel a few days prior. You did what? A loud, angry shout bellowed from a luxurious mansion. Inside the mansion stood a middle-aged man. He was looking at a young boy in front of him with furious anger, almost at the verge of lashing out at him. A guard to the side of the boy stood there with his head down and said nothing. The man looked towards the guard and shouted, Narrate what happened again. Do not miss a single detail. The guard looked up at the man and narrated the events that had happened earlier in the day. The middle-aged man's anger grew more and more the longer he listened to the story. After the story was complete, he once more erupted in anger. How could I have raised such a useless son? Do you know what you have done? Yelled the man in anger. The man screaming was Duke Trommel himself. He had just found out what his son had done earlier in the day to a Fenix clan member and was almost on the verge of insanity. I'm sorry, father, I had no idea. The boy cried out an apology, but it fell on deaf ears. This is what I get for spoiling this useless son of mine. What should I do? Duke Trommel paced back and forth deep in thought. I have to apologize personally to the young master. Even as a duke of the Dreadle Kingdom, if the boy wants our family annihilated, all he has to do is say the word. Not even the king would dare interfere in this matter, especially since my son was in the wrong. The duke kept packing back and forth while ignoring his useless son. After several minutes of deep thought, an idea came to his mind. He winced at the thought of it, but saw no other alternatives. We must give him the family heirloom. Only such an item will convey our most sincere apologies. Hopefully it will be enough to appease him, thought the Duke. He stopped packing and looked towards the guard. Find out where the boy is staying. When you find him, notify me immediately. By your command, responded the guard before swiftly striding out of the room. The Duke looked at his trembling son. Every time he looked at him, rage would well up within him. It seems I've been too lenient regarding your antics over the last few years. You will atone for your sins. The trembling son looked up in fear as he watched his father approach. That night, long and anguished screams could be heard echoing across the Trommel family grounds. The moon hung high in the dark sky. John was dressed in an all-black robe, but unlike his normal robe, this one had no Fenix clan insignias embroidered on it. On his head, John wore a face covering to hide his identity. John looked to his side and saw that all the cultivators of the group were wearing all-black robes and face coverings. Due to the nature of the mission, all the cultivators wore dark clothing and face masks to hide their identity. Don't be nervous. I'll get your back if anything happens, assured Austin as he patted John on the back. He had mistaken John's silence for nervousness and was trying to reassure him. John was about to respond when he heard someone speak up behind him. Based on my sources, all the Chi condensation guards under the employ of Duke Trommel should be away for some kind of escort mission. My sources indicate that there is only one late mist creation guard and several middle mist creation guards stationed in the Duke's residence. As such, this is the perfect time for us to strike. The mustachioed man paused and looked at all the cultivators, making sure that they were listening. The target of this mission is a spear. The spear should be located in the Duke's vault, which is located in the basement of the mansion. From what my sources tell me, the Duke skimped out on paying for a decent vault, and so it's quite breachable. I suppose he was expecting his Chi condensation guards to protect it at first, but after all this time, it seems that he had grown complacent. Your mission will be to infiltrate the Duke's mansion, neutralize any guards you run into, and bring the weapon back to me. Regardless of who brings back the weapon, you will all be paid. Are there any questions? None of the cultivators spoke up. Good, it's the dead of night, so now is the best time to strike. I wish you luck, said the mustachioed man. After receiving their instructions, the group set out and soon found themselves on a small hill overlooking the Duke's residence. The Duke was quite important in the kingdom, and as such had a large manor and vast amount of land under his control. The surrounding few miles all belonged to the Duke. From their high viewpoint, the group could see a large mansion in the center of the plot of land, with smaller manors located all over. Lush gardens dotted the landscape, while a large pond behind the mansion shimmed beautifully under the moonlit night. Although this mission had no official leader, most of the cultivators defaulted to following the directions of the old man, as he had the highest cultivation. The white-haired man observed the mansion for some time before speaking up. I will handle the single late mist creation guard. The rest of you will move towards the vault and neutralize any other guards you run into. Let's move out. John nodded along with the rest of the group and started silently approaching the mansion several miles away. Some time later, the group arrived at the perimeter wall surrounding the mansion. The white-haired man looked over the wall before hopping over. The rest of the group followed the man as they slowly crept up to the mansion. 2 guards were stationed outside at the front entrance of the mansion. They were lazily conversing with each other, unaware of the impending danger. Chi. A sharp sword beam sliced towards the guards, severing their heads before they could respond. They silently fell to the ground, their lifeless eyes still wide open in shock. Chapter 39, Fighting within the mansion. John narrowed his eyes and looked towards the white-haired man. Based on the man's cultivation level, he would have been easily able to suppress both guards without killing them. There was no reason for their deaths. Although John disagreed with the man's actions, he knew now was not the time for arguments, and so kept his words to himself. I suppose this is how the cultivation world really is. The strong prey on the weak, and the weak can only sit there and wait for their deaths, though John. Once more, John found another motivation for getting stronger. Only by becoming strong can I control my own fate. After killing the 2 guards, the white-haired man motioned for the group to move forward. John and the group stepped over the dead bodies and entered the mansion. Being late in the night, the mansion was dark inside, with only a few lanterns lit throughout the mansion. The vault is in the basement, the stairs of which should be through those doors on the opposite side of the room. "Let's move," whispered the white-haired man. The group proceeded forward and crossed the large room, eventually arriving at the basement stairs. The group slowly proceeded down the stairs and found themselves in the basement soon afterwards. The basement was massive. It was more like a cavern than a basement. It was dozens of yards tall and hundreds of yards long and wide. There were many side doors on the walls of the basement, seemingly leading to other rooms. At the very opposite side of the basement was a large vault door. 2 more guards were stationed on either side of the vault door, conversing with each other. "There's not much cover between here and the vault door, so it looks like this is where we'll have to use brute force," whispered the white-haired man. "I don't see the late mist creation realm guard anywhere, so he must be somewhere upstairs. You all proceed forward and neutralize the guards and see if you can break into the vault. I will wait here in case the late mist creation realm guard arrives. Go." Because of the nature of the mission, the white-haired man had not used his divine sense to look around the mansion. Unless someone was at a much higher cultivation realm, their divine sense would be detected by whoever they scanned over, alerting them. The group quickly sped off towards the guards. Due to the little cover available, the guards were almost immediately alerted by the intruder's presence. "Intruders!" shouted one of the guards as he took out his sword. Almost immediately, several of the side doors opened, and nearly a dozen guards flooded out. The 2 groups rapidly approached each other, at which point they all unleashed their strongest attacks. Pub future ads. Boom. A loud explosion echoed throughout the mansion. Duke Trommel, who had been deeply asleep, was woken up in a fright. He quickly hopped out of bed and walked towards the door, at which point it was opened from the outside. "Sebastian, what is going on? What was that sound?" asked the Duke. The man the Duke had spoken to was the late mist creation realm guard. He was guarding the Duke's room when all of a sudden he heard the loud noise. He immediately entered the room to make sure the Duke was all right, at which point he breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm not sure. It seems to have come from the basement," responded Sebastian. "I'll stay here and guard you for your protection." "Nonsense," replied the Duke. "Go downstairs and find out what is happening." Sebastian bowed quickly before turning around and running down the long hallway. "Curses! Of course something happens when my most powerful guards are away," muttered the Duke. Back downstairs, John found himself standing in front of the vault. As the 2 groups had clashed, Austin instructed John to go to the vault himself and try to get in. "He's clearly trying to keep me away from fighting any of the Middle Mist creation guards. I guess he is actually trying to look out for me," thought John as he stared at the vault. Although John was more than strong enough to join the battles behind him, he figured that this truly was the best course of action. If he could get in the vault and get the item within, the mission would be a success, and they could leave. Although John was itching to fight, he realized that this was not the best time to take liberties with the mission. "The vault does look quite impressive," thought John as he took out his greatsword and swung down at it. Mountain-crushing sword. A loud boom echoed out as John's sword struck the vault. A large indent was made on the steel vault, but other than that, it appeared to be fine. "My mountain-crushing sword isn't going to get me through this. I guess I'll have to go all out then," thought John as he put away his greatsword and pulled out his scythe. Although John now had a mist creation grade greatsword, it could just barely be qualified as such. The quality of the weapon was lacking when compared to his scythe, and so the power he could unleash from it was less. John had been hesitant to use his scythe and the myriad annihilation scythe battle art because of how much chi it required to execute, but he realized there was no other way for him to break the vault. John breathed in deeply and tightly gripped his scythe before raising it above his head and slashing forward with all his might. Myriad Annihilation Scythe. The scythe swept downward onto the vault, at which point the blade of the scythe sliced through the vault like it was butter. John grit his teeth and used his full force to continue the attack as the scythe trailed down the vault. Boom! A loud sound echoed out as the vault door was sliced clean in half at a diagonal angle. John pushed on the vault door in order to push it down, but it still held firmly. Although John could see the other side of the vault through the thin slice in it, he was unable to enter. Loud booms echoed out behind him as the fights between the two groups raged on. "Again!" shouted John as he once again readied his scythe. The first slice had been diagonal to the left, so John aimed to slice diagonally to the right on the vault. The bottom of the vault would be separated from the rest of the vault door, allowing him to push that portion down and enter. I'm already almost at half my chi reserves. Using this attack is going to drain me of most of my essence chi. At that point, I'll be relying on my sphere dantian and body cultivation alone. Even so, I'll still be more than strong enough to protect myself, thought John as he steadied his scythe once again. It was times like these that made John realize just how amazing having two dantians was. Even when he was about to run out of chi from his own dantian, he wasn't scared. When most cultivators ran out of chi, they were essentially powerless. John, on the other hand, had his sphere dantian and powerful body to fall back on. Not only that, but his sphere dantian was in the middle mist creation realm, which was even more powerful than his own. It's too bad I don't have any powerful body cultivation battle arts. Otherwise, with my sphere dantian at the middle mist creation realm, it would be easier to knock this door down, thought John. Myriad Annihilation Scythe. John once again slashed down with all his power. Another loud boom echoed out as his scythe sliced clean through the door. John kicked the bottom section of the vault powerfully, at which point it fell down and revealed a hole in the vault door. "Success!" exclaimed John in excitement, his face a little bit pale. Although he still had his sphere to fall back on for energy, John still felt quite uncomfortable having an almost empty dantian. Just as John was about to step through the hole in the wall, a sharp attack pierced towards his back. Chapter 40, Vault John had his divine sense spread out the entire time he was attacking the vault, just in case a guard tried to attack him. Just as he was about to step through into the vault, John felt someone rapidly approach him. He quickly turned around and readied his scythe, when all of a sudden a person appeared in front of him. Peng! The sound of swords colliding rang out. "Hurry and get the item. I'll hold this one back," shouted Austin as he blocked the attack of the guard. John was quite surprised at Austin's actions. From what John could see, Austin was quite wounded already. Blood stained his black robe in several areas, hinting at the damage he had taken from the fierce fights. Even so, Austin had still taken the initiative to block the attack for John. John was conflicted on whether to help Austin or get the item, when another loud shout echoed out. "Gio, I'll be fine, just get the item so we can get out of here," yelled Austin once more. "Sky-piercing sword," yelled Austin as he sent out a sharp attack towards his foe. His foe was thrown back slightly, at which point Austin dashed forward and delivered another strong attack. John watched the exchanges take place before he finally turned around and entered through the hole in the vault. John looked around and quickly sucked in a breath of cold air. All around the vault lay valuable items. Chests of gold and silver and jewels were aplenty, and the vault included other exotic items that John had no idea what they were. John swept his eyes across the room, looking for the item he came here for. "Ah, there it is," exclaimed John as he quickly dashed forward. An ornate spear was mounted on the wall in front of John. It had an exquisitely detailed gold-colored shaft and a deep blue spear blade. A powerful aura radiated from the weapon. "A core formation grade weapon," John exclaimed in shock. Core formation grade weapons were extremely valuable. Even his powerful clan of over 10,000 members only had a few dozen of these weapons, and only core formation elders were allowed to wield such weapons. John reached up and grabbed the spear. Boom. A loud boom echoed out as the spear crashed to the ground, its weight far more than what John was capable of supporting. "How heavy!" exclaimed John as he looked at the spear. He quickly bent down to pick the spear up and channeled a large surge of chi from his sphere dantian into this body. John grit his teeth and was just barely able to lift the spear 1 inch off the ground, but this was all that he needed. The spear quickly disappeared as John stored it in his storage ring. For storing things in a spatial area, the user was required to be able to physically move the object. If an object was too heavy for the cultivator to move or was firmly rooted into the ground, it was unable to be pulled into the spatial area of the storage ring. John quickly turned around and planned on leaving the vault before pausing. A mischievous look appeared on his face as he turned back towards the chests filled with gold and jewels. 3 chests quickly disappeared from the room. Let's just say that this is payment for his son's actions a few days ago. Besides, I'm only taking some of the chests and not all of them. I really am a kind person. John rubbed his nose as a bashful smile appeared on his face. After storing away the treasures, John quickly stepped out of the vault. His eyes widened slightly at the scene in front of him. On the ground were all of the guards from the battle before, as well as a few of the cultivators. It seems like there were quite a lot of casualties in this battle, thought John. In the distance, John could see a single man surrounded by the white-haired man and the remaining 5 cultivators who hadn't yet perished. John was relieved to see that Austin was one of the men still standing. John rapidly dashed towards the group, at which point he noticed one of the side doors had been opened and a person was inside. That's the Duke's son. Why is he chained up? Inside the rooms was the Duke's son. He was chained to the wall of the room and had several long wounds on his body, seemingly made from a whip. He appears quite miserable. Seems like the Duke is quite unhappy with his son's actions, thought John as he ignored the boy and dashed towards the group of cultivators. As he approached the group, John heard the lone man speak out. "Who are you people? Do you have any idea who you are attacking? This is Duke Trommel's residence. You will be executed for this," yelled the man. The man was Sebastian. He had come down shortly after the loud boom echoed out, at which point he found himself ambushed by another powerful late Mist Creation Realm cultivator. His battle raged on for some time, but he was unable to overpower his foe. He could only watch in despair as all his fellow guards were slaughtered by the group of unknown men. After all the guards were slaughtered, he found himself surrounded by the remaining men. Unable to successfully fight his way out of this encirclement, the guard attempted to use the Duke's status to scare the men off. The group of cultivators heard John approaching from behind, at which point the white-haired man turned around. "Do you have it?" asked the white-haired man. John nodded in affirmation, at which point the white-haired man once again turned back towards Sebastian. "We know exactly who we're dealing with. Since we have what we came for, you can now die." Powerful attacks flew towards the cultivator as all the men, but John lashed out with their most powerful move. A look of horror and despair washed over Sebastian's face as he lashed out with his most powerful attack. Boom! The ground was violently upheaved, and the basement half destroyed from the force of the attacks. When the dust settled, all the men could see was a large hole in the ground with Sebastian's dead, mutilated corpse at the very center, the look of despair still evident on his face. "We have what we came for. Let's leave before any reinforcements arrive," said the white-haired man before dashing towards the stairs. John and the rest of the group quickly followed as they ran upstairs and out of the mansion. Duke Trommel stood on the top floor of his mansion and stared out of his window. He saw a group of 7 men run out of the main entrance and into the distance before eventually disappearing in the darkness of the night. The Duke quickly turned around and walked towards the basement. Shock washed over his face as he came into view of the battlefield. He looked at Sebastian with slight anguish in his eyes. "Sleep well, old friend," whispered the Duke before walking past his body. He eventually found himself at the vault, his anguish turning to rage as he saw what was missing from within. He quickly took out a small round disc from his storage ring and channeled chi into it. The disc lit up, revealing a dot traveling further and further away from the center of the round disc. "So you think you've successfully managed to steal from me? We'll see who has the last laugh," murmured the Duke in a cold voice, his eyes fiery with rage. Chapter 41. Middle Mist Creation. John and the other men ran for several miles until they returned to where the mustachioed man was standing. He was sitting on a log lazily, at which point he heard the group approach and quickly stood up. "Do you have it?" asked the man with excitement in his voice. The group all looked towards John, at which point he stepped forward. Boom! The spear loudly crashed to the ground in front of the mustachioed man. The cultivator eyes all opened wide at the sight of the weapon. Several envious eyes gazed at the weapon, their minds thinking about whether they should take such a weapon for themselves or not. Suddenly, white-haired man stepped forward and bent over to pick up the weapon. After a brief struggle, the man managed to slightly lift the weapon, at which point it suddenly disappeared. Everyone's eyes narrowed at this new development. "I would suggest you put away such thoughts," said the white-haired man out loud. He walked over to the mustachioed man, took off his storage ring and handed it over to the man. John suddenly realized that the white-haired man was working for the mustachioed man all along. "I would advise that you all forget what you just saw. My employers want this weapon quite badly, and it would be in all your best interests if you set aside any greed you have. Now for your payment." The mustachioed man waved his hand, at which point 6 leather pouches floated towards each of the remaining men, John included. John reached out and grabbed the pouch. His eyebrows arched slightly at the contents within. 300 gold coins. It seems like this weapon really was valuable to this man, thought John as he put the leather pouch away. John had made 3 times what he had money-wise in this single mission. It turned out to be quite lucrative for him. Not only that, but John had siphoned thousands of gold coins from the Duke's vault. "It seems like money won't be an issue for a long time," smiled John as he thought about his great gains. While everyone was looking at their payment, the mustachioed man spoke up. "I thank you all for your assistance today. In fact, I have another opportunity for you all, should you choose to accept." The group looked back towards the man, and all nodded. The mustachioed man smiled, at which point he explained the new opportunity. "Now that I have this weapon, I need to escort it safely to my employer. We will be journeying through the skycleave forest to avoid any prying eyes, and so I will need men to guard the carriage from any attacking beasts. The payment will be the same as tonight, 300 gold coins." "When do we set out?" asked John. Although he didn't fight today, John felt his own Danshin was ready to break through to the Middle Mist Creation realm. "I want to raise my strength first. If we leave now, I will have to decline," thought John as he waited for a response. The mustachioed man looked at John and replied, "I have a few matters to take care of before we set out. We will leave tomorrow night. The meeting point will be the same as for this mission." John thought about it for a moment before nodding his head. "This should give me enough time to break through," thought John. All of a sudden, a heavy palm slapped John on the back several times. "Not bad today. Those attacks of yours on the vault were quite impressive. You're a lot stronger than you look," exclaimed Austin as he cheerfully patted John on the back. John smiled back at Austin but said nothing. After the meeting was done, John slipped back towards the inn he was staying in, making sure to not be spotted on the way. "Phew," John sighed out loud as he fell onto his bed. That was quite the night. After resting for some time, John hopped off the bed and sat on the ground. "Although I didn't fight tonight, the pressure of the situation allowed me to focus all my strength into those 2 attacks. I felt my comprehensions towards my chi increase by quite a lot. I should be able to tackle the Middle Mist Creation realm now." John cleared his head and connected his mind with the sphere, at which point he fell into a meditative trance. Several hours later. Boom! A muffled boom echoed throughout the room as John slowly opened his eyes. A smile hung on his face as he sent his divine sense towards his Danshin. "Success!" exclaimed John as he clenched his fists in excitement. "My own Danshin is now at the Middle Mist Creation realm." John inspected his Danshin with his divine sense and noticed that the chi within was much more potent than before. While he was in the early mist creation realm, the chi in his Danshin was wispy and ethereal, almost as if it didn't exist. Now, however, the chi in his Danshin was much thicker and more noticeable. Although it was still quite misty and diffuse, it was much more powerful than before. "I'm one step closer to entering the pocket realm," muttered John with a determined look on his face. John was about to start meditating on the second attack of the myriad annihilation scythe when he suddenly thought of something. A body suddenly appeared in front of John. It was the body of the leader of the bandits that John had killed. John looked at the man for a moment before cutting open between his brows and extracting a small sliver of blood essence. He paused for a moment before absorbing the blood through his chest and guiding it with his chi towards his sphere Danshin. Slowly, just the slightest amount, thought John as the blood approached the sphere. He didn't want the murmurs to assault his mind like they had before. This was merely a test to see if his guesses were correct regarding the sphere and the Immortal Asura body. A small amount of blood essence neared the sphere Danshin, at which point it was rapidly sucked in. John held his breath and prepared his mind for the mental assault, but instead of murmurs, John received a wave of refined chi from the sphere. John focused his mind and guided the chi according and let it nourish the different parts of his body. He opened his eyes in surprise before a happy grin took over his face. "It's just as I thought. I am once again able to cultivate the Immortal Asura body technique. It appears that cultivating this technique really is limited by my own Danshin. From what I can tell, my own Danshin must be within one minor realm of the sphere Danshin in order to keep it under control." John quickly took out the other corpses of the bandits and cut open their brows. After extracting and absorbing all the blood essence, John guided the blood towards his sphere Danshin and greedily absorbed it all. A wave of nourishing chi was soon released from the sphere, which John appropriately guided to all the various parts of his body. John could feel his body growing stronger and stronger as it was nourished by the refined chi. Several minutes later, John opened his eyes with a slight look of disappointment. It seems that this blood essence wasn't enough to push my sphere Danshin to the late mist creation realm. I'll have to get more blood essence, it seems. From what John could tell, the blood essence from the early mist creation bodies provided very little towards his Danshin, while the one middle mist creation body provided more, but still not nearly enough for advancement. It seems that the higher the realm of the blood essence, the more beneficial it is for cultivation. I'll have to see if I can find more bodies to cultivate with, although it's not as if I can buy human blood essence. I suppose I'll have to hunt beasts for now and use their blood instead. Although human blood essence was far more efficient and potent than beast blood essence, John had no solution to this problem. Unless he started killing cultivators indiscriminately, beast blood essence was all he would be able to attain for now. John finished cultivating the Immortal Asura body technique before he took out the jade piece and started meditating on the celestial lightning script. After meditating on the script for several hours, John took out the myriad annihilation scythe and focused on learning the second attack of the battle art. John meditated late into the night before eventually collapsing onto his bed in exhaustion. The next day, knock, knock. Knocks at John's door woke him up from his deep slumber. Chapter 42 - Escort Mission, author note. From here on out, when John is thinking, I will use, and when he is talking. This is to clear things up and make the story flow smoother. Early in the morning, Duke Trommel was listening to a report from one of his guards. The guard was actually the one who was in charge of watching over the Duke's son, and was the one John had run into several days ago. "Sir, I've done as you've instructed and contacted the guild regarding last night's invasion. They said they will take the task and complete it within 3 days. Good, good, responded the Duke with weary eyes. The previous night's events had taken quite the toll on the Duke, and he had gotten no sleep at all. He thought for a moment before asking the guard a question. Have you found the young Fenix clan boy yet? Although last night's matter is of utmost importance, we can't ignore that matter either. Yes, while I was out in the city last night, I asked around and found out that the boy is staying at the Orchard Inn. It's unfortunate that I was not around to defend you and the family heirloom last night, however, stated the guard, sincere regret evident in his eyes. It's all right. Even if you were here, I doubt the situation would have changed much. Since the matter of the heirloom will be resolved soon anyways, let's depart and amend things with the Fenix clan boy, responded the Duke. The Duke and the guard hopped in a carriage and proceeded towards the Orchard Inn. Knock, knock. Huh. John woke up from the knocks and took several seconds to come to. He wearily rubbed his eyes before getting off the bed and walking over to the door. John opened the door and raised his eyebrows in slight surprise. Hello, Mr. Guard. It's been a few days. The guard coughed awkwardly. Yes, it has. I sincerely apologize for those events. This here is Duke Trommel himself. John looked towards the Duke and narrowed his eyes slightly. When John had been leaving with the group last night, he turned back and noticed that the Duke was watching them from his bedroom window. Hopefully, he doesn't recognize me, although I'm pretty sure that would be impossible. The Duke stepped forward and bowed his head slightly. Young Fenix clan master, I have come here in person to sincerely apologize for my son's actions. Please rest assured that he has been severely punished, and I can guarantee that he will never do such a thing again. John smiled towards the Duke, but said nothing. His silence caused the Duke to cough awkwardly before he continued. I was initially going to give you our family heirloom as a gift to show my sincere apologies. Unfortunately. The Duke paused for a moment before speaking up once more. Unfortunately, my family estate was attacked last night, and our heirloom was stolen. As such, I can only offer you this meager gift. I hope it will suffice. A large chest appeared in the guard's hands, at which point he set it at John's feet and opened it up for him to see the contents. Inside the chest was a wealth of gold coins and jewels. There must be at least 1,000 gold coins, as well as other various gems and jewels. Seems like the Duke is taking this matter quite seriously. Although John had already helped himself to part of the Duke's money reserves last night, he felt no reason to decline this generous offer. John nodded his head in acceptance and stored the chest away in his spatial area. The Duke winced slightly as John accepted, but said nothing. Although not all his money was stolen last night, around 30% of it was taken. With this gift as well, the Duke had lost almost half his family's wealth in less than a day, wealth that had been built up over generations. It's fine. With this, we can consider the matter settled, said John with a happy smile on his face. The Duke breathed a sigh of relief. With this matter settled and the heirloom soon to be retrieved, the Duke was finally at ease once more. Great! I knew a young master of the Fenix clan would be someone of great wisdom and understanding. Now that this matter is settled, I shall leave. I bid you a good day, the Duke nodded slightly before walking off. John watched the Duke and the guard walk off before he closed his door, barely containing his laughter. Ha ha ha, that was quite refreshing. Getting paid after I've already helped myself to his money. The Duke is too kind. John took out all his money and started counting it. With this latest gift, I have over 3,000 gold coins, not to mention various jewels and gems. I'm rich. John composed himself once more before leaving his bedroom and walking to a nearby restaurant. John ordered lunch while he thought about what to do next. I have this escort mission coming up, at which point I'll be out of things to do. I suppose I'll figure out my next step after this mission. After eating his meal, John walked back to his inn and focused on cultivating. He mainly focused on studying the second form of the myriad annihilation scythe and third step of the 5-step movement technique, as these were the aspects that would improve his power the most in the shortest amount of time. Night soon arrived as John opened his eyes. He left the inn and proceeded towards the meeting spot, and after walking for a long time, John finally arrived. All 6 are here, it seems. John, you're here, called out Austin with a smile on his face. The mustachioed man was waiting along with the rest of the group. He opened his eyes at John's arrival and said to the group, now that we're all here, we can head out. We will be traveling the entire way through the skycleave forest. John and the group turned off the road and started heading towards the skycleave forest treeline. As the group was about to step into the treeline, John felt something and turned around. His eyes scanned the land behind him but saw nothing. I must have imagined it. John stared for a few seconds before he turned around and rejoined the group. As the group walked into the skycleave forest, a dozen pairs of eyes were seen staring at the group from far away. One of the men was holding a small disc in his hands, the disc showing a small dot traveling further and further away from the center. Chapter 43. Ambush. The group traveled for half a day before finally setting up camp. We'll camp here for the night, stated the mustachioed man. We'll head out again first thing tomorrow. Hey, John, come here, called out Austin as he saw John about to walk away. John turned around and joined Austin at the campfire. What's up? Asked John. Here, have some. I cooked and seasoned it myself, said Austin as he handed a roasted piece of meat. The meat had a delicious aroma wafting from it, and John was quite hungry after a full day of traveling. Sure, replied John as he sat next to Austin and bit into the meat. Delicious, exclaimed John. He hastily bit into the meat again, savoring its deep flavor. Haha, right? If there's one thing I'm best at, it's roasting meat, responded Austin while laughing. He handed John another piece of meat before biting into one himself. While eating the delicious meat, John heard Austin all of a sudden speak up. So, I have a very important question to ask you. Austin had a serious expression on his face, causing John to be slightly alarmed. What is it? Asked John. He seems quite serious right now. I wonder what this is about. Austin paused for a few seconds before speaking once more. My question is, what kind of woman do you like? Who? John almost fell off the log he was sitting on as he heard that question. He stabilized himself before flabbergastingly asking, What did you say? I asked what type of woman you like. Me personally, I love beauties with nice, firm butts. You know, the ones you can. Austin started enthusiastically describing all sorts of things. John just sat there in silence, unsure of how to respond. After talking for several minutes, Austin paused before once more asking, Come on, you have to have a favorite type. What's your type? John thought about it for a moment and was surprised to find out he didn't have an answer. I've always focused on raising my strength all my life, even before I could cultivate. I've never actually pursued any woman before. To be honest, I have no idea what my type is, replied John with a wry smile. He had no other idea of how to respond to the question. Surely you have to have a type. Everyone has a type, replied Austin with a sly smile on his face. John had no idea how to respond. He truly didn't have a type. At least he didn't know for sure yet, as no girl had caught his eye yet. Austin noticed John's awkward silence, at which point a serious look appeared on his face. He stood up with a flourish and stood before John. If that's the case, just leave this to your older brother, Austin. I'll help you with any lady troubles you have. John could only give a wry smile and chuckle at Austin's antics, but a warm feeling crept into his heart. He started to see Austin less and less of a random person and more like an older brother that he never had. Sure, when we're done with this mission, you can teach me all you know about picking up girls, replied John. A happy Austin cheered loudly before sitting back beside John and putting his arm around John's shoulder. Fear not. By the time I'm done teaching you, you'll be able to land any girl you desire, said Austin with a mischievous grin on his face. John nodded his head as he bit into another piece of delicious meat. An hour passed before John finally decided to get up and go practice his second form of the myriad annihilation, scythe, as well as the third step of the 5-step movement technique. He left the group and walked for 15 minutes to find a remote spot in the woods to practice. This place will do. I'll practice the 5-step movement technique first, before switching over to the myriad annihilation scythe. Bang! Dust was slightly kicked up as John dashed forward, unleashing the first step of the technique. While moving, John channeled chi from his dantian towards a new spot on his legs and executed the second step. Rapidly dashing forward, John once more channeled chi into his legs and attempted to unleash the third step of the technique. John went crashing forward after losing his balance. He stood up and brushed the dirt off his plain black robe before thinking about what he did wrong. With my essence cultivation in the middle mist creation realm now, I have enough chi reserves to unleash this step. The problem wasn't the quality or quantity of chi, it was the timing. I was slightly late on unleashing my chi to the third acupoint, and as a result I misstepped and stumbled. I need to make sure to get this timing down perfectly so I can use it in combat. John prepared to unleash the technique again, but once more mistimed the third step and tumbled to the ground. The sound of John crashing into the ground continued for some time, and he had to replace his robe once already due to the dirt it had accumulated. Finally, 2 hours later, John succeeded in unleashing the third step correctly. "Success!" yelled John as he came to a stop while panting heavily. The acceleration and speed of that third step is far faster than the second step, but the chi requirement is quite brutal. John sat down and replenished his chi reserves over the next hour before standing up once more. A dark black scythe suddenly appeared in his hands. It dipped in his hands as he grasped it, but far less than before. It feels quite a bit lighter now that I've grown stronger in both essence and body cultivation. Now for the myriad annihilation scythe. It's somewhat similar to the 5-step movement technique in that I have to time the second attack perfectly after the first one. The leftover momentum and power from the first attack builds into the second one, resulting in an even stronger attack. Let's try it. John took a wide stance and focused his mind before swinging out with all his might. Chi. A strong beam of power was emitted from the scythe as he swung it forward. The beam carried on for a dozen yards before crashing into a tree and severing it in half. Spinning around fully after his first attack, John retained the momentum of the first attack and swung his scythe out with great force. Boom! A small explosion of chi appeared right in front of John, sending him tumbling back slightly. "Mistimed it! Again!" said John as he once again tried to execute the attack. After several attempts, John put away his scythe and sat down to focus on recovering his diminished chi reserves. I can feel that I almost have it down. I might be successful on my next attempt. An hour later, John was just about to stand up and try his attack once more when his eyes widened, and he quickly dashed to the side. Boom! The earth was upheaved, and a small crater had formed where John had just been. As the dust started to settle, John heard a voice call out from the distance. "Jedge, you're not a bad kid. I didn't think you'd be able to dodge that attack in time." A man clothed in all black from head to toe approached John, his eyes glinting with a murderous light. "Chapter 44, Assassins, who are you?" asked John as he narrowed his eyes. He had just barely detected that powerful attack in time and managed to dodge at the last possible moment. "You don't seriously expect me to answer that, do you?" responded the man with an amused tone. "Ah, well, you're going to die soon anyways, so there's no harm in telling you. I'm from the Stalking Mantis Assassin Guild. We've been tasked to retrieve an item that your group stole recently." A shocked expression appeared on John's face as he finally understood what this was about. "How did they find us so quickly? Did someone rat us out?" He looked back towards the man with a serious expression. "None of you even bothered to destroy the tracking formation on the weapon. You guys are really dumb." The masked man laughed at the group's stupidity. "He's middle mist creation, huh? I guess he thinks I'm an easy target due to my age." The man looked at John's expression before bursting out in laughter. "Although you are a middle mist creation cultivator as well, I can tell you just broke through recently based on the fluctuations in your aura. As for me, I'm currently at the peak of the middle mist creation realm. You have no choice but to die here." John looked at the man but said nothing. He was very confident in his ability to handle the man in front of him. Not only did John have an arsenal of powerful techniques, he also had a powerful middle mist creation body cultivation level. The combined power of his body and his essence attacks made him far stronger than any ordinary Middle Mist creation realm cultivator. As the man lazily approached him, John lowered his stance and prepared to attack, taking out his body refinement grade greatsword. The man saw the low-grade weapon and once again burst out in laughter. John's actions lowered the man's guard even more, as he was once again more assured in being able to neutralize John quickly. I'm going to strike out with my full power from the start. I must keep him on the defensive if I'm to end this as fast as possible. The man said he was from an assassin guild sent to retrieve the item, so I'm sure he's not the only one. I need to get back to camp as fast as possible. Boom. Dust kicked up behind John as he utilized the first step of the 5-step movement technique to rapidly close the distance. The man opened his eyes in shock at John's movement technique. It was clearly quite profound and was definitely better than anything he had himself. Seems like my opponent isn't as easy a target as I thought. The man he struck out towards John, aiming to block his greatsword. Mountain-crushing sword. John struck out with his full power, sending a powerful attack straight towards his opponent. Wave-splitting art. The man stuck out with his own powerful attack and successfully blocked John's attack. He was about to send out his own attack to put John on the defensive when all of a sudden he lost track of John. 5-step movement technique, second step. John utilized the second step to quickly dash behind the man, at which point he quickly swapped out his greatsword for his scythe. Myriad Annihilation Scythe. The man quickly turned around to see John swinging down at him with his scythe. He opened his eyes in shock at the power of the attack and hastily sent out his own attack to block it. The two attacks collided violently, and John was sent back several steps while his opponent was knocked back dozens of yards. Because of the explosion that forced John backwards, John was unable to execute either the third step in the 5-step movement technique or the second attack in the Myriad Annihilation Scythe. Shit, muttered John as he quickly recovered, and once again utilized the first step to instantly close the distance between him and his foe. John once more sent out the first attack of the Myriad Annihilation Scythe. However, his opponent had recovered in time to once again send out his own attack and successfully defended against John's attack. John quickly utilized the second step of his movement technique to instantly close the distance once more. Peng! Sword and scythe collided and locked against one another as both men came to a halt. Before the man could make any move, John let go of the scythe handle with his right hand and sent a powerful punch towards the man's chest. PFD, is this boy an idiot? Thought the masked man. The masked man could clearly tell that John was an essence cultivator. Since this was the case, his opponent's punch would hurt no doubt, but would fail to do any significant damage. He decided to take advantage of his foe's naive attack. What he failed to realize was that John was hiding his physical body strength in this fight, all to land a blow such as this unblocked. As soon as his punch lands, I'll back up and send another wave-splitting art attack at him. He'll still be off balance from his punch, and so I'll be able to force him back and go on the offensive from here on out. He's as good as dead. Thought the man as a sinister smile crept over his face. Boom! A horrified expression appeared in the man's eyes as he was sent flying back violently, the sound of cracked ribs echoing out. Blood had spewed out of the man's mouth as he was sent tumbling backwards. Another loud sound echoed out as John unleashed another Myriad Annihilation Scythe on his opponent. The masked man had yet to recover when the attack landed, and so he was once more violently sent flying into the distance. Breathing heavily from his chi expenditure, John quickly dashed forward towards the man's tumbling body. He was about to unleash another devastating attack when he came to a quick stop. Blood flowed from many deep wounds all over the man's body. He was lying against a tipped-over tree, nearly dead from the attacks John just delivered. John slowly approached the man and stood in front of him with expressionless eyes. The half-dead man started to cackle maniacally as he constantly coughed up blood. You train in both body and essence cultivation?" asked the man. John looked at the man, but didn't respond. He put away his scythe and took out his greatsword before pointing it towards the man's heart. The man started cackling maniacally once again. No matter, that punch clearly revealed you're a body cultivator, and an extremely powerful one at that. But the fact that you train in both essence and body puts me at ease. I'll die knowing that you'll soon become a useless cultivator. Your death won't be long off with this path of mediocrity you've chosen. A large smile appeared on John's face as he looked at the man. Unfortunately, your words couldn't be farther from the truth, but it doesn't matter. Die for me. John quickly plunged his sword into the man's heart. The masked man laughed as the sword plunged into his heart, before his laughs eventually ceased. Even in death, this man wasn't afraid, thought John with slight shock as he watched the man die. Austin, the others! John suddenly remembered the rest of the group. He stored his greatsword and the man's corpse away before quickly turning around and running back towards the camp. John ran for several minutes before he finally approached the campsite. Boom! Two powerful attacks collided, sending one of the men tumbling violently backwards. John recognized the man flying backwards. Austin. John quickly looked around the rest of the campsite. A wave of despair washed over his face as he noticed all the cultivators were dead, even the white-haired man. He looked back towards Austin and noticed that he was wounded severely. Austin sluggishly stood up and was about to attack once more when he noticed John out of the corner of his eye. "John, run!" yelled Austin as he noticed several men approaching John. "Shit, I've been noticed," thought John. He had stopped at the edge of the battle site and stood in the darkness behind a tree, but he was still detected by the other men. John hesitated for a moment. He didn't know whether to help Austin or run. Austin noticed his hesitation and yelled out, "There's nothing you can do. Run!" Gathering all his remaining strength, Austin sent out a powerful sword light towards the two masked men approaching John. Boom! The men were knocked backwards, which gave John all the opportunity he needed to run off into the darkness. One of the other men lunged forward at Austin as he focused on helping John. PFD. John turned his head around to see Austin standing there in a daze. A sword was plunged straight through his chest, piercing his heart. Austin looked towards John one last time, a regretful smile on his face as he collapsed to the ground lifelessly. Chapter 45, Fighting again, John grit his teeth, barely containing his anger and urge to turn around and attack the men behind him. But he knew it would be a futile action. Not only were there several men in the group, John could tell that they were mostly in the late mist creation realm, with one of them even in the early chi condensation stage. John knew he would surely die if he tried to fight a chi condensation cultivator, and so his only option was to flee. The man with the chi condensation cultivation looked at John fleeing into the distance before he turned to his side and called out to one of his men. "Bolton, go after the boy and finish him off," said the man in a loud, booming voice. "Captain, are you sure you want just me to go?" asked Bolton. "What? Do you think you can't handle a boy who's barely entered the middle mist creation realm? It seems like he was able to evade Carson, so his strength isn't bad, but you should be far more than he can handle. Besides, the mission we were tasked with was retrieving the item, and so that is what I will do. I still need to search all these storage rings for the spear to make sure it's really here," said the man. "Yes, boss," answered Bolton before quickly running off in the direction John was fleeing. John was running as fast as his legs would carry him. "Motherfuckers, I'll have my revenge if it's the last thing I do." John cursed as he sped through the forest. He had been running for several minutes already, and had put quite a bit of distance between him and the campsite. John was starting to think that he had successfully ran from his enemies when he suddenly dashed to his side as fast as he could, and even used the first step of the 5-step movement technique to barely dodge in time. Boom! A powerful chi attack landed where John had been just a moment ago, knocking John sideways several yards. He hastily scrambled to his feet and turned around, at which point he saw another chi attack coming straight for him. John quickly took out his scythe and slashed out with all his might. Gah! John was sent flying backwards, dozens of yards like a broken kite. as many small wounds were opened up on his body. He tumbled head over heels several times before he hastily managed to stand up once more. Expecting another attack would follow, John utilized the first step of the 5-step movement technique before he even looked back towards his enemy. Boom! The ground was once more upheaved as a powerful attack landed just where John had been. With his quick thinking and fast movements, John was finally able to stabilize himself. He looked backwards from where the chi attacks had come from, at which point he saw a single man walking towards him. "You're quite hard to kill. No wonder Carson had trouble with you. Did you manage to kill Carson or just escape from him? If you tell me, I promise to grant you a swift death," said the man as he slowly approached John. John narrowed his eyes, but said nothing. His mind was currently thinking of the best way to get out of this situation. It seems like he's alone. I suppose that makes sense, though. One late mist creation realm cultivator should always be enough to neutralize a middle mist creation cultivator. If he's alone, then that changes things. Although I've never fought above my realm, I'm itching to find out if I can. John felt his blood heat up as the prospect of the coming fight excited him. Ever since John was a child, he had brushed with death over and over as he dangerously tried to stimulate his martial potential. Over the course of many years of doing so, John had developed a strange relationship to life or death battles. Instead of a battle to the death scaring him, John looked forward to it. Not only that, this battle was his first battle in which he was going to fight above his cultivation realm. John was truly curious if his unique cultivation situation would allow him to do the impossible and fight across realms. Even John was uncertain of where his strength lay. He had a middle mist creation cultivation for both body and essence, but unlike all other cultivators, John would be able to use 100% of his power on both his essence and physical body attacks. This dual power would superimpose on each other, allowing John to unleash attacks far beyond the capabilities of a normal middle mist creation realm cultivator. The man saw John's smile and became quite irritated. He had expected John to beg for his life or run in fear. He always loved it when his enemies begged for their lives. It made the moment when he killed them all the sweeter as he watched their terror when they died. "What are you smiling for, boy? Don't you realize the situation you're in? I'll ask one last time, what happened to Carson?" asked the man with a cold voice. John didn't respond to the man. Instead, he steadied his scythe in front of himself and took a wide, powerful stance. He took a deep breath and calmed his mind, focusing his all on the fight to come. "Fine, you can just die," yelled the man in anger as he charged towards John. He appeared in front of John in an instant and slashed out with his glaive. John slashed out with all his strength to meet the attack. Sparks flew as the weapons collided, and both men were pushed backwards several yards. "Heh, not a bad kid," sneered the man before he once again sent out an attack, this time even more powerful than the one before. John swung his scythe out with all his might to parry the attack. He decided against using the myriad annihilation scythe to merely block an attack, as he was running quite low on chi. The two attacks violently collided, and once again John was knocked back dozens of yards. He felt his blood tumble in his body from the force of that attack. The man instantly sent out another attack, and John hastily sent out his scythe once more. The result was the same as before, with John being knocked backwards dozens of yards. John finally managed to stabilize himself and looked up towards the man. "I need to end this quickly. Although I haven't successfully used it yet, I need to try it. It's the only way to end this fight fast." John steadied his scythe and started to approach the man. Chapter 46, Jumping Realms. John utilized the first step of his movement technique to instantly appear in front of the man. His essence chi reserves were starting to run low from the previous battle and this one, and so John wanted to end the fight quickly. John slashed his scythe out towards the man with all his strength, and poured in strength from his sphere dantian to his body to augment his attack. Scythe and glaive collided, and the man was shocked to find out that he had actually lost in that exchange. He was knocked back several yards while John had stood firmly at the site of the attack. How can he be so strong, thought the man. He was sure that this attack of his would at least knock the boy back once more, but the boy had met his attack with equal power. He was just about to speak up to John when he noticed John charging straight towards him. 5-step movement technique. Second step. Myriad Annihilation Scythe. John instantly appeared to the side of the man and slashed down with the first attack of the Myriad Annihilation Scythe. The man had recovered just in time to see John's attack flying straight towards him. Instead of taking the attack head-on, the man proceeded to use his own movement technique and rapidly dashed to the side, narrowly avoiding John's attack. The man quickly raised his glaive to send his own attack out towards John, at which point shock covered his face. Where is he? Thought the man as he frantically looked around to find John. He sent his divine sense outwards, at which point he noticed John was several yards behind him, unleashing another attack. The man quickly turned around and saw that John's attack was almost on him. How can he be so quick? Thought the man as he watched John rapidly dash towards him. The power contained in John's scythe shocked the man. I don't have time to dodge, and I can't overpower his attack with the little time I have to power my attack. The only thing I can do is trade fatal blows with the boy. He's young and inexperienced. There's no way he's not afraid of death. He'll pull his attack away at the last moment to dodge my attack, thought the man as he quickly formulated a counter-attack in his head. He quickly powered up his own attack and aimed for John's vitals. John had just unleashed the third step of the 5-step movement technique to rapidly get behind the man once more. He was in the process of unleashing the second attack of the Myriad Annihilation Scythe, at which point he noticed what the man was doing. He's giving up on defense and wants to trade blows. John was thinking about whether he should redirect his attack to block the man's own attack or keep his current trajectory. After a moment of deliberation, John came to a decision as a resolved look appeared in his eyes. I have to trust in the strength of my body and the Immortal Asura body technique. John prepared to exchange blows with the man. Are you crazy? Yelled the man as he noticed what John was doing. He had never expected John to be a lunatic who was willing to exchange his own life for the man's, but it was too late to do anything but attack with all his might. Boom! A large explosion radiated outwards as both John and the man were sent flying backwards like broken kites. Blood heavily spewed out of John's mouth and chest, and he flew dozens of yards before violently crashing into the ground. He tumbled back for nearly 100 yards before finally coming to rest. He lay there motionlessly for several minutes before he finally came to his senses. Cough. John continued to cough out blood from the attack he had just taken. He felt many of his ribs had cracked from the force of the attack, and several of his organs had taken substantial damage. A large wound cut deeply into his chest, and blood was flowing out profusely. John mustered the last remaining power from his sphere dantian and managed to take out a life-mist healing pill and pop it into his mouth. John continued to cough out blood for several minutes before the medicinal pill finally started to slowly heal some of his inner wounds. Although the pill had helped, John felt as if he was still half a foot into the grave. He gasped for breath and tried to recover his chi as fast as possible. Who knows how long it will be until the rest of that group shows up. After sitting there for 15 minutes, John had finally managed to restore enough energy and managed to stand up. He limped over slowly towards where he had seen his foe fly off to. John hobbled for several hundred yards before he finally managed to spot the man. This. John drew in a deep breath as he finally saw the results of his attack. The man's body laid in 2 pieces 15 yards apart from each other. His body was split from his right shoulder down to his left waist. A shocked and unbelieving expression was still evident on the man's face. Even in death, he was unable to believe that a mere middle mist creation boy would be able to kill him. The second attack of the Myriad Annihilation Scythe is even stronger than I imagined. John stared at the man for several seconds before walking over to him and storing his corpse away in his spatial area. I better leave quickly, muttered John as he started to walk away. The longer he stayed in the area, the more likely it was that the other men caught up to him. Leave, you won't be leaving, I'm afraid. A voice suddenly sounded out behind John. Chapter 47. Talisman. John quickly turned around and looked towards the sound of the voice. Several hundred yards away, John spotted the source of the voice and narrowed his eyes. That's all the men from the campsite. I won't be able to run from this. John silently looked towards the men. The group consisted of 6 men, one of which was the powerful chi condensation cultivator. All the men wore pure black uniforms and face masks covering their faces. Clearly, they wanted to keep their identities a secret, although John knew they came from the stalking Mantis Assassin Guild from the loudmouth he had killed earlier. Even in my peak state, I can only die in front of that man. John looked towards the powerful chi condensation cultivator, as he had been the one who had just spoken up. The chi condensation cultivator looked around at the battlefield, his eyes searching for something. "Where is Bolton?" asked the man in a cold, threatening voice. "Bolton. Sorry, I don't know a Bolton," responded John in an equally cold voice. "Don't play dumb with me. Where's the man who we sent after you?" asked the man once more. The man and his group had been sorting out the treasure situation from all the storage rings back at the campsite. After they had finished sorting everything, the man and his group proceeded to head in the direction of the battle that was taking place. Although they had heard loud booms echo through the forest from the battle, they had assumed they were from Bolton, who was in the process of killing John. When the group finally arrived on the battle scene, all they saw was a severely injured John walking away. "Oh, that guy. He was quite annoying, so I sent him to the afterlife," stated John with an indifferent tone. With the situation he was in, nothing would be able to convince the men to let him go, and so John wasn't about to plead for his life. The man narrowed his eyes as he looked at John. He was just about to speak up when John interrupted him. "You should really be thanking me instead. After all, a useless cultivator who can't even kill a middle mist creation, boy, isn't someone worth worrying over." Slight anger appeared on the man's face as he responded back to John in a raised voice. "It seems you don't know the situation you're in. Once we capture you, I'll make you beg for death." The man stared at John, his eyes glowing with rage. Although Bolton wasn't a strong cultivator within the Assassin Guild, the man still considered him a close friend. Hearing he had been killed ignited his rage. He would make sure that John suffered as much as possible before death. "Hedahata." John started laughing profusely as blood continued flowed from his lips from his earlier battle. He coughed out some blood several times before looking towards the man as if he was a fool before a small round disc suddenly appeared in John's hands as he stared at the man with a mocking look. The man looked at the object before his eyes widened in shock. "Stop him now," yelled the man as he dashed towards John with all his speed and sent out his fastest and most powerful attack. The men beside him all did the same, although they were unsure of why their boss all of a sudden lashed out in panic. John watched the approaching attacks with an amused expression. "I'll be leaving for now, but don't worry, we'll meet again soon enough." His hand crushed the object, at which point he disappeared moments before the attacks landed violently where he was previously standing. "God damn it," the man cursed out in rage. From what had happened, he knew the current situation just got a lot more complicated. One of his men walked beside and asked him a question. "Boss, what just happened? Where did the boy go?" The man narrowed his eyes before responding in a cold voice. "The boy just used a spatial talisman to leave the area. Even if we wanted to, there's no way we can find him now. Not only that, spatial talismans are quite rare, and even I've only seen one in my life before. If a boy that young has one, then his status may be something our guild cannot handle. I need to inform the guild leader about this." The underling drew in a cold breath at the description of what just happened. After a few seconds, he thought of something and spoke up. "Boss, even if the boy has a powerful backing, we should be fine. After all, there's no way he knows who we are, right?" The boss thought about it for a moment before nodding, his expression becoming much lighter. "You're right. Even if he wants to take revenge, there's no way he can link this to us as long as the Duke says nothing. We'll be fine." While the men were talking, John found himself suddenly teleported to a different place. "Ugh." John screamed as he crashed violently into the ground. His wounds once again opened, as his body felt like it was on the verge of collapse. Fuck! Couldn't this talisman have teleported me onto the ground instead of 50 feet up in the air? Cursed John. Gritting his teeth through the immense pain, John channeled his remaining strength and barely mustered himself to stand up. He looked around in all directions before spotting something and walking towards it. John limped for several minutes before he found himself at the mouth of a cave. The cave was a few dozen yards deep, and John could just barely make out the end of it. He sent out his divine sense just to make sure it was empty. Good, it appears empty. John slowly limped into the cave. He finally managed to make his way towards the back of the cave, at which point he collapsed onto the ground. A wave of fatigue washed over John as he fell unconscious. Chapter 48, Two Strangers. John finally opened his eyes after an unknown amount of time. "Oh." John cried out in pain as he tried to stand up. He sent his divine sense towards his body to inspect the damage and sucked in a cold breath as he finally understood the extent of the damage. "All my ribs are cracked in several places, several of my organs have been slightly ruptured, and I have several torn muscles. Not to mention this large gaping wound on my chest. I'm lucky to be alive." John finally managed to sit up after a great deal of struggle, at which point he took out a life mist healing pill and popped it into his mouth. He spent the entire day focusing on recovery before eventually collapsing once more late into the night. The next day, John consumed another pill and once more focused on recovery. John proceeded to eat, heal, and sleep for the next week before he finally recovered enough to stand up. Fuck, I nearly died from that battle. John thought back to the battle that had happened several nights prior. He started cursing himself for the stupidity of taking a late mist creation cultivator's attack head-on, relying only on his body to block it. Do I really have a death wish? After beating himself up for several minutes, John finally calmed down, at which point a smile slowly appeared on his face. Even if I almost died from that attack, the only thing that matters is I didn't. My body is powerful enough to withstand an all-out attack from a late mist creation cultivator. Not only that, but I was able to kill one as well. However, that energy surge from before didn't happen this time. I can't be reliant on it to happen every time I'm in danger, it seems. Although John could still hardly believe the results of that battle, the truth was laid bare before him. Not only was John powerful enough to kill a late mist creation realm cultivator, he also had a body that was powerful enough to take a direct attack from someone a full minor realm above him without dying. The circumstances of the battle were in his favor, however. The man had underestimated John, and so he had used this to his advantage by striking out with his full power right away and trading blows with the man. If the man had time to strike out with his full power attack, John didn't know if he would have survived it or not. John clenched his fist in excitement at the thought of his own strength. With my body and essence cultivation being so powerful, won't I be unrivaled in the same realm? His excited thoughts quickly turned sour as John thought of Austin. Those bastards, what did that guy say, stalking Mantis Assassin Guild? I'll be sure to pay them a visit once my strength grows, muttered John in rage. He had taken quite a liking to Austin and had even started to see him like an older brother. He would make sure that Austin was avenged. Should I get my clan involved, or should I handle this myself? John thought about it for a moment before deciding against including his clan in this matter. Austin was his friend, and so he would make sure to personally avenge this matter. I'll find out where their base is, and when I'm strong enough, I'll be sure to pay them a personal visit, although I have no idea how strong the guild really is. I'll have to ask my clan if they have any information on the Assassin Guild, and if not, I'll have to find out some other way. John was racking his brain for ideas when he suddenly thought of something. The Duke. He hired them, and so he must be aware of some information regarding their strengths and location of their base. I'll pay him a visit in the future as well. Just as John was becoming immersed in his own thoughts of revenge, he heard a loud boom echo from just outside the cave. Have they found me? Thought John in a panic. In his haste, he had teleported in a random direction away from the battlefield, but he was sure he had managed to teleport the full 100 miles. "There's no way they could find me so fast." "Right," muttered John. John held his breath and made as little noise as possible in hopes of evading detection of whoever or whatever was outside the cave. After a few minutes of waiting in silence, John finally breathed a sigh of relief as he assumed whatever was outside had passed by. Growl. John looked up to see a beast standing at the entrance of the cave. "Another fucking night wolf," John cursed out at the beast in front of him. The cave was apparently the night wolf's home, and this particular night wolf was at the late mist creation realm. "Normally, I would have no problem killing this wolf, but I'm still injured, and my combat power is less than half of normal." John grit his teeth at his predicament. "Fuck it, I'll try to fight my way out of here." Boom. Just as John prepared to stand up and fight, the area where the night wolf was standing exploded. After the dust settled, John saw the night wolf's dead corpse sliced cleanly in half. John was confused at what had just happened before a powerful wave of divine sense scanned over him. Fuck, a divine sense this powerful clearly belongs to a chi condensation cultivator. Did they find me already? John hastily stood up to prepare for a futile fight. John grit his teeth in pain as he watched two people stand at the entrance of the cave and peer inside. Myriad Annihilation Scythe. John decided to take the initiative and attack before any words were exchanged, and sent a powerful beam of scythe chi towards the exit of the cave. He figured his only hope of escaping was attacking his way out of the cave and utilizing his movement technique to evade his enemies. As he sent out the attack, his freshly healed wounds once again opened up. The two people at the entrance of the cave noticed the incoming attack, and one of them slashed out with their own ability. John widened his eyes in shock as his attack was easily overwhelmed by his enemy's attack, at which point it proceeded to head straight for him. Although his attack had weakened this attack by quite a bit, it was still more powerful than anything he could manage. John hastily dodged to the side as the attack landed at his feet. Gah! John was sent flying from the immense force of the attack before he crashed violently into the cave wall. He rebounded viciously off the wall and fell hard to the ground. John coughed up blood as he felt most of his wounds open up once more. Blood flowed out of his mouth as he tried to stand up, but couldn't muster the strength to do so. The last thing John saw before he lapsed into unconsciousness was the two people walking directly towards him. Chapter 49, Who Are You? The cave once more came into John's view as he slowly opened his eyes. Still groggy from what had happened, John sluggishly looked around the cave to figure out what was going on. "You're finally awake." A voice entered John's ears, and he turned his head to the side. His eyes opened wider in confusion as he stared at two people who he had never before met in his life. They were sitting on some logs placed around a campfire. "Who are you?" asked John as he started to stand up. He was expecting a great deal of pain to assault his body, but much to his surprise, his body felt completely fine. He sent his divine sense into his body and opened his eyes wide in shock. "I'm almost completely healed, but how?" John continued to inspect his body. He had required a week to heal when he first arrived in the cave, and even then he was only half healed. "How long was I out for?" asked John absent-mindedly. The shock of his healed body had made him forget his perilous situation for a moment. "About a day," responded the same voice as before. "A day, and I'm completely healed. How is this possible?" asked John in complete shock. From what he knew, even the best healing pills at the mist creation realm would take several days to fully heal him, and those were extremely valuable. From what John knew about alchemy, pills that healed a body quickly and completely were extremely rare. Not only would the alchemist have to infuse a large amount of medicinal ingredients into the pill to heal the body, they would also need to make it gentle enough for the cultivator's body to handle. A pill designed for a core formation expert would have more than enough healing properties to fully heal John in less than a day, but the immense medicinal energy in the pill would blow his body apart. This was the perpetual balance that alchemists struggled against in developing the most efficient pill for each cultivation level. While John was deep in thought, the person once again replied, "We gave you a mist flower essence pill, but I have to say your recovery speed is monstrous. Even with this pill, it would normally take a few days to recover." John scrunched his face in confusion as he had never heard of the pill before. He was just about to ask another question when he suddenly remembered his situation. A black scythe suddenly appeared in John's hands as he stared vigilantly at the two people in front of him. "Relax, we don't intend to hurt you," said a kind, gentle voice. John looked to the girl who had just spoken and sent his divine sense over both her and the boy next to her. "What, middle chi condensation? Both of them? How is this possible? They look to be the same age as me." Shock covered John's face as he took in the situation in front of him. After some time, he put away his scythe. "Even if I wanted to, I'm completely out of options in the face of two middle chi condensation cultivators. If they wanted to kill me, they would have done so already." John took a deep breath at the realization of his situation before he walked over to the campfire and sat on a log opposite the boy and girl. He sat there in silence thinking about what to say, when suddenly the boy spoke up. "Sorry about that attack earlier. I was so shocked that you would suddenly attack us that I sent out an attack of my own. I tried holding back, but the suddenness of the situation caused me to attack with a bit too much power. I hope you can forgive me," the boy said with a sheepish look on his face. John looked at the two of them in silence. The boy in front of him had short black hair and hazel eyes, and had a slightly childish face, while the girl had long, flowing black hair, large black eyes, and a youthful face and body that had yet to blossom into womanhood. They both wore pure white robes, which had dazzlingly blue lighting bolts embroidered on both the shoulders and back. John stared at the lighting bolts for some time. He suddenly thought about the celestial lighting script and his need to start actually cultivating it. John was once more deep in thought before he heard an awkward cough. "I'm Elliot, by the way, and the girl next to me is Lee. Nice to meet you," said the boy as he stared at John. John was stirred out of his thoughts, at which point he realized he had ignored Elliot's first apology. "Oh, sorry, I was thinking about something. I'm John." "Nice to meet you," responded John with an awkward smile on his face. Thinking about the absurdity of the situation, John couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? Why did you heal me? And who are you?" Elliot rubbed the back of his head before replying, "There was beast outside about to enter the cave. We noticed someone was inside, and so we killed it before it could enter and attack you. We were going to greet you, but then you attacked us. When we realized you were just a mid-mist creation cultivator, we felt bad about having wounded you. So we stayed here and fed you a healing pill to make sure you recovered." "Oh, that makes sense," John absent-mindedly replied before he quickly stood up. "Ah, sorry, I just remembered that I was the one who initially struck out at you first. I thought you were someone else, and so I attacked. It seems you even saved me from dying to a beast." "Sorry," apologized John. He felt quite guilty about attacking the two of them without warning. Elliot smiled at John. "Don't worry about it. Who did you think we were, by the way? To suddenly lash out like that, you must have some enmity with them." John thought about it for a moment before he decided to tell both Elliot and Lee what had happened with the stalking Mantis Assassin Guild, although he left the rest of the details vague. John eventually finished his story, at which point Elliot said, "You sure are crazy. You actually traded blows with a late mist creation cultivator. How did you not die?" "Luck, I guess," responded John. He wasn't about to tell them about his dual essence and body cultivation, or the Immortal Asura body. "Well, however it happened, you still managed to kill a late mist creation cultivator at the mid-mist creation realm. That's amazing," responded Elliot. John smiled at the compliment but said nothing. He was still quite curious as to who exactly the two in front of him were. From talking to them, John had learned that they were also 14 years old just like him, but their cultivation level was unreal. Both of them were middle chi condensation cultivators. From what John knew, no power in the surrounding thousands of miles was capable of producing such geniuses. The only exception to the rule that he knew of was Miko Varus. But Miko was considered a 1 in 10,000 years prodigy and was a one-off anomaly. John figured he would just ask them outright instead of guessing about their origins. I have a question for the both of you. Who are you exactly? Chapter 50, Special Realm. Elliot and Lee turned to look at each other, unsure of how to answer. Elliot thought for a while before replying to John's question. We're not from around here, as I'm sure you can tell, but that's all we can say on that matter, unfortunately. John was disappointed at the vague response, but understood them nonetheless. Everyone had their secrets, John included. After some silence, the group started talking about various things, including John's origins and the Fenix clan itself. After a while, silence descended on the group before Lee suddenly spoke up. John, since you're from the Fenix clan, do you happen to know about anything related to a special realm? Lee, Elliot suddenly spoke up and gave her a meaningful glare. The purpose of their mission from their sect was to remain top secret. John narrowed his eyes at Lee's question. Special realm? Are they referring to the pocket realm? How do they know about it, and why are they looking for it? John couldn't help but be internally shocked at Lee mentioning the pocket realm. From what John knew, the pocket realm was supposed to be an absolute secret known only to the various clans and sects that surrounded it. Each clan and sect had strict laws regarding the pocket realm, and as such, no one was allowed to let outsiders know about it. If news of the pocket realm was known by the outside world, who knew what the other powers on the continent would do to get their hands on it? To keep it an absolute secret from the world, only the involved clans and sects knew about the realm. In fact, speaking about the realm was punishable by imprisonment or death in many cases, depending on the severity of the offense. Although John had no idea how Elliot and Lee knew about the realm, it was clear that they had found out somehow. Not only that, but based on their cultivation level at their age, it seemed as though the power behind the two of them was potentially even stronger than the Fenix clan. I should let Father know about this matter when I return. John sat there in silence for a moment before responding to Lee. No, sorry, I've never heard of such a thing around here. John kept his response brief and simple to reduce the chance of slipping up and accidentally hinting towards its existence. That's too bad, responded Lee with a disappointed look on her face. She was hopeful that John would know something so they could wrap up this mission of theirs, but his response squashed those hopes. Although they don't seem like bad people, I still don't know what power they come from. John was thinking about his next steps to take. His spatial talisman was used up, and so he no longer had an assurance of escape if he ran into another situation like last time. He also promised his father that he would return as soon as he used the talisman. I guess this is where my journey ends for now. John became slightly depressed. This journey had explosively increased his strength, and so he was not ready for it to end quite yet, but he had no choice, unfortunately. What do you plan on doing next, now that you're healed? Would you like to travel with us for a bit? Elliot suddenly inquired. John was surprised by the sudden question and the offer to travel together. He thought about it for a while, wondering if he should head straight back home or join them on their offer. What direction are you heading? Asked John. As long as they were traveling in the same direction, John wouldn't mind staying in their company. We've been traveling west so far, and plan on doing so for the next few thousand miles, responded Elliot. West for a few thousand miles. That should take me past the Fenix clan. John thought about it for a moment before accepting the offer. If he could travel with Elliot and Lee, then based on their cultivation level, he should be pretty safe. They were also traveling in the direction he was going, so it all worked out well for him. Well, it's pretty late tonight, so let's get some sleep and head out in the morning, said Elliot. John agreed and fell asleep right away, still exhausted from all the recent events that had happened. A long ways away, a group of 5 young boys were riding on beasts on the main road towards the Dreadle Kingdom. They were all donning blood-red robes, which had an image of a blood-red sun setting behind a mountain range embroidered on the back of the robes. How much longer do we have until we arrive in the Dreadle Kingdom? Asked one of the boys. All the boys looked over to the oldest of the group. He had long black hair and a small scar on his left cheek, making him look quite fierce, and had a late mist creation cultivation. It should be another month or so before we arrive. We will meet Elder Hold there, responded the boy. What are we doing in the Dreadle Kingdom anyways? This seems like a waste of time, responded another boy. The scarred boy looked towards the one who had just spoken. The elder told me that this is in regards to the recent movements of our sect. We are going to the kingdom to improve our relationship, as well as spar with their princes to exchange pointers. Oh, I see. So this is in regards to our preparations regarding the Fenix clan and Varus clans. That's right. As soon as we take care of both of those clans, we will have dominion over the Pocket Realm as well as the surrounding thousands of miles of land. Also, I've heard rumors that this involves that sect, but I'm not too sure. That sect? Asked one of the boys before his eyes widened. Are you referring to the Crimson Devil sect? The scar-faced boy nodded his head and continued. Like I was saying, these plans are most likely according to that sect. We are just helping set up all the relevant pieces for when the time to strike comes. I'm also guessing it's the reason why Jason arrived at our sect recently. Although the scar-faced boy hated Jason, he had to admit that the boy was frightening beyond all description. With him entering the Pocket Realm, everything will only belong to the Crimson Valley sect, thought the boy as he continued traveling towards the Dreadle Kingdom. 2 weeks later, John slowly opened his eyes as an excited expression appeared on his face. My body cultivation Danshan is now in the late mist creation realm.